One day, the sky suddenly grew dark as if the end of the world had arrived. It was on that very day that countless bizarre stone pillars rained down from above. Shortly after, a massive barrier deployed and enveloped the entire world. Humanity watched in terror as towering pillars of stone shot straight up into the sky. Then, monsters known as calamity spirit beasts shattered the barrier and invaded the human world. A gigantic apocalyptic demon appeared, casually trampling all living things beneath its feet. Following closely behind it were countless other demons, as dense as a swarm of ants. They brutally slaughtered humanity. Piercing cries of panic echoed throughout the space. Many people were killed instantly, while others desperately fled from their claws. The major crossroads had lost their original appearance, leaving behind only ruins, corpses scattered everywhere, blood splattered across the ground, and ferocious monsters. It was as if they had been granted destructive power, sweeping across everywhere and unleashing streams of energy toward any survivors they laid eyes on. A mother was running away while holding her child. In the face of imminent danger, she pushed her child forward to protect them. Suddenly, a voice called out in Itsuki's ear, "Itsuki." Startled, Itsuki turned to look at Seiya standing beside him. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? You just zoned out." He replied, "It's nothing." Seiya looked at Itsuki with a suspicious attitude. "Really? Look at your face, it's covered in tears." Then she asked further, "So why are you crying?" Rimuru walked up from behind and threw a friendly arm around Itsuki's shoulder. "Are you sleepy? Normally you'd be asleep by now. Plus, we had this sudden whole school assembly today, and besides, that teacher, he really dresses pretty weirdly." On the stage, teacher Thufeng, dressed completely from head to toe in tight-fitting clothing, spoke up. After the spirit beasts appeared, individuals possessing the strength to fight back emerged within society. They are called awakeners. 10 years ago, when the largest spirit beast attack occurred on the north bank of the Blue River, awakeners from all over the world gathered together, crossed the river, and pushed them back. That is the battle known as the River Crossing War. Ever since then, the attacks have decreased, but recently the number of falling stone pillars has skyrocketed. A large-scale attack similar to the River Crossing War is very likely to happen in the near future. Rimuru looked at him in surprise. That man is the commander-in-chief of the northern continent, Nento. Itsuki silently engraved that name in his heart. Nento? I've definitely heard that name before. I thought he'd be some hunchbacked old man with a long beard, but he looks even weirder than I imagined. Rimuru continued, despite his appearance, he's actually the first awakener. Thanks to him, we were able to get information about the stone pillars and the spirit beasts. Furthermore, he is also the strongest awakener. Even Jin Taewa, who holds the title of Light of Humanity, used to be his student. Nento announced, "Recent research has shown that even ordinary people who haven't awakened can become awakeners with a certain probability by touching a stone pillar. Today I came here so that all of you can do just that. Become awakeners and dedicate yourselves fully to the fight against the spirit beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, energy radiated from his palms and enveloped the stage. From there, a massive stone pillar emerged, rising straight up from the ground. The students cheered excitedly. "A stone pillar, is that magic? What's so surprising about this? This feels like a dream. Please turn me into an awakener." Rimuru asked Itsuki happily, "Did you hear that? We finally have a chance to become awakeners." Itsuki lowered his head and muttered in a deep voice, "Finally." When he saw Itsuki walking away, Rimuru called out from behind, "Hey, don't leave me behind." Seiya stepped forward to block his path, stopping him. "Wait, Itsuki, wait for your turn." But Itsuki ignored her and brushed past her. His eyes flashed with a deeply sinister red glow, his voice failing to hide his excitement. Finally, this day has come. On the stage, the students took turns placing their hands on the stone pillar to be tested. The bodyguard standing nearby announced, "No good, next." The classmates expressed their worries. That guy set a record in his freshman year and even an athlete like him couldn't do it. "So how am I supposed to pull this off?" a girl advised. "Maybe an athlete's physical ability has nothing to do with it. It's too early to give up." The bodyguard's calm voice echoed, "Next," but failures were called out one after another. The group of friends chatted, "No one has awakened yet. I thought it would be easy. Is our school going to completely fail at this?" The next name was called out, "Next, Hikaru Oishi." A girl spoke up, "I really don't want that guy to become an awakener." The girl next to her agreed, "He's already a bully. If he awakens, it'll truly be a nightmare." A terrified boy pointed up at the stage, "Look, the stone pillar is changing." Bursts of lightning radiated around the stone pillar and Hikaru Oishi. He thought smugly to himself, After this, Nento and the beauty beside him will finally pay attention to me. The scoreboard displayed Hikaru Oishi Level 0 Human Class Thunder Elementalist Talent Private Second Class Stats Attack 5 Speed 3 Defense 2 Mana 2 Total 12. Ageha said with a hint of annoyance, "We finally got a level 0, total stats are usually 5 but he has 12, must be a bit better than average." Hikaru Oishi was extremely conceited. "Doesn't old man Nento have something to say to me, the first awakener right here?" But he was shoved aside as Itsuki stepped forward. Hikaru Oishi was so furious that veins popped on his face. "What do you think you're doing? You're touching me with your filthy hands. Do you want to die?" The students below whispered among themselves, "Who is that guy? He just cut in line." Someone recognized him. "That's Itsuki from Class 5. He's done for once Hikaru Oishi targets someone, there's no escape." Ageha whispered, "I can sense an immensely intense emotion coming from that student." Itsuki raised his hand and touched the stone pillar. He thought to himself, "I've burned every single detail of that day into my mind so that I'll never forget my hatred for the spirit beasts. My determination is completely different from everyone else's." Nento's eyes showed a look of astonishment. Behind Itsuki's back, an extraordinary guardian deity seemed to manifest with an imposing aura. The energy around the stone pillar shifted violently, and the space seemed to freeze. An overwhelmingly powerful force like a giant flower enveloped the entire stage and spread across the entire school. The students covered their mouths in fear, some falling backward onto the ground. "Awesome! This looks even flashier than Hikaru Oishi's awakening. That flower is over 100 meters tall." Rimuru shared the joy. "Itsuki, you did it." Ageha couldn't suppress her shock. "This is the phenomenon that only occurs when the rarest class, the Annihilator, appears," Nento said with interest. "I wonder how strong he'll turn out to be. I'm really looking forward to this boy." Hikaru Oishi refused to accept this, veins bulging on his face as his spotlight was stolen. Itsuki was even more shocked. "Where am I? Did I actually awaken?" His consciousness was sitting, cross-legged, inside a blooming flower. Notification window popped up, leaving Itsuki astounded. Itsuki Unfixed Level Human Class Annihilator Talent Special Grade Nirvana Fixed Level. Stats increase upon acquiring new skills, removes all negative effects and fully restores health. Skill, Grade Z Super Simulation analyzes enemy attacks and allows him to comprehend counterattack skills. Stats, Attack 0, Speed 0, Defense 0, Mana 0, Total 0. Itsuki's face darkened, everything is 0. A flurry of new notifications burst forth. Learned Grade Z Skill, Super Simulation, Special Grade Nirvana Talent activated, all stats increased by 200. He cheered joyfully in his heart. "I get it now. If I learn skills through Super Simulation, I'll gain stats via Nirvana. Even though I can't level up, I can still grow stronger in my own unique way." This gave Itsuki an intense surge of belief. "I don't know what level this equivalent is, but I've definitely become an awakener. I'm going to wipe out all the calamity spirit beasts." The beam of light from the flower radiated in all directions, making everyone gasp. "So bright, my eyes." Amidst that dazzling light, Itsuki's back stood tall and majestic. That was something Hikaru Oishi simply couldn't accept. Driven mad with anger, his eyes bloodshot, he yelled, "This bastard, no way." He discharged lightning that cut straight through the crowd of students. "A loser like you should have just stayed in your place." The electrical current crept from behind and surged toward Itsuki on the stage. Hikaru Oishi swore, "I'm going to wipe you out with the skill I just learned, Silver Serpent." Just as the first bolt of lightning reached him, Itsuki's notification window popped up. Detected Grade C Skill, Silver Serpent, Super Simulation activated. Analysis progress 27%, 57%, 69%. In a flash, Itsuki turned into a streak of blinding white electricity and vanished from the stage. The students gasped in astonishment. "Where's Itsuki?" There was a flash of electricity and he just disappeared. When the progress reached 88%, Itsuki appeared behind Hikaru Oishi like the Grim Reaper. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Hikaru thought, "He's behind me, damn it, I can't move." Itsuki's cold voice echoed right in his ear. "Consider yourself lucky that you're human. If you were a spirit beast, I would have killed you 100 times over." After regaining his senses, Hikaru Oishi collapsed onto the ground in terror. Whispers broke out all around. Since when was Itsuki standing there? Is Hikaru Oishi collapsing from fear? When the progress reached 100%, Itsuki thought to himself, since it's only a Grade C skill, the analysis speed is really fast. Analysis of Silver Serpent complete. Acquired Grade C skill, Thunder Shockwave. Level 1 Thunder Shockwave activated. can absorb thunder element attacks of grade C and below, increasing speed by 50% when releasing the absorbed energy. Usage count 0.3. Passive adds 5% speed for every absorbed grade C thunder element attack, currently 0%. Learn level 1 thunder shockwave. All stats increased by 10. Removes all negative effects and fully restores health. Itsuki materialized in front of everyone, surrounded by lightning and blooming flower petals. The classmates marveled. Itsuki is covered in lightning now. That light is even brighter than Hikaru Oishi's. Hikaru Oishi panicked. How the hell did that guy learn a skill like that? His stats increased again. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy and heavy raindrops poured down. The students were surprised. It was just bright a moment ago. Rain, something is falling down. Amidst the dense sheet of rain, a massive stone pillar plummeted from above. Ajaha asked in surprise, a stone pillar, why suddenly right now? Nento chimed in, and right here, pause the whole school assembly, everyone evacuate to the school grounds immediately according to the drill plan. He thought to himself, without a doubt I am their target. Ajaho advised, let's run, combat isn't our specialty. Nento shook his head, if we run away too, it'll only cause the crowd to panic even more. Look, that boy is much braver than we are. Just as the students panicked and ran in the opposite direction, Itsuki alone bravely stepped forward toward where the stone pillar was crashing down onto the stage. Ajaha couldn't believe it. Why aren't you running away? The stone pillar crashed down heavily, creating a considerable shockwave. Dust and debris billowed into the air. Rimuru called out in fear, hey, a spirit beast is coming, let's get out of here. Itsuki declared solemnly, I'm going to wipe all of them out. Rimuru worriedly said, what are you talking about? If you don't run, you'll die. Seiya agreed, Rimuru is right, you just awakened, you can't beat it, leave it to the other awakeners. But Itsuki refused to listen. His voice filled everyone's hearts with reassurance, trust me. Seiya pulled Rimuru away, fine, if you die, don't blame me. Rimuru was still anxious. Is he really going to do this? That thing is a spirit beast, a walking killing machine. Little did anyone know, Itsuki was experiencing extreme excitement at that moment. Never did I expect that the very first enemy I'd face after awakening would be of the same kind as the monster that killed my parents. I'm so lucky. The Spirit Beast's info window displayed. Skeleton Soldier 10,369 Level 8 Talent. Level 2 plus 100% Defense. If the opponent's attack is higher than defense, the talent is nullified. Skill. Grade B Bonefire. Stats. Attack 15, Speed 10, Defense 120 plus 120, Mana 30, Total 295. It stood towering in front of Itsuki, ready for its first battle. Itsuki pondered, should I try out the skill I just learned? Lightning flared around his body. With lightning-fast speed, Itsuki rushed straight toward the skeleton soldier. He swore in his heart, I won't let anyone else die. A palm strike imbued with thunderous energy blasted powerfully toward the skeleton soldier. A booming crash shook the entire stage, sending thick dust billowing into the air. From afar, the classmates looked back and exclaimed in shock, oh god, this Itsuki guy is so strong, maybe we don't need to run away after all. I can't believe he was able to blow it away with just a single punch, Lan Lam thought to himself. A newly awakened rookie actually managed to blow away an 8th grade calamity spirit beast. Nento praised, Itsuki's courage and strength are on a completely different level compared to other level zeros, but even so, defeating a skeleton soldier is still impossible. They possess two troublesome abilities. First is the talent granting terrifying defense boosts. Second is the bone fire skill flames that can burn anything to ashes. On the stage, Itsuki was being attacked by the bone fire. The skeleton soldier's eternal blue flames enveloped him. His two best friends cried out anxiously, Itsuki. While Hikaru Oishi gloated, he doesn't know his place. Once the bone fire touches you, you'll be nothing but ashes. The notification window popped up, detected grade B skill, bone fire, super simulation activated, progress, 1%, 25%. Itsuki realized, the analysis speed increases every time the enemy uses a skill directly on me. Ajaha worried, even a level 10 awakened wouldn't stand a chance of surviving a direct hit from that. But upon seeing that Itsuki was completely unharmed, she marveled. To think a newly emerged genius could kill a calamity spirit beast even before growing up. Analysis progress, 77%, 81%, Itsuki tore off his outer shirt. Beneath it, white bones resembling those of the skeleton soldier were revealed. He thought to himself, so this is what it feels like to have your body burned. It must hurt terribly. His mother's familiar face flashed in his mind, half of her face burned away by bone fire. Nento observed and realized, Itsuki hasn't even gone all out yet. He declared coldly, right, once the analysis is complete, you die. Update notification, analysis progress 100%. The group of friends began losing faith. Isn't this a bit too much for someone who just awakened? I was so foolish to place my hope in that boy, but one boy still held on to a glimmer of hope. Look, that lotus flower has appeared again. If it's Itsuki, he'll pull off another miracle. Itsuki grew eager. Now what skill will I learn this time? System update, analysis of bone fire complete. Acquired grade 2 black ice secret. Activation effect, consumes mana to continuously generate ice on the body's surface. Has the ability to block fire element skills of grade B and below. Passive effect, increases defense by 10% when blocking grade B and below fire element skills, currently 0%. Acquired grade 2 black ice secret. All stats increased by 20%. Removes all negative effects and fully restores health. New stats, attack 230 plus 21, speed 230 plus 21, defense 230 plus 210, mana 230 plus 210, total 920 plus 840. Itsuki was certain even though I used my full strength earlier I couldn't break through its defense, but now that my attack stats have increased this much, I'll succeed. His body returned to perfection, without a single wound. Itsuki stood enveloped by the brilliant blue flower. The students cheered happily. Oh my god, he's still alive. That's right, I knew he could do it. Complete recovery is nothing short of a miracle. Ageha wondered, he has a healing skill, but didn't he use a thunder element skill just now? Nento pondered. They say the Annihilator is the most mysterious class, but Itsuki is an exception. I never expected him to recover so perfectly. Will he recover even if his limbs are severed or his brain is destroyed? I'm curious about the limits of this skill. The skeleton soldier continued to discharge bone fire, attempting to eliminate Itsuki. The blazing blue flame surged forward. The blue flower enveloped Itsuki's entire body, radiating intense heat. A layer of ice armor manifested around his body for protection, revealing only his eyes flashing with a dangerous red glow. Just as the bone fire struck down, Itsuki flashed behind it with lightning speed. A towering giant arm covered in lightning was raised. He had transformed into his combat form, a larger body encased in complete armor. Itsuki unleashed his second attack, a bolt of heavenly lightning like a blade slicing horizontally across the skeleton soldier's body. The onlookers were stunned. He flew behind the spirit beast in the blink of an eye, like teleportation. Only an awakener could catch his movements. Hikaru Oishi was terrified. I didn't see anything, just like last time. Ageha doubted, is this person really a rookie? Not only does he have sturdy armor protecting his body, but he can also create weapons in any shape. That's a god-tier skill for both defense and offense. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Itsuki to pause. Rimuru rushed over and hugged him tightly. Itsuki, I'm so glad you won. I was so worried. He asked with concern, where's Seiya? Only then did Itsuki realize she wasn't by his side. Wait, she's not here, seeing the look on his face as if he were about to cry. Rimuru comforted him. She probably went to the memorial because she was afraid of falling behind. Itsuki thought to himself, is she angry? Ageha marveled, to think that boy defeated a skeleton soldier that even a level 10 awakener would struggle against. Nento reminded Ageha, stay here and help with the cleanup. By the way, tell the principal I'm taking that boy with me. Rimuru patted Itsuki's shoulder. There's no way Seiya would be mad when you win. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. You're Itsuki, right? He turned back and saw Nento approaching. From afar, the students buzzed. Look, Nento is talking to him. Is he planning to take him as a disciple? No way, his only disciple is Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest person in history. Rimuru sensibly withdrew, then I'll go look for Seiya. When it was down to the two of them, Nento evaluated, you're quite special. Itsuki was surprised to hear those words. He continued, I can feel your heart is consumed by rage and hatred. That's what makes me curious, I want to know the reason. Itsuki lowered his head, his voice sounding distant. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by a spirit beast while trying to protect me. Back then, I was just a little boy watching that horrifying scene unfold. He recounted, I almost died too, but an awakener saved me right before my eyes. I watched my mother burn to death, and then she said, you'll have to walk the rest of the road on your own. Back then, I could only stare blankly and utter, Mom. I blamed myself, my mom and dad died because of me. Nento refuted, you're wrong. The source of everything in front of you back then was that cruel spirit beast. Hatred surged within him. Itsuki gritted his teeth. I've sworn to wipe out all the spirit beasts, leaving not a single one behind. Nento wondered, you still shed tears even when your heart has been swallowed by hatred. Itsuki covered his right eye with his hand. Ever since I acquired the sight of wrath, my tears stopped flowing, but now tears just started falling from my right eye. Because of this, I will never forget my hatred for the calamity spirit beasts. Nento took the initiative to offer, "Would you like to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Salvation Alliance and grant you overwhelming power to carry out your revenge." Itsuki looked surprised and asked, "The Salvation Alliance?" Nento explained, "It's an organization established by the South Continent government, bringing together powerful awakeners from all over the world. The goal is to effectively and scientifically combat the calamity spirit beasts. You can think of it like a regular army." Nento continued, "Members are called saviors, provided with private training grounds, incredibly powerful weapons, and high salaries. Even rookies during training receive 10,000 gold per month." Itsuki thought to himself in astonishment, 10,000 gold. With that amount of money, you could even buy a car. Nento reminded him, of course, such generous treatment doesn't come for free. Saviors must always fight on the front lines and protect the people. Itsuki pondered, "Honestly, I don't care about a high salary or resources. The most important thing is being able to fight the spirit beasts on the front lines." He made up his mind, "I want to become a savior too." Nento revealed, "Every year in February, the Salvation Alliance holds an exam called the Salvation Alliance National Tournament with over 10,000 participants. Candidates are scored based on their performance and only the top 100 qualify." Itsuki immediately asked, "What's the highest score record in history?" Nento hesitated, "It doesn't serve as much of a reference." He added, "But the record is 15,000 points set by Kazunari Satsumi 11 years ago. If you score 30% of that, you'll pass. Score 50% and you can take first place." Itsuki was surprised. Kazunari Satsumi? Is that the strongest awakener, the one Rimuru mentioned as the light of humanity? Nento evaluated, "Kazunari Satsumi is very special. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. But be confident with your talent, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with him." Itsuki vowed, "I'm going to surpass Kazunari Satsumi." That confident promise left Nento shaken. He placed his trust in him. "You're bound to make a name for yourself. All the young people are trying to follow in your footsteps." He continued, "Just following behind won't win the war against the spirit beasts. One day, someone will appear just like the morning sun rising to replace the setting sun. I'm really looking forward to that future." Nento thought to himself, "The morning sun I've been waiting for has finally arrived." When he led Itsuki to a bizarrely shaped building, the boy asked in surprise, "What is that?" Nento disclosed, "The stone pillars are like pathways connecting this world to the world of the spirit beasts. That's why if you only destroy the monsters and leave the pillars alone, they'll just keep appearing." He elaborated, "This building is a facility that isolates indestructible stone pillars. Awakeners periodically wipe out the spirit beasts emerging from them. Thanks to that, the scale of the barrier is kept in check, and it also serves as a training ground." Itsuki figured it out, "So this is a training area?" Nento confirmed, "Yes, we call them stage levels. The number of spirit beasts that appear is uncontrollable, so it's very dangerous inside." He emphasized, "In particular, the stage right in front of us has the highest mortality rate for rookies. It's also known by the name Rookie's Graveyard." He recounted, "Back then, Kazunari Satsumi, when he was just a fledgling awakened, cleared it in only 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Itsuki stated, "I want to surpass him. Let me finish it in 3 minutes." Nento set a condition, "If you clear it in 3 minutes, I'll take you as my disciple." The story pauses here with a major challenge awaiting Itsuki ahead. Nento's appearance caused a buzz of awe and whispers among the crowd. "Look, it's Lord Nento. Is that the rumored rookie next to him? No way, unless he's an awakener on Kazunari Satsumi's level, there's no way he could walk side by side with Lord Nento." Itsuki glanced at the person beside him, thinking to himself, "Is this guy really that famous?" At the door ahead, a sign clearly displayed, "Level 10, 2 levels higher than a bone soldier." Itsuki wondered, just how strong is that? He sensed something unusual. No one around here had any intention of entering the stage. Behind him, the crowd chattered, "Is that guy really stepping into a stage even though he's just a rookie? That calmness definitely means he has a high-level awakener with him. I wish they'd take me in too." Someone said disdainfully, "No way, he's just here to flirt with the pretty receptionist. What a delusion, just because he's got a bit of looks." Meeting the receptionist, Itsuki announced, "I want to enter the stage." she agreed. Fine, how many challengers? Itsuki casually replied, just me. Those words left the surrounding area dead silent, with no one uttering a sound. Out of kindness, the receptionist advised, stop joking around, it's not funny. Are you just here to look, or if you're here to hit on girls, it's useless. This is an artificial stage, but it's a dangerous place that could get you injured or even killed. She thought to herself, what on earth is this guy talking about? The mocking whispers behind him flared up again. As expected, he came here to hit on girls. There are always guys like that who treat stages like dating spots. Usually they just get chewed out and slink away. Itsuki repeated, looks like you've got some misunderstanding. I have zero interest in you. I'm genuinely here just to challenge this stage. She said helplessly, you don't have to act tough just to save face. I'll give you my contact info, so please just go home already. Itsuki's attitude turned intimidating. Don't make me repeat myself. I don't care about your contact info, just let me in, that's all I want. Terrified, the receptionist handed him the wristband. All right, if you die, I'm taking zero responsibility. Itsuki thought with annoyance. Letting me in from the start would have been fine, why make me repeat myself over and over? People watching him put on the wristband looked at him with contempt. What an absolute idiot, he actually tried to hit on her. This isn't the time to act tough. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage is just committing suicide. They started betting. I bet he runs away in under a minute. Still, he's pretty confident. He has an S-rank talent too, so maybe he's actually. Someone read his information panel. Itsuki, undefined human, class, slayer, talent, special private, skills, private, stats, private. The person next to him dismissed it. For an awakener, talent is just secondary. The most important thing is level. If your level is low, having an S-rank talent becomes completely meaningless. Itsuki arrived at the door, curiously looking at the band on his wrist. My personal info has been registered on this wristband. So can I enter by scanning the code? A notification popped up. Awakener Itsuki's request has been approved. He stretched his muscles. The deal is 3 minutes, let's do this. The countdown began, and the timer started running. Itsuki dropped his previous leisurely demeanor, turning immensely dangerous as he rushed inside. Running, he assessed, the space inside is bigger than I thought. Even if it's artificial, this is my first time stepping into a stage. Itsuki's footsteps halted as he sensed, they're here. Ahead of him was a spirit beast. Information displayed, Wood Spirit 1307, Wood Spirit Tribe, B-rank talent, none, stats, attack 48, speed 48, defense 53, magic 24, total 174. Without an ounce of hesitation, he unleashed a lethal blow. After annihilating the wood spirit, Itsuki looked down at his arm, which had transformed into an axe with satisfaction. An axe used for chopping wood is the ultimate fit. He sneered, how does it feel watching your buddy get chopped in half? A bunch of short, stubby wood spirits surrounded him. Itsuki looked at them with contempt, bunch of rotting logs. Outside, Ageha anxiously asked Nento, Dad, there are plenty of other stages for rookies. Why'd you bring him to this one? He explained. He said he'd surpass Kazunari Satsumi, so I just took him to the place where Kazunari Satsumi took his very first test. He added, you already believe it's impossible to surpass Kazunari Satsumi unless someone steps outside the boundaries of humanity. He reminded her, watch your mouth, Ageha. Do you really think Kazunari Satsumi has already transcended humanity? She lowered her head. I used to think Kazunari Satsumi was kind and easy to talk to, but then I witnessed him slaughter a level 97 spirit beast in the blink of an eye. The look in his eyes back then. Cold, solitary, detached, that look didn't even seem human anymore. Nento replied, you're idolizing him, looking at him through the eyes of a god. He believed, that boy also has the potential to defeat Kazunari Satsumi. Right now, he's just an unpolished gemstone if Kazunari Satsumi can be likened to a savior god. Then Itsuki is a demon devoured by hatred, a completely opposing existence. Inside the stage, Itsuki realized after wiping out all the wood spirits, super simulation won't activate on spirit beasts at this level. Right behind his back, a gigantic spirit beast emerged. Itsuki spun around and slashed cleanly, sending the wood spirit crashing to the ground. He muttered in disappointment, that's it. He raised his guard, a level 10 spirit beast is only capable of this. No, if that were the case, this couldn't possibly be the rookie's graveyard, there has to be more to it. Panel, B-rank skill detected regeneration, super simulation activated. Analysis progress 5%. A sound echoed in Itsuki's ears. The wood spirit from earlier had regenerated, the branch vines around its body weaving like silk ribbons to form a brand new torso. Itsuki's body was instantly bound by them. He was surprised, it can still regenerate even after I chopped off half its head. Notification? Reborn Wood Spirit 520 Wood Spirit Tribe Level 10 Tier 2 Talent. Defense minus 50%, regeneration ability increased significantly, stats. Attack 110, Speed 100, Defense 60, Magic 180, Total 450. Itsuki activated Black Ice Secret, driving a frost-armored punch right through the wood spirit's body. He accelerated like a speeding arrow. I need to deal massive damage in an instant so it can't regenerate. When the progress hit 19%, he battered the wood spirit to pieces. At 21%, a sharp axe slash swept out, cutting its body cleanly in two. Itsuki declared, "Not yet, I'll hack you to pieces until you can't regenerate anymore." Countless slashes rained down on it continuously, tearing the wood spirit's body into scattering debris. Itsuki let out a breath, retracting Black Ice Secret. "That should do it. My magic power is about to run out from using Black Ice Secret for so long." But the scattered body parts of the wood spirit reconnected, making it whole once again. When progress reached 60%, Itsuki's entire body was wrapped up by branch vines. Dodging frantically, he thought, still not dead after those hits. What a pain. Good news, every time it regenerates, Super Simulation's analysis speed increases. Struggling to dodge, Itsuki canceled Black Ice Secret to limit magic consumption, using Thunder Shock Wave to maintain distance. Continuing this until analysis finishes is the winning strategy. But when a branch stabbed into his back, Itsuki ran out of options, not much time left. 75%. He activated Thunder Shock Wave and Black Ice Secret simultaneously to maximize damage, forcing it to regenerate repeatedly, speeding up the analysis. Black Ice Secret covered his entire body along with lightning. Itsuki tore the wood spirit to shreds, knowing that if he didn't trigger Super Simulation while completely drained of magic, he'd die right here. Progress reached 80%. Itsuki went all out, but if I die, it means this is my limit. At 85%, he leaped down from above. His arm transformed into a razor-sharp blade. The wood spirit was startled to see its opponent right in its face. Right at that moment, Itsuki coughed up blood. Damn it. Sharp branches pierced right through his body. He realized he had completely run out of magic. However, the simulation hit 99%. Itsuki was healed just as I thought. Activating Super Simulation costs 0 magic. I've won this match. Analysis progress 100%. System regeneration analysis complete. Acquired level 2 Lotus Explosion. Active effect, consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Power is proportional to the amount of magic consumed. Passive effect, whenever a creature level 1 or higher is killed by Lotus Explosion, the skill's range increases by 1%. Acquired level 2 Lotus Explosion. All stats increased by 20, removes all negative effects and heals all wounds. Activate Lotus Explosion. Itsuki clapped his hands in celebration. Firepower surged like a waterfall of flames pouring down onto the wood spirit. Its body was devoured by the ruthless fire. He praised it. Lotus Explosion, not bad. Standing amid the desolate landscape blanketed in thick smoke, Itsuki thought, with this power using only a third of my magic, clearing out small fry spirit beasts will be way easier from now on. But I never expected Super Simulation to restore magic even when it hit 0. He stopped when he noticed a glowing green karma stone on the ground. What's that? Outside, the receptionist worriedly said, "It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie went in and there's no sign of him coming out. We should call the rescue team right now." System displayed a red warning, challenging stage level 10. Challenger, Itsuki. Challenge time 2 minutes 9 seconds. Ageha was surprised. I didn't think he'd lose to a level 10 spirit beast, but wiping it out in 3 minutes is impossible. The notification turned blue, new record achieved, everyone present was shaken, no way. He actually killed it, and it hasn't even been 3 minutes. Update notification, challenge successful, stage level 10, challenger Itsuki. Challenge time 2 minutes 14 seconds, clear record updated. Itsuki walked out of the spatial gate, looking tattered after a grueling struggle in the jaws of death. Those who had just looked down on him now had to wipe their eyes in disbelief. He's actually alive. Is that blue liquid spirit beast blood? He was a whole minute faster than Kazunari Satsumi, and that was a level 10 spirit beast. What the hell, and that rookie is level 0? Are you kidding me? Itsuki stepped in front of Nento. Nento-san, will you officially mentor me now? Smiling with confidence, he paid his respects. Master. Nento was very proud. Well done, truly my disciple. Ageha thought in surprise. Dad is happy. It's been so long since I've seen him like this. Whispers echoed around them. He's Nento's disciple. No wonder he broke Kazunari Satsumi's record. A jealous guy sneered. Even if he's that guy's disciple, if he can't level up, he's just trash. The receptionist offered a wooden box with blushing cheeks. This is a gift for breaking the record. Please accept it, and I'm sorry for being rude earlier. Itsuki was surprised. There's a gift? Unbothered, he took the box. It's fine. Letting a level 0 rookie challenge a stage like that, anyone would think it's risky. Even if a complete stranger like me died, it wouldn't have anything to do with you, but the fact that you tried to stop me proves you were worried. Thank you. Her face turned even redder. It's nothing. Ageha reminded him, hey Itsuki, we're going to leave you behind. You look pretty high-strung, don't get too excited just because you became Dad's disciple. Itsuki wondered. Yeah, it seems this level was just compared to yours. Should we crank up the difficulty? Nento revealed. With your current ability, you can try high-level stages. Itsuki was astonished. High-level stages. Walking, he explained. Level isn't the only factor determining a spirit beast's strength. The most important factor is race. Races without intelligence that only move on instinct are very easy to deal with. But there are races with intelligence equal to or even surpassing humans. They are troublesome existences incomparable to regular spirit beasts. Ageha added, basically, awakeners and spirit beasts are almost the same kind of creature, but it's said that currently only we humans possess classes. In other words, stats vary depending on race. A high-level stage contains powerful spirit beasts like that or ones with intelligence. The difficulty is several times higher than normal stages, and since most high-level stages in the northern continent are located in North District B, that's your next destination. Any other questions? Itsuki frowned, thinking, so the one I just beat didn't have brains and it didn't scream when attacked? Meaning it didn't feel pain, he asked. If it's a spirit beast with brains, it'll feel pain, right? Ageha beside him felt a murderous aura, thinking, what kind of terrifying pressure is this? What on earth is he thinking? News about Itsuki spread quickly and people discussed. Hear the news, Nento-sen is letting him challenge a high-level stage. If it's the guy who broke Kazunari Satsumi's record, he'll be fine. High-level stages are totally different from normal ones. Above all, the stages in North District B are basically under that man's control. Every awakener who enters a high-level stage goes missing. Rumor has it they're killed by that guy. Someone asked in surprise, you mean Kinoshita Ryoji? While another blanked, who's that? Does Kinoshita Ryoji think he's a king or something? His buddy panicked and covered his mouth, signaling him to hush. Quiet, if he hears you, you'll die too. Who even is that guy anyway? Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, the son of North District B's leader, Kinoshita Ryoji, was sitting down with a servant meticulously polishing his bodyguard's boot heels at his feet. Someone behind asked, when are you heading out? He replied dismissively, all stages in North District B are under my control. I'll go whenever I feel like it. Kinoshita Ryoji sneered, waiting in line is for commoners. Itsuki and Nento's father-daughter duo sat down at a stone bench under the shade of a tree to rest. Curiously holding out the karma stone to him, Itsuki recounted, this dropped from back then. Nento wondered, you've seen karma stones before. Itsuki didn't hide it, admitting, yeah, after defeating the Calamity Spirit Beast in the stage, this thing dropped, not a single bit different. Holding the karma stone up to evaluate it, back then it was blue. Ageha surprisedly glanced at the one in Itsuki's hand, an intermediate karma stone, something like that appeared in a rookie stage. Itsuki, hearing about it this whole time, was still clueless. What exactly is a karma stone? Ageha suddenly remembered. Right, you're new, let me explain. She fed him knowledge. Another name for a karma stone is an experience stone. Put simply, after a calamity spirit beast or an awakened dies, an invisible substance called karma, or you could say experience points, is released from the corpse. When you absorb that, you level up. Karma stones are simply stones containing karma inside them. Using a karma stone to absorb karma is one way to level up. Ageha felt confused. But it's weird, karma stones don't drop very often. Why was it in this stage? Nento had the answer. It seems to be due to the influence of Itsuki's talent. The other two surprisedly spoke in unison. Talent. He explained, normally, the karma of a defeated enemy is absorbed by the victor. However, even after defeating 2 calamity spirit beasts, Itsuki didn't level up. In other words, he didn't absorb it. Yet karma once manifested doesn't simply vanish without a reason. If I'm not mistaken, the karma from the monster that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakeners present, meaning it was absorbed by us. On the other hand, a stage is a sealed space. Itsuki couldn't absorb the generated karma and there were no other vessels for it. That's why it solidified into a lump and became a karma stone. Ageha wondered curiously, he really can't level up. If he doesn't level up, then how on earth do his stats increase? Itsuki hesitated. About that, Nento's attitude turned somber, reminding her, Ageha, an awakener's talent is a secret. You must never reveal it to others. Did you forget? Realizing she broke a major taboo, Ageha hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Nento gave Itsuki full authority. I'll let you decide whether to sell that karma stone or keep it. I have a meeting with the high command of the 5 continents, so I'll be leaving for a while. In the meantime, Ageha will take care of you, but before I leave there are a few things you must keep in mind. Nento carefully instructed, first, keep our relationship a secret. Second, don't tell anyone about your talent. Third, until I return, conquer at least 6 high-level dungeons. Fourth, if you think something is right, do your absolute best. No matter what happens, I'll always be behind you supporting you. With his trust and support, Itsuki obediently replied, Yes, master. Over at North District B, a dispute broke out. 2 sides argued loudly. We got here first, why won't you let us in? This dungeon was reserved by a member of the Kinoshita family. Go home. The opposite side didn't care. So what? Just because he's got some money, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. That guy isn't even here yet, you can at least let us in first. He kept blabbering away, unaware of the impending danger. I don't know how rich that brat is, but if you don't let me in, I'll report you to the Awakener Association. No sooner had he spoken than he was sent flying far away with a single punch. The person who struck him was a tall, muscular young man with rippling muscles, Auga. Tightly toned muscles bulged across his arms. A sharp branch of spikes came shooting toward him. Auga leaned to the side and dodged it. The person who just attacked was stunned. Impossible! My grade B skill Earth Spike had no effect. Auga sneered dismissively. That's not even enough to scratch an itch. He was terrified. Earth Spike is a skill that can pierce through anything. This guy must be a monster. Both of his hands were grabbed tightly by Auga. Auga poured his strength into squeezing the opponent's wrists. His face took a punch from Auga, and blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. This horrified the onlookers. Those 2 guys were level 7 and level 8, yet they were killed instantly without a chance to do anything. That big guy is way beyond overpowered. Someone who knew his background said, That's one of the 4 pillars under Kinoshita Ryuji, a level 12 metal element elementalist. Auga declared, I won't spare anyone who dares to enter the dungeon without Ryuji's permission. If you guys intentionally defy me, I'll make sure you end up exactly like these 2. His hand was still tightly gripping the other guy's neck. These people are going to rot right here, don't even think about trying to rescue them. His comrade reminded him, Auga, don't overdo it, those pieces of trash are watching us. If you beat up a weak student, I'm going to get snitched on to the teacher. Auga immediately let go, dropping the guy down to the ground. He was just in time to be caught by Itsuki, while covered in blood. Itsuki's presence sparked curiosity among the crowd. Who is that guy? Didn't he hear that helping them is forbidden? A level 0, he's totally doomed. A beautiful woman beside him felt, it's like I've seen that somewhere before. Auga darkened his expression. Hey newbie, I said nobody passes through here without Ryuji's permission. If you don't want to end up like those 2 fools, obediently go home. Itsuki uttered, I see, so I have to defeat you to enter the dungeon. Ageha patched through, I'll contact the administrator of North District B. This kind of selfishness cannot be permitted. Itsuki refused, no need. My master told me that if I think something is right, I have to give it my all. He handed the injured person over to the woman watching. Please take care of the others. The murderous intent radiating from Itsuki made someone wary. This guy, what kind of freak is he? Information about him was completely hidden. Itsuki, unfixed level human class, annihilator talent, special grades, skills, private, stats, private. Auga was surprised. Even though he's level 0, he faces me without trembling at all. Is it because of a rare class? He felt something was off. Wait, why am I feeling this kind of pressure? Even with a rare class, I'm still 12 levels ahead. The difference in stats is impossible to bridge. Information about this guy displayed. Auga, level 12 human class, metal element elementalist, secondary talent. Effect after turning to metal in a stationary state, defense increased by 50%, skill. Metallization stats: Attack 110, Speed 100, Defense 250, Mana 145, Total 605. Aoga was stunned to see his opponent's actions. His eyes revealed hard-to-conceal astonishment. The image of Itsuki rushing forward was reflected in his pupils. A punch struck him straight on, both powerful and precise. This sight horrified the onlookers. So fast, is he really level 0? Even at level 8 I'm not sure I could keep up. Itsuki's fist was smoking because the opponent's face had turned into metal. He was surprised. He blocked it with metallization. Aoga's two arms, covered in metallization, tapped against each other, fast. Two punches landed, but they lacked so much power. Itsuki dodged backward. He realized, to succeed in ambushing an enemy over 10 levels higher, I probably really need to boost my speed with Thunder Shockwave. Itsuki's updated info: Itsuki Unfixed Level Human Class Annihilator Talent, Special Grade Nirvana Skills, Grade Z Super Simulation Level 1 Thunder Shockwave Level 2 Black Ice Secret Level 2 Lotus Burst Stats: Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 250, Mana 250, Total 1000. Detected Grade C Skill Metallization. Super Simulation activated. Analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki was surprised. A skill threatening enough to trigger Super Simulation? I have to get serious. Itsuki rushed forward once again. Normal attacks can't break through metallization's defense, so I'll just target the flesh instead. Aoga's footsteps slammed heavily onto the ground to anchor himself. His body fully metallized with an extremely arrogant attitude. A weakling with neither strength nor speed. Itsuki's plan was half successful. He thought, that was my fastest speed. Aoga was complacent. Itsuki accelerated with Thunder Shockwave, lightning coating his body. He raised his fist. Seen the new skill yet? Aoga was shocked. Thunder Element? Itsuki swore. I won't give you a chance to use metallization. Simulation increased to 59%. Itsuki unleashed a flurry of punches on him. The others froze. How can that guy use a skill from another class? He's so fast my eyes can't catch him. Can that level 0 really beat Aoga? Aoga was now biting his teeth, trying to endure the pain. This is bad. I don't have a chance to metallize. Even though he's level 0, why is he this fast? If this keeps up, I'll lose. Aoga needed help. Damn it, I can't even speak. Don't just stand there watching, save me. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to try that move. A formidable power erupted from his entire body, and his body became completely metallized. Itsuki was surprised. This guy! He metallized his entire body. Updated info: Analysis progress of Grade C Skill Metallization 88%. Aoga gritted his teeth. I'm very grateful. I've never succeeded in fully metallizing my body before, but thanks to you pushing me, I finally did it. He smiled, looking at his current result. A single body part being metallized increases defense by 50%, and my talent grants an additional 50% defense when stationary. In other words, my current defense has exceeded 500. I intended to slice you in half, but as a reward for helping me successfully pull off this new skill, I'll let you die a painless death. Two spectators chatted. Level 12 with a defense over 500. Not a single person at the same level can break through his defense. He's truly a monster. I thought a level 0 would win. Itsuki calmly smiled and asked, if I'm not mistaken, fully metallizing the body consumes a massive amount of mana. If you dumped all your stat points into defense, your mana pool can't possibly be that high. Progress reached 99%. Aoga was annoyed. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? He had to admit Itsuki's intuition was really sharp. The lotus flower had enveloped his body. Itsuki reassured, don't worry, I won't use such a tedious tactic to drain your mana down to 0. I'll end this right now. Update info: Analysis progress 100%. Ageha glanced at that flower. It's coming, that blue lotus flower. Itsuki is about to get stronger again. The people around saw the lotus flower closing like a bud and were surprised. A lotus flower? Is this a level 0 skill? It doesn't look like an attack skill, but how can he defeat Aoga with something like that? Update notification: Analysis of metallization complete. Acquired skill: True Piercing Orb level 1. Active effect: fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at a speed of 1 ms and pierces through all enemies in its path, ignoring all defense stats. Passive effect: every time an enemy with higher defense stats than the user is defeated by this sphere, its flying speed increases by 100%. Current increase, 0%. Itsuki evaluated, ignores defense. If this hits, I can definitely deal damage. The problem is the flying speed is only 1 ms, even an ordinary person could dodge it. Timing the attack is extremely crucial. If my opponent were that stationary punching bag, I wouldn't even need to calculate the timing. He declared the absolute defense he's so proud of, I'm going to smash it to pieces. The system reminded, acquired true piercing orb level 1. All stats plus 10. Removes all negative effects, fully restores all wounds. New stats: attack 260 plus 10, speed 260 plus 10, defense 260 plus 10, mana 260 plus 10, total 1040 plus 40. Itsuki was pointing at the true piercing orb hovering inside the flower. Even he was looking forward to it. Try dodging this. System notification: activate true piercing orb. The surrounding people buzzed with discussion. That's a skill I've never seen before. So this is the Annihilator, reputed to be the most mysterious class among the four. Can a skill unleashed by a level 0 Annihilator pierce through the defense of that level 12 defense expert? That confident look, it must be an extremely terrifying move. The true piercing orb flashed, radiating a halo around it. It hovered midair. Those people stood frozen, seeing no reaction from Auga. Someone wondered curiously, just a tiny sphere, that's it? Are you kidding me? What a disappointment. Auga mocked, you think you can force me to move and nullify my talent effect with such a tiny sphere? How naive. He walked toward the true piercing orb, confidently declaring, if this is your trump card, then you're about to die a miserable death. But he stood frozen as the orb pierced straight through his body. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood gushed profusely from the wound. Itsuki coldly reminded, I told you to dodge. Since you're human, I only took your right arm. If you were a spirit beast, I would have aimed for your neck. Auga writhed as he fell, clutching his severed arm, screaming in pain. My arm. Itsuki glanced at the people behind and called out, what are you guys still standing there for? Go take him to the hospital, didn't you hear? Seeing they made no move, Itsuki repeated in a cold tone, I said scram. They silently carried Auga away from the scene. The remaining people celebrated and cheered. He won. He actually won. Well done, serves him right. Two people immediately came over to recruit him. Do you want to form a party with us? There are 3 of us so we can quickly conquer the dungeon. No, form a party with me. There are only 2 of us so there will be more experience points to share. They fell into an argument over recruiting him. Someone else interrupted. All 3 of you are Auga's members. Are you really planning to challenge yourselves at the flaming magma execution ground? The spirit beasts there have defensive capabilities on par with that guy. The person next to them replied, we have Sister Priestess. We can restore mana for him and let him cast that orb infinitely. Itsuki was surprised and thought to himself, their defense is on par with Auga? Even better. The vacuum-piercing purifying spirit sphere, its flying speed increases every time it defeats an enemy with higher defense than myself. I can increase the flying speed of the true piercing orb inside this dungeon. The 2 groups expectantly looked at Itsuki. Speak up, which side will you choose? He rejected both, having been used to acting alone. I'll go by myself. A few people behind couldn't believe their ears. Soloing a tier 15 high-level dungeon, he's gotten arrogant after defeating Auga. The 2 recently rejected people said disappointedly, I admit he's strong but he's too full of himself. Someone left. Looks like we don't meet his standards, we'll go look for someone else. Choha kindly reminded, all the spirit beasts here have defensive power on par with Auga. We saw you have the skill to defeat them, but can you sustain the mana consumption? Itsuki calmly reassured, it's fine, don't worry. She blushed deeply, stubbornly scolding him, who's worried? I only asked because if you die here, Dad will blame me. I'm going to take care of the injured. Do whatever you want. Choha still felt uneasy and added, also, the Stone Clan lack intelligence but they move in groups, so be careful about your mana consumption. Itsuki replied, got it. Afterward, he walked over to the dungeon gate. A notification from the touch screen popped up when he connected his bracelet to the scanner. The request of Awakena Itsuki has been approved. Upon stepping into the dungeon, he got his answer. There are actually more of them than I thought. Inside was a barren wasteland full of gravel and rocks. Itsuki glanced at the spirit beasts inside, truly a high-level dungeon. The stats and levels of the spirit beasts are much higher than before. Update notification. Stone Statue 927, Stone Clan Level 9 Secondary Talent. Converts all mana into defense stats. Attack 115, Speed 50, Defense 295, Mana 0, Total 460. He used the True Piercing Orb to attack the first stone statue that rushed forward, to see if these guys met the skill's passive requirement. The True Piercing Orb activated, blooming like an eye-catching flower. The sphere shot toward the stone statue, piercing straight through its body. Notification displayed, defeated Level 9 stone statue. True piercing orb speed increased by 100%. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief just as I thought. He continued his previous action, sweeping through with the true piercing orb. Two giant stone statues aggressively rushed forward in succession. Itsuki calmly dealt with them. These guys are very slow and don't know how to dodge. They're perfect supply sources for the true piercing orb. Until the whole mob went down, notification displayed, defeated level 9 stone statue. True piercing orb speed increased by 100%. Update progress, mana 110-60. Itsuki estimated a true piercing orb consumes 50 mana, so I have about 2 shots left. Only 2 uses left and the boss hasn't even shown up yet. So there are 3 left. If that's the case, he decided, I have to take down 2 of them at the same time with a single true piercing orb. Itsuki leaped high into the air, aiming down at the stone statue below, leaning his entire body forward to hurl the orb. His eyes flashed with a dangerous red glow. Receiving the blooming flower containing the true piercing orb, lightning burst from it, bringing the enlarged true piercing orb crashing down. Before long, the remaining stone statue was eliminated. Notification displayed, defeated level 9 stone statue. True piercing orb speed increased by 100%. Itsuki wearily lay down, breathing heavily, sweating profusely like rain, feeling exhausted right before running out of mana. So tired! Hopefully one day I can get a healing skill. After resting enough, Itsuki sat up to check the system. It's at 5 ms now. It can even catch up to running targets. While he was absent-mindedly checking the info, a giant stone beast ambushed from above his head. A strike from it slammed down, causing the ground to shake. It activated the Grade B skill, Gigantification. Its info displayed, Giant Stone Man 28 Stone Clan level 15 secondary talent, converts all mana into defense stats, attack 239, speed 60, defense 478, mana 0, total 777. The size of the giant stone surprised Itsuki. It's huge. He immediately activated Thunder Shockwave, adding 50% speed. With lightning speed, Itsuki climbed onto the giant stone. In his heart, he felt a bit uncertain. Can a single true piercing orb take down something like this? That's why he had to aim for its weak spot. Maybe if I aim for the head. Taking advantage of the giant stone's distraction, Itsuki threw the true piercing orb into its exposed head. Seeing the giant stone turn toward him, he hurriedly retreated. Not good. The true piercing orb is too small. Even if it pierces through, it won't deal much damage. Its fist was closing in on Itsuki. He stressed, bad news, I can't dodge midair. To block this blow, Itsuki activated Black Ice Wall. The collision caused an explosive shockwave there. He was blasted into the cliff behind, fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and uttered, this brute of a giant is tougher than I thought. Newly updated notification, detected gigantification skill, super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. This made Itsuki happy. Turns out it's this big thanks to a skill that makes it easier. On Ryoji's side, his bodyguard Tanky received a call. He was startled. What? Ryoji frowned, unhappily reminding him, I told you not to make noise in front of me. He bowed his head to admit fault. Sorry, this is a completely unexpected matter. He continued, what is it? Tanky reported, it seems someone defeated Auga and forcibly entered the dungeon. The glass of wine in Ryoji's hand was crushed, an angry voice ringing out, what did he do? He always bragged that no one under level 30 could break through his defense. Could an awakener over level 30 have arrived? Tanky replied, the number of falling stone pillars has increased sharply recently, so all awakeners above level 30 are busy dealing with them. They don't have time to come here. Besides, the actual challengers at the flaming magma execution ground are just newbies around level 10. He refuted, there's no way a level 0 could defeat Auga. He pleaded, that's right, naturally if you give me more time I'll investigate more thoroughly. Ryoji stood up calmly saying, that's unnecessary. Even if the opponent is level 30 you're still here right. The flaming magma execution ground is famous for its tenacious calamity spirit beasts and conquering it takes an extremely long time. Even if we set off for there now, it'll still be in time, right? Tanky hesitated. But without knowing the opponent's identity, we should still proceed cautiously. He was unhappy, angrily reminding, I said we're going now, don't make me say it twice. That aura scared him into breaking out in a cold sweat, obeying, yes. Ryoji changed clothes while angrily declaring, I'll make them regret crossing the Kinoshita family. Inside the dungeon, when progress reached 100%, Itsuki knew it was time for revenge. Finally, I don't have to run around like a mouse anymore. The lotus flower enveloped his body into a tightly sealed bud without a single gap. Notification displayed, analysis of grade B skill, gigantification complete. Itsuki was surprised, didn't get a new skill. True Piercing Orb leveled up to 2, let's see if it has any new effects. System reminder, True Piercing Orb level 2 active effect, fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at a speed of 5 ms, piercing through all enemies in its path and ignoring their defense. New feature after activation, the user can adjust the size of the sphere by consuming extra mana. Passive effect, every time the True Piercing Orb destroys an enemy with higher defense stats than the user, its flying speed increases by 200%. Maximum flying speed can increase up to 500%. He realized the passive effect had increased from 100% to 200%. Above all, I can now adjust the size of the True Piercing Orb using mana. Itsuki eagerly said, let's test it right now. Newly updated info, acquired True Piercing Orb level 2, all stats plus 20, removes all negative effects and heals all wounds. Stats, attack 280 plus 20 speed, 280 plus 20 defense, 280 plus 20 mana, 280 plus 20 total, 1120 plus 80. The lotus flower infused with energy by Itsuki had grown gigantic, nurturing the largest True Piercing Orb he could currently create by consuming all his mana. The flower bud gradually bloomed, carrying a formidable surge of energy. The energy pillar pierced straight through the giant stone's body, tearing it into pieces of rubble. Itsuki marveled, maybe I went a little overboard. Current mana is at 0-80. After the giant stone was eliminated, a new notification appeared, defeated level 15 giant stone man. True Piercing Orb speed increased by 200%. Itsuki was extremely astonished. Consuming all mana, I didn't expect to unleash such a huge True Piercing Orb. He estimated, the flying speed of the True Piercing Orb is now 7 ms. If I clear this dungeon 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a car. System display, True Piercing Orb level 2 active effect, fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at a speed of 5 ms, piercing through all enemies in its path and ignoring their defense. After activation, the user can adjust the size of the sphere by consuming extra mana. Passive effect, every time the True Piercing Orb destroys an enemy with higher defense stats than the user, its flying speed increases by 200%. Current flying speed has increased by 700%. Itsuki discovered, wait, the active effect is actually quite useful, isn't it? The passive of Lotus Burst expands the range of all skills, which means the flight distance of the True Piercing Orb will also increase. Info on Lotus Burst displayed. Passive effect. Every time a living creature from level 1 and above is killed by Lotus Burst, the range of all self-skills increases by 1%. Itsuki deduced, so if I keep increasing the passive effect of Lotus Burst, one day I'll be able to eliminate calamity spirit beasts from thousands or even tens of thousands of meters away. Outside the dungeon gate, the notification board had turned blue, challenge successful, level 15 dungeon. Challenger, Itsuki, time 3 minutes 1 second, clear record updated. Everyone present was astonished, 3 minutes 1 second, no way, even a 5-person team takes over 10 minutes. Did he kill the spirit beast in a single hit? I can't believe he broke Kazunari Satsumi's record of 3 minutes 19 seconds. What kind of monster is he? He's coming out. Seeing that Itsuki was still at the same level, they became even more shocked. Why is he still level 0? Is the notification window broken? He isn't even injured and his clothes are barely dirty. There's no way he conquered it. Ageha praised him inwardly. He completed it without a scratch this time too. I never expected him to break Jin's record. Pulling back her expression, she put on a serious look and warned, that was way too fast. Itsuki couldn't help explaining it was quite weak compared to mid-sized spirit beasts, so its defense was very thin. I managed to beat it. Noticing the green butterfly flying beside her, he asked, what is this butterfly? She introduced it. Its name is Bitch Deep. My awakening class is Spirit Summoner. This child is my summoned spirit. Itsuki was surprised. Bitch Deep, this is the first time I've seen a summoned spirit. It's so pretty. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, I've always wondered, but how many types of awakening classes are there? Ageha was quite surprised. You don't know, that's common knowledge. Holding up 3 fingers, she explained, classes are divided into 4 types. You've probably seen 3 of them already. Once again, Ageha shared her knowledge with Itsuki. First are elementalists. They possess the power to control 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. Elementalists are the most common class among awakeners. This class also has the highest basic combat power. She mentioned Hikaru Oishi. That guy earlier belonged to that type. Second are spirit summoners. They can summon spirits that obey them absolutely. Information about the butterfly appeared. Bitch Deep B rank level 15 skills hidden stats hidden. Beside it was information about her. Ageha human level 6 class spirit summoner tier 2 talent hidden summon spirit hidden stats hidden. She revealed, a summoned spirit will always stay by its master's side. Spirit summoners from the very moment they are born. Finished speaking, Ageha asked, do you have any other questions? Itsuki figured it out. Her level is lower than her summoned spirits. Is she really a veteran awakener? She sighed, this guy really has no idea what tact is. Ageha admitted, that's right. Summoned spirits absorb experience and level up, so basically they have a higher level than their masters. Itsuki deduced, if that's the case, when fighting a spirit summoner, targeting their master is the best choice. Ageha thought in terror, that dark aura is leaking out again. What on earth is that? Itsuki needed more info. What about the other classes? You've only introduced 2. She replied, third are the mysterious classes with very little information available right now. Ageha disclosed, your class Slayer. She added, the reason it's mysterious is because every Slayer has a different ability. But you're Blue Lotus. Other people can control body size at will or create infinite clones. There are also Slayers who can stretch their bodies like rubber. Regular class skills are divided into 4 ranks from C to S. However, Slayers only possess Z-rank skills, falling outside that standard classification system. The reason Slayers are considered special is because they possess unique skills. If the enemy learns your skills, a Slayer loses their biggest weapon. That's why Dad scolded me for asking about your skills. Even so, you're an abnormal existence even among Slayers. From what I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are things only elementalists can use. Itsuki thought to himself, my master isn't here. If she keeps talking about me like this, it's not good. He continued the topic, what about the final class? I've never seen it. Ageha pondered, the final class is, I'll let you know after I see it. That's punishment because you didn't give me any information about yourself. Itsuki stopped pressing her. Fine. Ageha suddenly remembered. Oh right, the student you rescued is fine. By the way, what do you plan to do after this? He revealed, I plan to conquer this dungeon a few more times. She reminded him, do you really know nothing? Dungeons have cooldown times. This place recovers very slowly, so the earliest you can enter again is in 2 days. Only then did Itsuki realize there's a cooldown too. No wonder that guy Kinoshita Ryuji monopolized this dungeon. If I can't strengthen the passives of True Crossing Bridge, I'll level up Lotus Explosion. He asked, is there any dungeon that contains a large number of spirit beasts? Ageha brought good news. A dungeon packed with spirit beasts, there is one. The level of the spirit beasts in that dungeon isn't too high, but the numbers are massive. Even by the lowest estimates, there are around 100 locust-type spirit beasts. Many awakeners back down when they see that number. She was curious. Without an AoE skill, what do you plan to do? AoE means area of effect attacks. He replied, of course I'm going. Thinking to himself, come to think of it, I haven't used Lotus Explosion in front of her yet. Does she not know I have an area of effect skill? Ageha gave up. Seriously, with someone lacking AoE skills like you, it's going to be really tough, you know. Itsuki calmed her down. It's fine, don't worry. The people behind who overheard this got scared. That guy, is he heading to the Locust Wasteland? Does he know no fear? Forget it, if Kinoshita Ryuji finds out about this, he'll definitely show up. They decided, let's get out of here before we get dragged into the fight. When Ryuji arrived, the place was completely deserted. Nobody here. Tanky confirmed, yes, it seems the target went somewhere else. Ryuji's face darkened. It's only been 30 minutes since then and he already conquered the fiery rock execution ground. He worried, hard to believe, but it seems so. What do we do now? Ryuji could only curse. Damn it, daring to make a fool out of me. He ordered, if he used skills, he must have left traces of magic. Contact the hounds and track him down. From this moment on, I've got a score to settle. We must capture him alive. I'll make him taste living hell. In a desolate alleyway, Charles was hiding, thinking to himself, I've never heard of Kinoshita Ryuji having such a powerful guy by his side. Damn it, I shouldn't have accepted this assassination request. Breathing heavily, he hid behind a wall. If I didn't have the Earth escape technique, I would have been killed by him. Charles peeked out. Since I've come this far, I must be safe now. Right behind him, a death hound lunged forward with its hideous mouth wide open. It clamped down tightly on Charles's neck without letting go. Behind it, the death hound's master, Charles Waite Sarley, stepped forward and ordered, "Looks like you have something to say. Death hound, loosen your grip a bit." Charles wheezed, "How the hell did you find me?" Sarley revealed so he could die in peace. "My nose is really sharp. That deadly scent you guys give off, I can smell it." Charles begged in terror, "Please don't kill me." Sarley refused. "Can't do that. Lord Kinoshita would take his anger out on me. Besides, the Death Hound hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time, you know." He commanded the Death Hound, "Eat, chow time." It opened its mouth and lunged toward tonight's feast. After eating, the Death Hound broke through its limit. Sarley happily stroked its thick fur, finally leveled up. System notification: Death Hound B rank level 16 skills. Death Chi C rank sends all magical traces in the area to locate and track the magic source. Desire of Death B rank: after the summoned spirit dies, the resurrection time is significantly reduced. Stats: attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, magic 150. Afterwards, he made a phone call to report, "Things are done on this end." Sarley received new news: badly injured, that stubborn Auga. Did someone hit his weak spot? Understood, I'm on my way. He left. Let's go, Grim Reaper. A new prey has appeared. Itsuki was currently in the Locust Wasteland. Looking at the golden wheat fields stretching before him, he asked curiously, "Is this the place? Do these wheat fields stretching as far as the eye can see really have that many locusts?" Ajaha explained, "Spirit beasts tend to choose environments they prefer when invading this world. Therefore, deducing the type of spirit beast based on the environment is one of the essential skills for an awakener." He confirmed, "Got it." Itsuki looked around. "There isn't even a reception desk here," she helplessly revealed. "That's right, the danger level of this dungeon is so high that they even considered dismantling it." He was confused. "It has a lower level than the fiery rock execution ground though. Why go as far as dismantling the reception desk?" Ajaha replied. "In a normal dungeon, if you can't win, you can run away, but here, the calamity spirit beasts are unusually aggressive and numerous. If you let your guard down even a little, you'll be surrounded by countless locusts and eaten alive." She stated the end result, down to the bones. Itsuki focused entirely on one thing: "So there really are a lot of spirit beasts here. Awesome." Ajaha was surprised. "What, do you want to die that badly?" He answered seriously, "I'm not desperate enough to get eaten alive by bugs and die." She watched Itsuki step into the dungeon, thinking to herself, judging by his attitude, he should be fine. Ajaha lowered her eyes, sadly uttering, "He stepped into the dungeon on his own and I've warned him plenty. If anything happens, he'll take responsibility for himself." She suddenly remembered something important. "Wait, what am I doing? I forgot to tell him that the locusts keep spawning endlessly until he defeats the boss. I have to go inside and let Itsuki know." Suddenly she felt someone stepping up behind her. Charles and his death hound had tracked them down here. Sneering, he asked the girl, "I'm looking for someone." Inside the dungeon, Itsuki looked at the vast, quiet wheat field and assessed, "It's pretty deserted here." He clapped to make some noise. "Wake up, you bugs, I'm here to wipe you out." Hearing the noise, the swarm of locusts flew out. Itsuki was unbothered. Their level is surprisingly low. They meet the conditions for Lotus Explosion, so it doesn't matter. Masses of dense locusts flew toward him. They were demon locusts, insect tribe, stats hidden, talent none. Itsuki sighed with emotion. They really are packed. He created a Lotus Explosion made of fire. Even better. If they bunch up, it saves me the hassle. Once they enter the range of Lotus Explosion, I'll crush them all at once. Waiting until the locusts swarmed thickly, Itsuki decided, "Activate Lotus Explosion now." A flash of light pierced through the dark space. A flurry of notifications popped up as the explosion erupted and incinerated them. Defeated level 1 demon locust using Lotus Explosion. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Itsuki stood amidst the thick smoke and dust, having effortlessly wiped out the first wave. Notification update: Level 2 Lotus Explosion. Active effect: consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 10.5-meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic consumed. Passive effect: whenever a living creature level 1 or higher is defeated using Lotus Explosion, the range of all skills increases by 1%. He deduced, currently at 110%. 110% means I killed 110 of them at the same time. With spirit beasts at this level, spending 10% magic to trade for 10% firepower is fine. Considering remaining magic and combat regeneration, I can probably fire about 10 more times. Even if each time wipes out 100 enemies, I can boost total skill range by another 1000%. Looking at the upgraded magic notification, Itsuki evaluated. Magic 252-28. If this dungeon didn't have a cooldown, things would go much smoother. Curiously looking at the band on his wrist, strange, the challenge successful notification didn't appear. Notification reminder, C-rank skill detected, Mother's Will, super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki turned back alertly, still more enemies. Larger locusts swarmed to surround him. Itsuki hurriedly activated a layer of black ice secret to protect himself, shocked inwardly. Mother's Will is the boss's skill here. I let my guard down thinking there wasn't a boss. He stayed alert. It's lucky I could increase my skill range with Lotus Explosion again. But the problem is I don't know where the boss is. Itsuki activated Lotus Explosion. If that's how it is, I'll just wipe out all the small fry until the boss shows its face. A second explosion erupted as the locusts were caught in it. Notification update, defeated level 1 demon locust using Lotus Explosion. Range of all skills increased by 1%, currently plus 220%. Itsuki rejoiced silently. Lotus Explosion's radius is 16 meters now. The effect is amazing. He continued reading the notification, level 2 Lotus Explosion. Active effect, consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 16-meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic consumed. Itsuki impatiently stared at the sea of locusts ahead. I've wiped out 110 small fry, but the boss still hasn't shown up. Another dense swarm of locusts flooded in. Itsuki saw them flying up from cracks in the ground. They're appearing again. Notification update, analysis progressed 27%. He figured I can only use Lotus Explosion 9 more times. Looking at current magic reaching 230-280. Itsuki used Lotus Explosion again. No matter how many times you appear, I'll wipe you all out. Blazing fire surged, radiating intense heat. After the third attack, he reaped a pile of accumulative results. Defeated level 1 demon locust using Lotus Explosion. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Itsuki unleashed 7 consecutive Lotus Explosions to attack. The fiery blaze swept across the entire area. Newly updated info, active effect, consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 54.5-meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic consumed. Passive effect, whenever a living creature level 1 or higher is defeated using Lotus Explosion, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Currently plus 990%. Itsuki wondered, I've beaten the swarm 9 times so far and boosted Lotus Explosion's range by 990%. But I only have enough magic for one more Lotus Explosion. Yet why is magic at 5280? Seeing the locusts flying like a storm, he was startled. Do they have no stopping point? And the boss shows no sign of appearing. One option is to retreat from the dungeon and challenge it again after analyzing. But Itsuki frowned dismissively. Losers do that. He continued creating Lotus Explosion. No matter how many there are, I'll wipe them all out. Firepower surged violently from a giant lotus flower planted right in the center. Itsuki nearly exhausted all his strength with this move. Seeing them flying in black swarms, he panicked. Still going, and the numbers haven't dropped at all. When progress hit 91%, Itsuki realized, what's going on? Ever since the first wave, every spirit beast that appeared was level 1 and their bodies were as small as if they were just born. He woke up to the realization, I see. The boss's ability is infinite reproduction. Information on the mother locust displayed. Queen Locust 279 Insect Tribe Level 13 First Tier Talent. Trait of spawning a massive amount of demon locust eggs. Skill, mothers will C-rank remotely control hatched demon locusts up to 110. Itsuki understood the logic. If it reproduces infinitely, no matter how hard I try, it's useless. Unless I destroy the boss, I'm out of magic. But when progress ticked from 98% to 99%, Itsuki felt confident. It should finish analyzing soon. When analysis hit 100%, the lotus formed a sphere wrapping around him. Newly updated info, finished analyzing Mother's Will, acquired level 1 Magic Sense. Level 1 Magic Sense active effect. After activation, continuously consumes mana to sense the flow of mana within a 100-meter diameter. Effective range expanded to 1100 meters thanks to Lotus Explosion's passive effect. Passive effect, upon detecting an enemy unit, restores 10% of personal mana. Itsuki was amazed. A scouting skill with Lotus Explosion's passives. The effective range is now over 1000 meters. Furthermore, I can recover magic every time I sense an enemy. He couldn't hide the joy rising in his chest. This is the perfect passive effect for this dungeon. Ignoring the boss and continuing to hunt small fry isn't a bad idea. But I've kept Ageha waiting, so I have to finish this dungeon now. System reminder, acquired level 1 magic sense, all stats increased, all negative effects removed and wounds fully healed. New stats: attack 290 plus 10, speed 290 plus 10, defense 290 plus 10, magic 290 plus 10, total 1160 plus 40. Itsuki placed his hand on his shield, the lotus turning red. Find the boss's location using magic sense. Waves of sensory pulses rippled outward in concentric circles in all directions. Finally, the Queen Locust's location was uncovered. Itsuki opened his eyes wide and uttered, "Found you." He created True Crossing Bridge to destroy it. A sphere carried dark energy outward. Itsuki said casually, trying to use your children as shields. Lotus Explosion unleashed a massive surge of lightning toward the target. He firmly believed, useless. With Lotus Explosion's passive applied to True Crossing Bridge, its flight distance will definitely reach it now. Notification reminder, True Crossing Bridge range, 120 meters. True Crossing Bridge plunged straight down into the ground. The Queen Locust hurriedly flew out of its hiding spot. Itsuki lunged from behind, not letting it escape. He smiled coldly, checkmate. A strike pierced straight through the Queen Locust's body. Green slime splattered everywhere. The baby locusts flew around erratically like headless flies. Itsuki observed, losing their queen has thrown them into chaos. He activated Black Ice Secret, firepower surging on his arm. Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your mother soon. After a sweep, Itsuki estimated. With all skill ranges increased by 10%, Lotus Explosion's explosion radius is 65.5 meters, and True Crossing Bridge's flight distance has also increased. True Crossing Bridge's current flight distance is 131 meters. Reward update notification. Level 2 Lotus Explosion. Active effect. Consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 65.5 meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic consumed. Passive effect. Whenever a living creature level 1 or higher is defeated using Lotus Explosion, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Currently plus 1210%. True Crossing Bridge flight distance, 131 meters. Itsuki picked up a karma stone. This really is a bumper crop. Once the cooldown is over, I'll challenge it again, and this time I'll push Lotus Explosion's passive effect into the 5-digit numbers. The notification outside the gate displayed, new record achieved. Challenge time, 17 minutes 7 seconds. Itsuki was surprised. Took 17 minutes. Ageha must have been worried sick. She'll probably act cold again when I return safely. But actually, she's very kind and thoughtful. Her denial is pretty cute, though. He happily stepped out of the gate. I'm back, sorry for making you worry. Itsuki froze, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he looked at the scene before him. Ageha was currently being choked by Charles, lifted up into the air. He asked with interest. Itsuki went in alone and came out safely. You're the guy Kinoshita Ryoji is hunting, right? He continued, just in time. I was planning to make her spill info about you, but even in this state she didn't blab anything. She's stubborner than most men. Itsuki said in an icy tone, let go of that filthy hand. If you do, I'll just beat you up and let you go. Charles smirked, don't get cocky, level 0 rookie. Itsuki moved at blinding speed, raising his fist straight toward him. Charles hurriedly ordered, too fast, Deathhound lunge, use your head to block his punch. System notification, B-rank summoned spirit detected, Deathhound. Super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. From that, Itsuki realized, this dog is a summoned spirit, meaning the guy in the hat is a spirit summoner. Charles had his own conclusion, he makes no wasted movements and his speed is terrifyingly fast. No wonder even Auga lost, he probably didn't even have time to use goldification. He said calmly, but I have the Death Hound and a hostage. Ageha's throat was squeezed tightly by Charles until it hurt and she let out a soft groan. Itsuki worried for her safety, shouting loudly, Ageha, analysis progress reaching 34%. The Death Hound broke free from Itsuki's restraint and lunged savagely. Charles thought confidently, Zai's bite force can crush any defense with stats below 300. The best he can hope for is just having an arm ripped off. But reality turned out completely different from expectations. Charles gasped in shock. What? Itsuki had activated Dark Ice Veil covering his arm, while his other hand was forming penetrating True Sphere. Lotus Bloom was placed right beneath the Death Hound's throat. penetrating true sphere shot straight through its head. He recalled the saying, "Without a Shikigami master is fundamentally weak." Analysis progress reached 77%. Charles wondered curiously, is this guy a rookie so he doesn't know that Shikigami can resurrect? Zai possessed the B-rank skill, Death's Urge, which could shorten its resurrection time. Seeing the Death Hound rushing up from behind, he gloated, "Keep being careless and become Zai's meal." Itsuki activated magic perception, the sensory waves expanding as the progress reached 89%. He concluded, continuously activating magic perception ever since acquiring it seemed like the right choice. The progress was rising to 91%. Itsuki spun around, delivering a powerful kick to the Death Hound. Glancing at Charles behind him, he thought, the analysis is almost done. If Azure Lotus appears due to super simulation, he might get suspicious. His strength and speed surpass Zai's, and he even has a scouting skill. I couldn't even pull off a sneak attack like that. He used Ageha to threaten him. Resist anymore and this woman is dead. Itsuki's plan was, I want to finish the analysis without Azure Lotus showing up. Notification reminder, analysis progress 100%. Death Hound analysis complete. Acquired rank 2 Devouring Shikigami. Devouring Shikigami rank 2 active effect. By directly touching a Shikigami from H rank and below you can make it your own. Passive effect, usable Shikigami slot, 02. Itsuki was surprised. Turns out I can steal Shikigami. I finished the analysis without Azure Lotus showing up. Notification reminder, acquired rank 2 Devouring Shikigami. All stats increased by 20. Because super simulation was not fully activated, the removal of debuffs and wound healing did not take place. New stats: attack 310 plus 20 speed, 310 plus 20 defense, 310 plus 20 magic power, 310 plus 20. He deduced, so there's a price for skipping Azure Lotus and losing the healing effect. But since I recovered from the dungeon just now, I can still go all out without needing healing. It seems I can steal other people's Shikigami with this skill. Seeing the Death Hound open its jaws and charge, Itsuki formed a new plan. The lotus flower bloomed in the palm of his hand. If that's the case, Itsuki slammed the flower hard against the Death Hound's head. I'm taking your dog. The Death Hound's entire body was restrained by a mysterious force. He leaned to the side, lifting his leg to kick hard toward it. A single kick sent the Death Hound crashing to the ground. Charles cursed angrily, "Useless dog, what did I feed you all those experience points for?" He increased the pressure on Ageha's neck. "Hey, if you resist anymore, I'll slit this woman's throat." Not wanting to affect Itsuki, Ageha whispered, "Don't worry about me." Itsuki raised both hands in surrender. "Fine, don't touch her." Charles reminded him, "If you had behaved like this from the beginning, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer." Itsuki asked coldly, "Why are you targeting me? I recall not holding any grudge against you." He replied, still trying to fish for information, "Well, I suppose I can tell you since you'll be meeting him anyway. Kinoshita Ryoji is furious with you for trespassing into the North B district without permission. I am the Dogman Charles and I'm here to arrest you by his orders." Itsuki held a grudge. "Kinoshita Ryoji, it's that guy again. I have to meet him personally and settle this." Charles warned him, "You'll meet him soon enough. Just as your body gets chewed up, Zai is about to rip your legs right off. If you value this woman's life, don't use that weird ice layer to protect yourself this time." He commanded, "Zai, bite his legs off for me." Itsuki issued an order. "Zai, prove that you deserve to be my Shikigami." The Death Hound immediately bit down hard on the arm gripping Ageha's neck. Itsuki rushed forward quickly, catching the dying woman in his arms. Charles screamed in agony, "Damn it, why are you attacking me, your master?" A lotus flower imprint appeared on the Death Hound's forehead. Itsuki gently stroked it. "Good boy." He formally declared, "I will return the pain Ageha suffered 100-fold. No, I'll pay it back 1,000-fold." Terrified now, Charles stammered, "Wait, let me explain. I was just following Ryoji's orders. I had no choice, right? Let's team up. I'll lure Ryoji out for you." Itsuki replied, "That's a decent proposal." He rejoiced inwardly at having bought time. "Fooled you." Charles lunged forward, hurling a sharp projectile at his opponent. "Die, brat." Itsuki leaned to dodge, "But I prefer killing Kinoshita Ryoji myself." He commanded, "Zai, make him experience Ageha's pain." Terrified to the point of tears, Charles pleaded, "It was just a slip of the hand, I'm sorry, give me another chance." The Death Hound bared its fangs, slowly advancing toward him. Charles tried to wake it up. "Zai, have you forgotten? I'm your master, I fed you so much." The Death Hound opened its massive jaws toward him. Once it finished dealing with Charles, Itsuki asked with a gloomy expression, You've been tracking me ever since I left the dungeon, haven't you? Itsuki looked back over his shoulder. How long are you planning to hide? Why don't you show yourself? Over there, someone was hiding thoroughly. Iberia stepped out awkwardly and asked, "You noticed?" Itsuki's voice remained as cold as before. "Are you an accomplice of that guy just now?" He started in surprise at being misunderstood. "No, I'm not an enemy, please let me explain." Itsuki couldn't care less. "Fine, I don't have time to talk to you. Zai, follow me once you're done eating." Seeing the death hound obey Itsuki to that extent, Iberia harbored a glimmer of hope. He can even make a mad dog like that obey. This guy might be able to save me. He followed outside, walking beside Itsuki and introducing himself. "My name is Iberia, and you, that fight just now was amazing, even if there were a few close calls." Itsuki didn't reply. Iberia continued, "You're the mysterious guy who took down Auga, right? He made a request. Can you help me with something? I'll reward you if you want. I can even pay in magic stones or weapons, how about that?" But Itsuki ignored him and walked straight ahead, leaving Iberia surprised. What the hell, wouldn't people be super happy when I offer a full reward? Did the old man lie to me? Back then his father had said, just like in the desert, a simple cup of water is worth more than a treasure. Rewards need finesse. Handing a sword to someone craving revenge, handing medicine to someone who is injured. To them, that is already a worthy reward. This logic made Iberia snap to realization. I get it. He followed behind, calling out, "You walked all the way here, right? You can't move fast carrying an injured person, and besides, the nearest hospital is dozens of kilometers away. If you stroll like that, that woman is going to die." Iberia took out a healing bandage scroll. "I still have a recovery scroll." Seeing Itsuki stop, he knew he was halfway successful and added, "I can save her." Itsuki turned back and asked anxiously, "Really?" He replied, "I can't fully heal her, but I can save her life." Itsuki laid Ajiha down on the ground for Iberia to bandage. He worried, "Is it okay to use it right over her clothes?" He explained, "This isn't ordinary gauze, it's a rare artifact made from the bandages of the Shadow Clan and the skin of the Kodama tribe." Itsuki didn't understand. What's an artifact? Iberia realized he used a slightly confusing term. Given your level, you must have just awakened, so it's natural you don't know. He introduced, "Modern weapons don't work on spirit beasts, which is why we can't use firepower against them. But artifact crafters can create special artifacts to counter spirit beasts using parts of the spirit beasts. Artifacts are divided into 4 tiers depending on the crafter's skill and materials. Common, rare, epic, unique. Common artifacts, not much different from ordinary weapons, except they can deal damage to spirit beasts and awakened beings. Rare artifacts enhance a few stats for the user. Example, rare ocean sword increases magic speed. Epic artifacts not only raise stats but also possess special abilities. Example, epic blood sword increases attack power, special effect. Blood absorption increases blade temperature and reduces the enemy's self-healing ability by 50%. Unique artifacts, the ultimate goal every artifact crafter aspires to, skyrocketing stats and powerful effects. Currently there are only 102 unique artifacts. Example, unique holy sword increases attack power, speed. Unique effect, increases infinite mana contained within the holy sword, allowing unlimited skill usage. Artifact crafters themselves don't possess much combat power and there aren't many of them, but because they can forge artifacts, they are respected by all awakened beings. Itsuki asked curiously, "So your dad is an artifact crafter?" He said proudly. "Not a normal artifact crafter. There are many artifact crafters who can't forge a single unique artifact in their entire life. Currently, there are only 10 such items across all 5 continents, and 3 of them were made by the old man at my home. That's why people call him the Artifact King of the Northern Continent." Seeing Itsuki turn his back, Iberia wondered, "Are you listening?" "Hey, I poured my heart into explaining this, don't ignore me." Itsuki was taking out an item. "This is the crossbow that guy named Charles used earlier." He stepped closer to observe. Is he not surprised at all when hearing my father's name? Any awakened being would have latched onto me right away. Thanks to this thing, I can reduce the frequency of using penetrating true sphere and lower the risk of exposing my hand. Iberia evaluated the item in Itsuki's hand. "It's a rare artifact," he said dejectedly. "Too bad it doesn't have any arrows," he revealed, "but ranged weapons like this can assimilate regular ammo into artifact ammunition, so you don't need to worry about arrows." Item info displayed, hunter's crossbow, rare speed plus 50. Seeing it vanish from his hands, Itsuki was surprised. It disappeared. Seeing that skeptical expression, Iberia explained, that's another function of artifacts. Once it binds with its master, it gets stored away and you can summon it back whenever you need to use it. Itsuki was polite, pretty convenient, thanks for healing her. If you need help with anything, just let me know. Once I'm done here, I have to go find Kinoshita. Iberia gossiped, hearing that name now I thought I misheard. Daring to pick a fight with Kinoshita Ryuji in North B District takes real guts. Itsuki sighed and asked, what, you want me to give up? Iberia denied, no, if it's Kinoshita Ryuji then we have a common goal. Itsuki wondered, did you piss him off too? He beat around the bush to mention another matter, not really, but I want you to team up with me to enter the preliminary round of the Savior Alliance National Tournament the day after tomorrow. Itsuki thought in surprise, preliminaries? The dog mentioned that. I heard only the top 10 get to advance to the official tournament. I've been way too busy over the past few days preparing for that. He asked suspiciously, what do the preliminaries have to do with Kinoshita Ryuji? He confirmed. The preliminaries are held by continent and the northern continent's location is in North B District. As the son of the regional administrator, Kinoshita Ryuji is clearly aiming for the official tournament. Actually, his older brother is also a savior, so if he fails to make the top 10, it'll be a huge humiliation for the Kinoshita family. That's why he's monopolizing all the dungeons in North B District to level up. Itsuki didn't understand, why team up with someone like me? He explained simply, because you're strong, my instincts tell me that if we team up we'll definitely pass the preliminaries. Itsuki reminded him, you're younger than me, right? You'll have plenty of chances in the future, so why must it be this year? He hesitated, why? Iberia recounted, ever since I was a kid I watched my old man craft artifacts. Every finished piece was like a flawless work of art and my admiration for him just kept growing. So I always dreamed that one day I would become an awakened being and fight spirit beasts using equipment forged by my own father. Then a month ago I finally awakened, thrilled. I asked my dad to forge an artifact for me, but he refused with the excuse that only saviors can use my artifacts. He continued, even so I kept begging, and finally he set a condition. If you pass this year's preliminaries, I'll give you a masterpiece. That's why I absolutely must win this year's preliminaries. Itsuki was curious. With such a great dad, there should be plenty of people wanting to team up. You don't need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia replied, my dad thought so too, that's why. Before I left he said, listen, pass the preliminaries with your own strength. If you rely on a strong teammate, I won't give it to you. Itsuki admired, your dad is strict. He continued helplessly, based on my info, most of the promising candidates have already been bought out by Kinoshita. The rest are lone wolves who don't like teaming up or already have teams, so there's no one left to ask. But 2 days ago I heard about someone who defeated one of the pillars and even broke a record. I searched for info and that's how I found you. Itsuki cut him off, all right, I'm not interested in teaming up, but first I want to take her to the hospital. Iberia understood. I'll go with you, from now on we're teammates. He went on babbling about names. We should think of a team name too, you're Itsuki and I'm Iberia, so how about Ibaton? No, sounds like a store name, eBay doesn't sound that great either, or Tenria. Itsuki carried Ageha in his arms, fed up. Good grief, this guy talks even more than Rimu. He only just remembered. Come to think of it, how are Ryger and Seo doing? They both became awakened beings, right? Are they participating in the preliminaries? Behind him, Iberia was still enthusiastically talking. Since both our names start with I, how about double I? The person he was thinking of was currently training. Seo on the opposite side frowned and asked, are you sick? Rimu denied. No, maybe someone is talking about me, probably Itsuki. Seo worried, Itsuki, how long has it been since that attack? I didn't think we'd be apart for this long. I wonder if he's doing okay. Rimu sidled closer teasingly, making her face flush. You're really something. If you're that worried about Itsuki, why didn't you go see him after he beat the spirit beast? Too embarrassed, Seo suddenly launched a sneak attack on him. Rimu retorted, sneak attacks are playing dirty. Seo didn't care whether it was dirty or not. We're training for combat, right? It's just because you let your guard down, right? Someone walked over, they happily greeted, Master. He sternly reminded them, the Savior Alliance National Tournament preliminaries start the day after tomorrow. There's no time for messing around. Seo rejoiced, finally another awakened being to spar with. I'm so sick of fighting Rimu. Info about her displayed. Seo Hisaragi level 11 human class. Aqua elementalist first tier talent. Hidden stats attack 110, speed 160, defense 125, magic 160, total 555. Rimu replied, I've never been to North B District. I heard it's a bustling city. I'm so excited to see it with my own eyes. Info about him appeared. Horino Rimu level 10 human class. Elementalist second tier talent. Hidden stats. Attack 100, speed 100, defense 100, magic 183, total 483. On Ryoji's side, he was inspecting the suitcase containing karma stones in front of him. Then asked casually, where's that hound? Being this late doesn't seem like him. Tanky worried. Could an incident have occurred? Hearing this, Ryoji went furious. Again, those useless subordinates. He crushed the karma stone in his hand, gaining experience. He awaited instructions. Should we send subordinates to look for him? He answered. Forget him. The preliminaries are the top priority. If I lose, the old man will lock me in the isolation room. By the way, how did the thing I asked for go? Tanky reported. Out of 3113 candidates in the northern continent, we've convinced 887 people. As requested, all of them are level 5 or higher. He praised, good, you really are a reliable subordinate. Tanky looked at Ryoji absorbing the power of the karma stone and said, this is the last magic stone. He was in the middle of leveling up, lightning crackling around his body. Ryoji said with confidence, to crush a bunch of commoners, this is more than enough. Info about him displayed. Kinoshita Ryoji level 12 human class. Lightning elementalist second tier talent. Hidden stats. Attack 135, speed 168, defense 130, magic 170, total 603. On Itsuki's side, he had just stepped outside and teleported. When he met Nento, Itsuki felt apologetic. I'm sorry, master, for putting Ageha in such grave danger. He replied, nothing we can do about it. I can eliminate him if you want. He refused the offer. No, leave it to me. Seeing Itsuki act so independent, Nento was satisfied. Very good, tell me the whole story later. Seeing this, Iberia nearby thought happily, turns out the supreme commander of the northern continent is his master. No wonder he wasn't surprised when I mentioned Dad. Nento is a mysterious person. I should ask for his autograph later. Currently they were in the hospital room. Ageha had been treated and was resting and recuperating on the bed. Itsuki spoke up to announce, and that's why I decided to participate in the Savior Alliance National Tournament preliminaries together with Iberia, so I didn't stop him. He asked about her health condition. I see. How are you feeling, Ageha? She glanced at the butterfly resting on her finger. Bichio healed me, so I've recovered. This is thanks to Iberia treating me with a rare artifact. Nento looked over in surprise and asked, you possess the wood spirit bandage artifact made by Aiden, so you're his son, right? Iberia thought in surprise, he doesn't just know about artifacts, he knows about my dad too. I should behave properly in front of the artifact king's eldest son. He proudly pointed at himself and introduced, that's right, I am Aiden's father. Itsuki reminded him, you said it backwards. Iberia's face flushed red with shame and he hurriedly corrected, sorry, Aiden is my father. Nento didn't mind the recent blunder and cleared his throat. Anyway, thank you for saving my daughter. After the preliminaries end, let me take Itsuki to greet Aiden with you. You two must be preparing for the tournament, right? You can go now. Tomorrow Ageha and I will watch as well. Itsuki replied, yes. Iberia swore, please rest assured, I will definitely show everyone that we can pass the preliminaries. Ageha could tell that her father genuinely liked Itsuki. Back when it was Kazunari and her dad always brought her to meetings. He explained the reason. Itsuki has a strong self-destructive urge when facing spirit beasts due to childhood psychological trauma. But that urge weakens when there are people he wants to protect by his side. That's why I'll let you stay by his side. Ageha pondered on this, becoming his close friend, becoming his weakness, and then becoming the person he wants to protect. The person Itsuki wants to protect. Before leaving, Nento reminded them, speaking of the spirit beast attack at school, it's been confirmed not to be an accident but a planned plot. What did Dad say? The number of traitors siding with spirit beasts is increasing. Although the scale varies, there have also been attacks targeting supreme commanders on other continents. As of now, humanity's future is bleak. He firmly believed Itsuki will definitely destroy it and become the light of hope. The next day, in North B District, the Savior Alliance National Tournament preliminaries. Itsuki stepped into the arena looking at the packed crowd, fairly surprised. There are more people than I thought, Iberia replied. I heard that as soon as the news that Nento was coming to watch spread, people who weren't planning to participate suddenly changed their minds. The number of participants jumped from about 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Hearing this news, Ryoji's face darkened. Nento, that old man, he creates too many variables. Tanky reassured him. Rest assured, they're just a mixed crowd deciding to join at the last minute. They won't have time to form teams, so we still have the numbers advantage. Tell the people we recruited to wear a red band around their right arm so we know who belongs to our side. Coincidentally, Rimuru and Seo were also present here. Rimuru asked, "Are red armbands trendy? Should I wear one too, since Nento came here to watch?" Seo followed up, "Probably Itsuki too." Saoryu Fujiwara, the host of the national tournament preliminaries, stepped forward to announce, "Everyone, I will explain the rules before the preliminaries begin." He popularized the tournament rules. The preliminary match venue is divided into two areas, the inner area and the outer area. In the first stage of the preliminaries, you will start from the four main directions of the outer area. First, you will compete based on the amount of time it takes to enter the inner area. The moment you enter the inner area, your ranking will be recorded on your wristband and only the top 300 will advance to the second round. Rimuru looked at the thing worn on his wrist in surprise. Wristbands have that function, Seo thought anxiously. Eliminating thousands of people in the first round is really brutal. Saoryu Fujiwara continued to announce, "You are allowed to bring 2 artifacts, team up with anyone, use whatever you like. Results are what matter. After the first round ends, rankings will be announced and the rules for the second round will also be revealed." Iberia suddenly shouted, "Itsuki, look over there." He and his gang drew everyone's attention. It was Kinoshita Ryoji. He commanded, "Understand, anyone running in front of me blocking the way gets killed." Iberia whispered, "The guys next to him must be candidates he bribed. For now, let's head into the inner area as fast as possible. Once Kinoshita enters the inner area and lowers his guard, we'll ambush him." He froze in sheer shock when he saw Itsuki's next move. Walking right up to them, Itsuki warned, "I heard every single word." 2 guys in the team chimed in, "Who the hell are you? Careful, this guy isn't wearing a red ribbon." Saoryu Fujiwara announced, "Thus, round 1 begins." The number of young people wanting to join the Salvation Alliance is increasing, which is great. But numbers mean nothing without quality. Height Nakira chimed in from the side, "Our time had quite a few fewer candidates than level 15. He continued, "Quite a few." Information about him appeared, Height Akira, Red Sky Star Stone Pavilion, other info hidden. Saoryu Fujiwara recalled, "The year you participated, there were only 2 people, right?" He replied, "That's why I said it would be boring without rookies like Kazunari Satsumi. Hopefully there are some." He stated casually, "Don't be so ridiculous. A once-in-a-century genius like that doesn't just pop up out of nowhere." Height Akira turned to Nento and asked, "I heard that in the northern continent, a student defeated an 8th-level bone soldier right after awakening and became your disciple. Is that true?" Saoryu Fujiwara was startled. "Defeated an 8th-level right after awakening? No way." Yet Nento confirmed, "Indeed, that's true." He asked with interest, "Is that person among them too?" Saoryu Fujiwara thought to himself, the second disciple recognized by Nento after Kazunari Satsumi. He must possess sky-high talent. He thoughtfully stared at the screen and asked out of curiosity, "Who is it?" Then he paid attention to each person. Rimuru, level 10, Golden Elementalist, mediocre second-tier talent, not him. Seo, level 11, holds a first-tier talent, but she's a support-oriented water elementalist, probably not her either. It must be this girl Habin Hana, wood elementalist, but she has an unusually high level of 16. Seeing Nento remain motionless, Saoryu Fujiwara doubted, "Not her. But Hana is the highest level candidate." Heighten Akira was surprised. "There's a level 0 candidate this time." He continued, "Every year there are people who join out of curiosity, get crushed instantly and drop out." Ryoji's side sneered, "A level 0 candidate? Seriously?" Tanky beside him asked disdainfully, "Did you get lost, kid?" Itsuki pulled out Charles's weapon and strapped it to his arm. Ryoji's smile gradually grew stiff. "That belongs to Charles. What the hell kind of guy are you?" Itsuki asked solemnly, "Are you looking for me?" He realized this low-level trash is the guy who took down Auga. "Are you kidding me? I get it. Did you come here on someone's orders just to tick me off?" Ryoji ordered his subordinates, "Throw him out." Tanky obeyed, "Leave it to us. We'll make him regret insulting you." They surrounded Itsuki in the middle, intending to bully him with numbers. But he teleported away. "I don't have time to chat with trash like you." Then he landed in front of Height Akira. Assessing silently 2 level 6s and 2 level 7s, the outcome is obvious without even looking. If you beg for your life right now, you might actually survive. Iberia braced himself. I can take down one guy, but no matter how strong Itsuki is, taking down 4 at once. He touched the gear box on his waist. That means I have no choice left but to use that thing. Honda stepped up to him and said dismissively, I thought some tough opponents were waiting, but it's just a level 0 piece of trash. Itsuki walked up with a grim expression and ordered him, step aside. At first, the guy was stunned because it was his first time being treated like that. Then Honda burst out laughing, and the rest joined in. Height Akira secretly rejoiced. Nice, I like that attitude, he declared. If you're going to die, I'll save you. Honda reached out toward his head. I'm gonna smash your head in to see what's inside. A direct punch to the face knocked out a few of his teeth. Itsuki repeated for the last time, I said step aside. Heighten Akira was amazed. An opponent higher level than him, and he took him down in the blink of an eye. His accomplices were shocked. Honda is level 7, how did that newbie? The guy next to him reassured. He condensed a fireball in his hand. Don't panic, he just caught him off guard. He activated the B-rank skill, full power fire release, unleashing full-strength fire artillery, and declared, I'll burn you to ashes. Seeing the firepower heading his way, Iberia panicked. Too fast, I don't even have time to use my gear. Someone on their side worried, isn't this a bit overkill for a level 0? Tamu wasn't scared. The preliminary round always has casualties. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting tough when you're only level 0. As the fire in his hand faded, someone spoke up. Something's not right here, right? The rest were shocked. Amidst the brilliant flames, his black ice wall shattered that fire into pieces. They were shocked. What the hell? Iberia felt a mix of surprise and joy. No way, he blocked all that wide-range fire attack. Awesome. Itsuki reminded them in an icy tone. Stay away from me. System notification. Black Ice Wall blocked a B-rank fire attribute skill using Black Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. Attack 310, Speed 310, Defense 341, Magic 310, total 1240 plus 31. He thought to himself, defense increased by 33, not 234. So it's calculated based on the defense value before enhancement. Tamu panicked upon seeing Itsuki completely unharmed. Is that his ice attribute skill? Where did a water elementalist come from? How can he use ice skills? He challenged the opponent, try using that move again, I won't block it this time. He continued generating fireballs. Are you mocking me? A real man never goes back on his word. Itsuki replied casually, yeah, I promise. He unleashed a stronger move. B-rank skill, overheated fire artillery. This time I'll definitely finish you off with my strongest move. A rolling wave of firepower surged down toward where he stood, radiating intense heat, making Itsuki realize its firepower was stronger than before, but it was still a fire attribute skill. Amidst the blazing fire, his figure vanished. An accomplice reminded him, you went overboard. Tamu was confident in this firepower, it even took down a level 8. He thought regretfully to himself, it drained all my magic. This is the finishing blow, kind of a waste on a level 0 opponent, but this little play is over. Having barely felt smug, Tamu panicked and backed away. What is this? He appeared right in front of him. So if it's a skill from the same person, Black Ice Wall's passive doesn't trigger anymore, got it. Itsuki stated leisurely, verification complete, time to end this. Tamu fell backward to the ground in fright. He blocked my ultimate skill that easily? No way. Sama in the back was generating firepower to counter. Yeah, that ice skill is strong, but I found its weakness. He poured in more power to hold off Itsuki. This guy's B-rank skill is Lotus Fire, when hit by fireballs. Itsuki realized, trying to overwhelm me with numbers, activate Black Ice Wall. Where he stood, the firepower flared up violently into an explosion. Sama believed, even if he has a powerful skill, a level 0's magic pool has limits. If we can drain his magic until he can't make that ice shield anymore, we win. However, Itsuki's hand tightly grabbed his hand, causing the flames to extinguish. Sama broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. What? He closed the distance in an instant. He wrapped his body in Black Ice Wall, reminding him, even after blocking multiple fireballs, the passive only triggers once. The muscles all over his body tensed up. If your advantage is speed, ours is strength. Itsuki asked dismissively, are you even trying? First, he landed an uppercut straight to Sama's jaw. You look like you're struggling, so I'll make it easier. As he collapsed, Itsuki calculated mentally, a 33-point defense increase, not 234. So it's calculated based on pre-enhancement defense? System update. Black Ice Wall blocked a B-rank fire attribute skill using Black Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. Defense 310 plus 62 from Black Ice Wall. Itsuki glanced at the remaining two more elementalists. Come on, I'll use you guys to boost Lightning Shockwave's passive. Believing the two of them were already taken down without a doubt, this guy's faking his stats, let's get out of here. He mocked, you think I'll let you leave. Both of them charged forward simultaneously. Damn it, then I'll take you down. This isn't fire attribute, don't think that trick will work. They used the C-rank skill, Silver Snake, unleashing Rolling Lightning. System update. Absorbed C-rank Lightning element skill using Lightning Shockwave, increasing speed by 5%. Attack 310, speed 341, defense 372, magic 310, total 1333. Heighten Akira was amazed. He's taking down Awakeners of higher levels than him like it's a joke. He mused thoughtfully, who on earth is he? Itsuki thought to himself, so Lightning Shockwave's passive works just like Black Ice Wall, it doesn't stack for skills from the same target. Iberia looked at the guys collapsed on the ground and uttered in a daze, they're all down. He admired, I thought this would be a tough fight, I didn't expect Itsuki to be this strong. What kind of ability are you using? Tamu in the back doubted, what the hell kind of guy are you? You can't possibly be level 0. Iberia chuckled coldly, you're asking who are we? Itsuki was surprised, we. He grandly introduced, we are Team E, remember that name because one day we'll be the strongest couple in the northern continent. He dragged Iberia away by the collar, forget about that, let's go chase Kinoshita. He yelled flusteredly, we were just getting into the groove. Tamu was left speechless by the name, Team E, so lame. Ryoji's side assumed, pretty noisy, that level 0 guy must have gotten beaten down. But that crossbow is definitely Charles's, I'll have to investigate it later. No one in this northern continent could catch Charles except a savior. While deep in thought, veins popped on his face in anger as someone zoomed past. Kan had just overtaken him. Ryoji thought smugly to himself, overtook another one, unlike those muscleheads I switched to speed after all. While gloating, his entire body was struck by lightning. Kan fell to the ground trying to look up, attacking us at full speed, what kind of monster? Ryoji happened to land right on top of his head. He arrogantly announced, that's the consequence of running ahead of me. Ryoji turned back to remind his group behind, snap out of it, I need to conserve stamina for round 2, don't waste my time with trash like this. Nento observed the situation and asked, is that the son of North District B's administrator Kinoshita Ryoji? Saoryu Fujiwara judged, such arrogance, wonder how he was raised. He gave up, yet he didn't break any rules so we can't do anything. Ryoji's side was recovering strength. Thanks to them clearing out all the trouble, my stamina is almost fully restored. Not a single person in the crowd behind dared to step forward. Ryoji looked at the building ahead, thinking confidently, with this, I can breeze through round 2. So the inner area is up ahead, this is way too easy. Behind his back, lightning rumbled as it struck down. Someone called out, Kinoshita. He was startled and glanced behind him, not expecting a variable in this critical moment. Ryoji turned back to look at the crowd behind and demanded, who dares call my name straight like that? They panicked. Not me, don't look at me like that, I didn't do anything. Someone in the back recognized him. It's him, the level 0 newbie. They lined up in 2 rows, clearing a path for him to walk forward. Ryoji had a bad feeling. Level 0, don't tell me. Seeing him walk up, he got his answer. It really is him. Ryoji was annoyed by his subordinates' incompetence. Seriously, he took them all down. No way a level 6 and a level 7 couldn't handle him. He concluded, I get it, he must have bribed them. Ryoji spoke up, how long have you been stalking me, level 0 trash? Itsuki got straight to the point, you're staying right here until we're done. Iberia secretly felt lucky. Basically, Itsuki brought me all the way here and every opponent we faced got taken down instantly. Without Itsuki I would have been eliminated halfway through. He turned around without taking him seriously. I'm busy, I don't have time to mess around with you, but I've prepared a few opponents for you. He ordered his subordinates, you guys deal with him. The group looked down on him, what? Just for a level 0 brat daring to call Kinoshita by his name, wake up, we'll teach you some manners. Don't worry, I'll show those two what hell looks like. Iberia miscounted. 80, 78, 79, there are over 100 of them, what do we do? Itsuki grabbed the back of his collar and instructed, cover your head." With those words, he teleported away from the spot. Rieji's collar was also grabbed by Itsuki from behind. He threw Riegi out while throwing Iberia in. Riegi was caught by his subordinates while he stood there in utter shock. He faced the guy. "Looks like you didn't understand my words. Let me repeat, until we're done, you're not going anywhere." Seo and Rimuru tiredly entered the inner area, the notification showing. She ranked 4th and he ranked 5th. Rimuru sat down to rest. "Those guys wearing red ribbons joined in on this too. They still haven't learned their lesson and are trying to block our way," Seo continued. "If we hadn't stuck together, we probably would have been taken down before even setting foot here." He muttered in disappointment. "But I thought we were the fastest. I didn't expect someone to be even faster than us." Gakuge was ranked 3rd here, thinking unhappily, "Can't believe I'm only 3rd. Shin Akagami, ranked 2nd, teased him. "Are you hungry already? You just finished eating." She directed her gaze toward 1st place. "Above all, look at who got 1st place, Kana Hanyu, she's level 16. Seo thought to herself, "Itsuki must be acting alone, and if he got hindered like we did." Rimuru dropped his jaw in shock. "Look, is someone flying toward this way?" Hearing that, she frowned and looked over. He crashed down heavily onto the ground. System notification. Iberia has reached the inner area, ranking 6th. At that moment, Iberia anxiously called out, "Itsuki." Rimuru was stunned. "Did that person just say Itsuki?" Seo confirmed. "That's right, I heard it too." They looked into the distance and saw his heroic back facing over 100 people. Rimuru thought to himself, "That back for sure, it's Itsuki." Amidst the pouring rain, he repeated, "Until we're done, I won't let you go anywhere." Saoryu Fujiwara wondered, that newbie is just a step away from the inner area. Why is he latching onto Kinoshita Rieji like that? Ageha lowered her eyes sadly when she saw his plight. He suggested to heighten Akira, help him out if he gets into trouble. He thought to himself, Itsuki just unleashed terrifying speed back then. I wonder if I could have done that at that age. Over there, Rieji said grimly, "You keep standing in my way over and over again, get ready. What's about to start isn't just a battle, it's total humiliation for you." In other words, this was a 100-on-1 gang-up. Itsuki didn't care about the preliminary rankings. Passing the preliminary round comes later. Right now, getting revenge for Ageha is my top priority. Rieji shouted his orders, "Kill him, everyone activate your abilities." Momentum rushed toward him while Itsuki stood there calmly, the rain and wind causing his coat to flap. A fire attribute guy lunged forward. "I won't let anyone else take the credit, I'm taking your head." C-rank skill, Fire Fist. Seeing Itsuki block his attack with just one hand, he was shocked. What? He counterattacked, delivering a punch straight to the opponent's face. That fire attribute guy crashed down to the ground, his teeth and lips mixed up together. The charging crowd stopped in their tracks. "He took him down with one punch," someone reassured. "Don't panic, we outnumber him, we can't lose to a pathetic level 0. They regained their momentum. "That's right, everyone charged together." Itsuki stated casually, "Even better." Black Ice Wall blocked a B-rank fire attribute skill using Black Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. He dealt wide-range damage using Lotus Fire. Let's wrap this little play up quickly. Activate Lotus Fire. Streams of fiery power radiating scorching heat wrapped around Itsuki's arm. A wave surged toward the crowd, sending them blasting backward. Rimuru, who hadn't seen him in a while, was shocked. "That's Itsuki's skill." Seo and Iberia were left speechless. Gakuge paid attention to the commotion over there. "What the hell was that explosion?" Shin stroked the cat in her palm, unbothered. "An explosion of this scale is nothing to me." Kana hugged her sword alone in a corner, seemingly deep in thought. Saoryu Fujiwara looked at the shockwave in that area and was horrified. That explosion was unleashed by a level 0 boy? Firepower is one thing, but how on earth could he use a skill that doesn't belong to his class? Height Akira fell silent in front of that shocking scene. Meanwhile, Ageha thought to herself, I didn't expect Itsuki to possess an area of effect skill. That's why he was so confident in the Locust region. Just how many trump cards is he hiding? Itsuki was calculating 30% firepower should be enough. My opponent is human, so I must hold back so they don't die. Rieji stared blankly at the devastated scene in front of him. Our side is completely wiped out, the enemy side is completely fine. He coldly settled accounts with him. Your turn is next. Rieji staggered. We had over 100 people and you took down every single one in the blink of an eye. What on earth are you? Why are you so obsessed with me? Itsuki felt it was utterly ridiculous. Obsessed? You're the one who targeted me first and severely injured my friend. Today I'll return the pain she suffered to you. He burst forth with power. I am the son of the prestigious Kinoshita family from North B District. Every dungeon around here belongs to me. I don't need to struggle against calamity spirit beasts. By using the karma stones provided by my family, I can easily reach levels ordinary people never dare to dream of. Our foundations are different. I'll kill you, I will definitely win. B-rank skill, Purple Thunder Cannon activated. System notification detected B-rank skill, Purple Thunder Cannon. Activated super simulation analysis progress, 1%. He dashed straight into Ryuji, slamming into his body. Ryuji clutched his stomach, trembling all over, thinking to himself, he dodged it, this speed. Is he really level 0? This match cannot be won. He called out for help. What are you doing? Hurry up and help me. Tanky understood clearly, breaking the rules, but I don't need to care about saving face anymore. He was confident. Tanky is a level 35 awakened being. Prepare to go to hell. Nento's side made preparations. Heighten Akira excitedly cracked his wrist joints to warm up. Got it. He sensed someone coming up behind him. Magic resistance. My magic perception is reacting. Someone is approaching at high speed. System notification analysis progress 19%. Naturally, Itsuki noticed, and it wasn't just one person. A considerable shockwave came from right in front of him. Itsuki calmly glanced at the situation over there. He quickly pinned Tanky beneath him. Reminder, keep going. Itsuki continued what he left unfinished earlier, killing intent enveloping his body. He glanced at Ryuji at his feet. It seems your subordinate isn't going to make it. Terrified, he blurted out his background. Wait, my dad is the administrator of North B District and my brother is a member of the Savior Alliance. Do you know the consequences of daring to touch me? He didn't care. Who cares who your father and brother are? A single punch knocked Ryuji completely unconscious. Itsuki felt relieved. With this, Ageha has been avenged. Knowing everything he did today was for her, her face flushed red with emotion. Saoryu Fujiwara was astonished. That boy actually defeated Kinoshita Ryuji. Why is he looking this way? Itsuki calculated silently. If I stop the analysis at 99%, I can recover my stamina when entering the second round once the simulation reaches 99%. System notification. Stop analysis. A call from Seo echoed from behind him. Itsuki. He was startled to hear that voice. Itsuki turned back and saw Seo. She had been standing there waiting for him for a long time. Hurry up and go inside. You're going to get disqualified. Seo's voice was infinitely gentle. He stepped inside and greeted. Long time no see. System notification. Itsuki has entered the inner area in 7th place. Iberia and Rimuru rushed over and hugged him tightly. Itsuki, I missed you. You bastard, I'm so glad you're safe. The two of them glared at each other with sparks flying. Rimuru asked unhappily, Who are you? Why are you crying over Itsuki? He replied nonchalantly, Me. He proudly introduced, I'm Itsuki's teammate Iberia. Rimuru turned angrily and yelled at Itsuki, I never heard you were teaming up with someone else. Traitor, Seo was surprised. It's rare for Itsuki to make friends. Iberia retorted, Itsuki is a traitor. Are you two a couple or what? What's your team name? He replied, Team name, who cares about that, we're not kids. Do you have one? Iberia blurted out smugly. Of course, he coaxed, tell me. Itsuki had to stop them, stop before things get worse. But it was too late. Iberia revealed with a very proud attitude, It's double E, we really racked our brains to come up with that name. Ah, that name made Rimuru burst into laughter. Team E, how lame. He was annoyed. What are you laughing at? It's a great name. Saoryu Fujiwara announced. The number of people entering the inner area has reached 500. Those who haven't arrived will be disqualified. The second round will start soon. In the second round, you will fight spirit beasts alone in the test area for 1 hour. Rimuru was surprised. Alone? Iberia turned serious. Finally, the second round. Heighten Akira had waited forever for this scene. Finally here. I've been waiting for this moment. He truly looked forward to it. Let's see what you guys are made of. They moved to the venue for the second round, and the surroundings of the arena were packed with people. Rimuru was curious. The second round takes place right here, right? Iberia couldn't control his trembling. It's so dark and scary in here. Rimuru teased. It's been a while, but are you really still level 0? Is your level permanently fixed? Itsuki conceded. He wondered, then your stats didn't go up either. How did you get strong? Iberia chimed in. I'm also curious why Itsuki is so strong even though he's level 0, Itsuki replied. About that my master told me not to tell anyone. Seo interjected, we were taught that the Slayer's skill is at a national security level. Seiyo turned to Itsuki. Itsuki, you don't need to mind them. Saoryu Fujiwara appeared and asked, is everyone ready? Iberia was astonished to see him step forward. The group admired them up high. That's Saoryu Fujiwara. He organizes the national tournament every year. Next to him is Heitan Akira, a veteran of the River Ice War who possesses the strongest physique. And that masked person is the legendary Nento. It's a reunion of legends. He spoke up. Now I will explain the rules for the second round. Listen carefully. Many calamity spirit beasts will appear in the challenge area. Kill points are based on difficulty. Notification displayed, defeat spirit beast difficult tier 1000 kill points. Kill points based on difficulty, beginner 100 normal tier 500 difficult tier 1000 nightmare tier 5000. Saoryu Fujiwara continued explaining the rules. There is a 1-minute break after defeating a spirit beast. Afterward you will be forcibly transferred to the next difficulty. Remaining break time 56 seconds. Gakuge was confident, I'm going straight to the nightmare tier. Info about him displayed, Gakuge level 13 human class Earth Elementalist second tier talent hidden stats hidden. Itsuki suddenly blurted out, I have a question. The others whispered among themselves, this guy is level 0, how did he pass the first round? He must have been carried. Did you realize the second round is solo and started getting cold feet? Definitely. Saoryu Fujiwara permitted, what is it? Go ahead and ask. He didn't beat around the bush. Is the nightmare tier the highest difficulty? Heitan Akira laughed upon hearing that, while he stared in stunned silence. The rest of the crowd scorned immediately. What's with the boasting? A level 0 stands no chance in front of a nightmare tier spirit beast. I bet he can't even beat a beginner one, let alone nightmare. Gakuge joined in, must be some trash who only knows how to put on airs. Saoryu announced seriously, theoretically the difficulty of calamity spirit beasts is limitless. You'll understand once you actually try to beat a nightmare tier beast. Itsuki replied, no limit. Rimuru reminded him, it's useless thinking about that, nightmare tier is at least level 10 or above, we'll be super lucky just to beat the difficult tier. Saoryu continued, accumulated points from the preliminaries can be carried over into the official national tournament. In other words, whether you can join the Savior Alliance later depends heavily on today's performance. Rimuru rejoiced, points earned here count towards the official tournament too. Itsuki made a silent decision, I have no choice but to use that thing. Kazunari Satsumi's record is 115,000 points. I must seize this opportunity to surpass him. Notification reminder echoed, enter the challenge area everyone. The second preliminary round begins. He stepped inside and felt, so this is the challenge area, it's not much different from a normal dungeon. In the darkness, countless glowing red eyes were staring at Itsuki. They stepped out. System reminder, beginner spirit beast, calamity hound level 1, 10 monsters kill points, 100. Itsuki rejoiced inwardly, finally get to fight spirit beasts. System notification, activated black ice wall. He intended to finish quickly, I can't raise my stats with these mobs so let's end this fast. Itsuki's image was broadcasted on the big screen. Saoryu asked Heitan Akira with interest, are you watching him again? He replied, I wanted to see that girl Kana Hanyu fight too. Heitan Akira, this boy is more interesting. His eyes didn't leave the screen, here it comes. He was curious, is there really anything surprising? Inside, Itsuki slaughtered the entire pack of calamity hounds in one go. System display, duration, 1 second earned, 100 points. Saoryu was shocked, 1 second, it usually takes a few minutes. He said cheerfully, didn't I tell you? Heitan Akira, this boy is more interesting. I don't think a level 8 fire dragon is much of a threat. Nento stepped over to ask how the other candidates were doing. He apologized awkwardly. Sorry, we got too focused, I'll switch to multi-screen mode, this way we can simultaneously observe the top 10 candidates. Ageha figured out Nento's purpose. Dad, is he trying to shift attention away from Itsuki? Saoryu observed briefly. It seems most of the other candidates are still fighting beginner ones. Seiyo used water attribute superpower to attack spirit beasts. Gakuge engaged in close combat, swinging his mace to smash them to death. Kana used wood attribute superpower to strangle the spirit beasts. Saoryu compared, Kana Hanyu is the only one keeping up with Itsuki. Ageha blurted out anxiously, oh no, Itsuki is, he's getting scorched by the fire dragon's flames. Saoryu stepped forward, Did he use up all his stamina fighting the Calamity Hounds and have no energy left to dodge? He'll be heavily injured if he takes those flames directly. Call the medical team. Heitan Akira stopped him. Wait, let's observe a bit more. He firmly believed. With that speed earlier, dodging an attack like this is a piece of cake. System notification. Activated black ice wall. His entire body was enveloped in the black ice wall without taking any damage. A single slash cut the fire dragon's body in half. As it fell, the system updated. Duration, 5 seconds earned 500 points. Saoryu was shocked, unscathed. That ice armor covers his entire body. He could have killed it instantly, but why did he bother taking the hit? System reminder, blocked a C-rank fire attribute skill with black ice wall, defense increased by 10%. Itsuki calculated silently. I must make the most of every opportunity to raise my stats. He checked his stats. My defense is 434 now. Character info refreshed. Itsuki human level unfixed class. Slayer talent. Special Nirvana skills. Z-rank super simulation level 1 thunder tremor wave level 2 black ice wall level 2 lotus bloom level 2 penetrating true sphere level 1 magic perception level 1 devouring shikigami stats. Attack 310 speed. 341 increased by 30% from Thunder Tremor Wave, defense. 434 increased by 40% from Black Ice Wall, magic. 310 total, 1395. Screen displayed, remaining break time, 58 seconds skip break. He clicked yes, looking forward to it inwardly. Let's test my defense against the next Calamity Spirit Beast. Heitan Akira knew that this difficulty tests the candidate's speed and combat senses. Saoryu confirmed, indeed. When a thunder rhino attacks, it conducts electricity through its horns, unleashing a dual attack combining physical force and lightning. If he takes that hit, his body would be pierced due to lacking defense stats, and he would be paralyzed and unable to move due to lacking lightning resistance. To defeat the thunder rhino, he must use his speed to dodge and strike when it's exhausted. Seeing Itsuki's next move, he was startled. Wait, what is he doing? Itsuki was currently touching the Thunder Rhino's horn. He tapped it lightly, testing. This horn is perfect for testing my defense. Lightning radiated around the horn, veins bulged on the Thunder Rhino's face, and it puffed smoke from its mouth. It used its horn to fling Itsuki backward, and his entire body launched into midair. Ajaha called out his name loudly in worry. Itsuki. Heitan Akira couldn't guess his moves. This boy, everything he does is unpredictable, but every time he yields results far beyond imagination. The place where he was floating suddenly exploded violently. System notification. Blocked a C-rank lightning attribute skill with Thunder Tremor Wave, speed increased by 5%. He realized, test completed. It seems attacks from level 10 or lower spirit beasts cannot harm me. Itsuki lost interest in playing with it anymore. Time to end this. He activated Thunder Tremor Wave, speed plus 50%, dashing swiftly toward the Thunder Rhino. It arrogantly raised its head to face the enemy. Itsuki swooped down from above like a shooting arrow, with one hand wrapped in black ice wall stabbing straight into the Thunder Rhino's head. System notification, duration, 7 seconds earned, 1,000 points. Heitan Akira smiled in disgust. So far his total time is under 15 seconds. Not only is he faster than I was in my youth, it feels like he hasn't even gone all out yet. Saoryu worried, but next is fast hand movements and sharp claws tearing enemies apart in a split second. A giant mouth spitting out iron chains to swallow everything. And a massive body covered in armor like hard shell. It possesses all those traits. The strongest and most ferocious calamity beast in the preliminaries, the ultimate goal of all candidates. Itsuki was facing the Nightmare Tier Spirit Beast, Purgatory Giant level 15 kill points, 5,000. Itsuki activated Penetrating True Sphere, the sphere piercing straight through its head. System updated, defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. Penetrating True Sphere flight speed increased by 200%. The viewers of this scene were stunned. He read the info, Penetrating True Sphere flight speed, 9 ms total increase, 900%. Itsuki was interested. On to the next one. Saoryu had to change his view of this teenager. Even the Nightmare Tier Purgatory Giant, he kills it in seconds. System display, duration, 3 seconds earned, 5,000 points. Scene shifted to Seo's location. That spirit beast opened its mouth and blasted a wave of superpowers. Seo activated C-rank skill, Water Bullet. She calculated silently, if I defeat the remaining two, I can pass the normal tier. System update, beginner 1, completion progress 80%. Gakuge assumed confidently. I skipped the break. The first one to reach the normal tier will definitely be me. Sidebar notification displayed, normal tier completion progress 0%. She calculated silently, I will recover the magic power I consumed before moving on, until normal tier completion progress reaches 100%. Notification echoed, conquered nightmare tier. Duration 21 seconds, rank 1. Seo cheered joyfully, that must be Itsuki. Gakuge was surprised. Someone faster than me, is it Kana? The person mentioned, Kana, was silent upon hearing this result. Itsuki had finished dealing with that spirit beast. Let's head to the next floor. Saoryu Fujiwara still couldn't believe it. He killed the purgatory giant in a flash, piercing through its armor. What is that dark sphere? Heitan Akira instructed, raise the difficulty, let's see how far that brat can go. Notification reminder, Nightmare Tier Stage 2, Level 15 Purgatory Giants, 2 monsters kill points, 10,000. He looked disappointed at the surrounding spirit beasts. I was wondering what would happen, but they just increased the number. The ferocious spirit beasts roared, wave after wave of shocking sounds echoing out. Itsuki calculated, while it's roaring, I'll take out one first. System reminder, activate penetrating true sphere. The sphere pierced through one's head, accompanied by notification, defeated level 15 purgatory giant. Penetrating true sphere flight speed increased by 200%. Penetrating true sphere flight speed, 11 ms flight speed increase value, 1100%. Saoryu Fujiwara was confused. In one hit, what is that sphere? Is there no limit to using it? Heitan Akira evaluated, indeed very strong, but that skill has a fatal weakness. He didn't quite understand weakness. Currently Itsuki was facing the last spirit beast. He frowned and compared, this speed, it's faster than any spirit beast I've ever faced. Outside, Heitan Akira explained logically, due to their massive bodies, people usually misunderstand that they are very slow. But Saoryu Fujiwara didn't get it. What are you trying to say? Inside, Itsuki was condensing the sphere. System reminder, activate penetrating true sphere. The sphere was truly negligible compared to the spirit beast's massive size. Heitan Akira continued, as a racial trait, they possess no magic power, but in exchange, their other stats are significantly enhanced. Despite that huge body, it actually belongs to the speed attribute. Just as I predicted, it dodged the penetrating true sphere. Spirit Beast info displayed, Purgatory Giant 1008 Giant Clan level 15 second tier talent, cannot use magic but all stats increased by 25% skills. None stats, attack 320 speed, 300 defense, 320 magic, 0 total 940. Only then did Itsuki realize the situation became dangerous. It dodged. Heitan Akira conceded, sure, that dark sphere deals a massive amount of damage, but the flight speed isn't very fast. He takes advantage of their habit of roaring before launching an attack to preempt them. That brat, his combat intuition is really good. But if he can't increase the flight speed of that black sphere, he probably won't be able to clear this stage. A blow from the spirit beast sent Itsuki flying far away. He was struck hard against the stone cliff behind him, causing a massive tremor, thick dust billowing up, and leaving a deep indentation in the rock face. Itsuki dragged his aching body, thinking, it can dodge at medium range. Saoryu speculated outside, knowing it won't hit yet still trying, meaning he must be hiding yet another trump card. He thought to himself, is that really the case? Seeing Itsuki's unusual expression, they wondered, then why is he smiling? Because he now has a solution. Fast, if that's the case, I'll close the distance. Instantly, Itsuki activated Lightning Shockwave, and instead of staying in the same spot, he shot forward like a rocket toward the spirit beast. It aggressively raised its gigantic fist, preparing to smash it down. A single punch sent shockwaves rippling across the area, cracking the ground for dozens of meters. Ageha covered her mouth in terror, genuinely worried for him. Saoryu hurriedly picked up his phone. This attack is completely different from the Thunder Beasts. If he takes a direct hit, even he won't walk away unscathed. Call the medical team right now. This time Nento stopped him. Wait. Heitan Akira also noticed, true, the power of that punch is terrifying, but it's meaningless if it doesn't hit. When the spirit beast's fist lifted, thick smoke blocked their view of the situation. Finally, as the smoke cleared, it panicked, looking down at the deep crater in the ground with no sign of the target anywhere. Itsuki's voice echoed from behind, "Over here." It instinctively turned around to look. A true crossing bridge orb shot straight over the spirit beast's head. Itsuki had launched a surprise attack from behind to unleash this move. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. System notification: defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. True crossing bridge flight speed increased by 200%. True crossing bridge flight speed, 13 ms flight speed increase value, 1300%. Time elapsed 12 seconds, acquired 10,000 points. Saoryu teased Ageha. Rarely do I see Ageha get this flustered. She shyly evaded, "I was just praying for everyone's safety." Listen, if a young person carrying the future of humanity dies, it's a huge loss for us. His family would be very sad too. I just want everyone to be safe, that's all. I completely didn't think Itsuki looked cool when beating up those purgatory giants or anything. Because Itsuki would react the same way, so don't misunderstand. It's not like that either. Saoryu reminded her, "Ageha, compared to the last time we met, you've become a lot more talkative." Nento was left speechless by his remark about his daughter. Saoryu turned to ask Heitan Akira, "By the way, how did you know Itsuki would dodge that attack?" Heitan Akira replied, "That brat. His speed isn't too different from the Purgatory Giants. But when electricity surged through his body, his speed increased dramatically. When that happens, the Purgatory Giant can't hit him." He wondered aloud. He successfully defeated two, but there were quite a few dangerous moments. With his current score, he's definitely secured first place. If it were me, I'd stop right here. But Itsuki aimed higher. "If I want to surpass Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest human, I must keep attacking. I can't afford to rest for even a single second." System update on the spirit beasts attacking Itsuki. Nightmare Stage Phase 3, Level 15 Purgatory Giant, 3 monsters. Kill points, 15,000. As usual, he activated True Crossing Bridge, blowing the head off one of them. Itsuki counted to himself, 1 down. Heitan Akira praised, "He chose to keep going, truly the person I had my eyes on." Saoryu suddenly remembered, "Come to think of it, you went straight to Phase 3. He continued, "So did you." He compared, "Even for you, who possess the strongest physique, Phase 3 was already the limit. I wonder how Itsuki will handle this." Inside, Itsuki was facing the ferocious spirit beast. Its fist reached out to grab him, but Itsuki dashed away. He teleported right onto its head. "I'll boost my speed with lightning shockwave and close the distance by jumping behind it." When True Crossing Bridge plunged down, Itsuki counted, "That's the second one." System update: defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. True Crossing Bridge flight speed increased by 200%. True Crossing Bridge flight speed, 17 ms flight speed increase value, 1700%. Itsuki calculated how to handle the next spirit beast. The third one is. He was currently inside its mouth, sharp teeth prepared to snap shut. The spirit beast's mouth clamped down tightly without a gap, but its head vanished in an instant. Itsuki inside calculated, "Let's see me gut you from the inside." Activate Lotus Explosion at full power. The spirit beast's mouth glowed with fire. Fire power erupted from within, blowing its body into smithereens. System notification: defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant using Lotus Explosion. Range of all skills increased by 1%, currently plus 1101%. Time elapsed 13 seconds, acquired 15,000 points. Saoryu couldn't believe his eyes. That's the skill that blew away many candidates in Phase 1. Itsuki thought to himself upon seeing the notification. Magic pool below 310. My magic has completely bottomed out, but as long as calamity spirit beasts keep spawning, magic senses passive will replenish my magic. System display: Level 1 Magic Sense active effect. Upon detecting an enemy unit, restores 10% magic. Facing Itsuki were high-level spirit beasts. Nightmare Stage Phase 4, Level 15 Purgatory Giant, 4 monsters. Kill points, 20,000. Current magic, 124,310. Detected 4 enemy units, restoring 40% magic. Saoryu discussed, "Phase 4 has begun. If he clears this stage, he'll surpass your past self." Heitan Akira acknowledged, "That's right, only Kazunari has ever cleared Phase 4, no one else has. I want to see how far this kid can go." Inside the qualifier, he was tumbling to dodge the spirit beast's attacks. Every time True Crossing Bridge's flight speed increased, Itsuki noticed a pattern. Accuracy increased too. At this rate, if I bump up the flight speed a bit more, I'll be able to hit them without having to close in. My magic is limited. I mustn't waste a single true crossing bridge. These spirit beasts were linked together by iron chains. He frowned upon discovering this, iron chains. The other spirit beast tilted its head, pulling the chain back, meaning the true crossing bridge thrown at the other's head had missed. Its hand reached out toward Itsuki to grab him. Once caught, he thought, no, I can't find any leverage in this posture. The spirit beast's hand clenched tightly to crush Itsuki to death. His bones inside were squeezed tightly, coughing up blood from the pain, with cracks forming in his joints. Finishing the job, it violently hurled Itsuki far away. Covered in blood all over, he crashed heavily to the ground. Saoryu worriedly urged, Akira, go help him out. He was shocked and in disbelief. Is this as far as he goes? Heightened Akira recalled his own past self, just like me back then. The moment you try to step in, I'll go save him. Nento stopped him once more. Wait. He firmly trusted. Itsuki hasn't given up yet. Saoryu unfairly protested. Nento, this isn't the time to talk about whether he gave up or not. Ageha chimed in. That's right, if we don't intervene, Itsuki is going to die. Heightened Akira added. He's in a desperate situation. Nento calmly faced everyone's criticism. But I know he still has a trump card. Saoryu was startled. A trump card, how do you know? He emphasized, those aren't the eyes of someone who has accepted their fate. Itsuki doesn't give up that easily. To kill it, I've done everything possible to forge myself. System display, super simulation activated, continue analysis. He recalled during the battle with Kinoshita Ryuji, super simulation had triggered on his skill, but he decided to cancel it at the very last second. Analysis progress, 99%. Canceling the analysis was to prepare for a situation just like this. When progress hit 100%, the system reminded, analyzed B-rank skill, purple lightning cannon. Acquired level 2 lightning break. Ageha happily cheered, look, the blue lotus. Saoryu, seeing this for the first time, asked curiously, is that one of his skills too, but how does that blue lotus help in this situation? Heightened Akira suspiciously glanced at her expression. Ageha is really happy. Does she know something? System update on Itsuki's end. Level 2 lightning break active effect, can absorb lightning attribute attacks of B rank and below into the body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, self-speed increases by 100%. Absorption capacity 0.5. Passive effect, every time a B-rank lightning attribute attack is absorbed, self-speed increases by 10%, currently plus 15%. His hand was covered in a layer of black armor, clenching his fist tightly to absorb the power. System notification, acquired level 2 lightning break. All stats increased by 20, cleared all negative effects and fully healed all wounds. The spirit beast's smashing fist was blocked by the blue lotus. Itsuki didn't have time to play around anymore. Warm-up is over, from now on I'll go all out. His stats were refreshed. Attack 330 plus 20, speed 330 plus 20, defense 330 plus 20, magic 330 plus 20, total 1320 plus 80. Saoryu was stunned. He was just beaten to a pulp yet recovered fully in mere seconds. That healing power surpasses even a merchant healer's. From that insane wide-range skill to this, exactly how many overpowered skills does he have? As True Crossing Bridge flew over its head, the system reminded, defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. True Crossing Bridge flight speed increased by 200%. When another was defeated, the same notification repeated. System display, successfully passed Nightmare Stage Phase 4, time elapsed 31 seconds. Kill points, 20,000. Looking at the corpses piling up behind his back, Itsuki was confident in his current strength. No matter how many purgatory giants appear, I will still win. Itsuki lunged into the giant clearing spree. System notification, defeated level 15 purgatory giant. True Crossing Bridge flight speed increased by 200%. The next True Crossing Bridge flew over a giant's head. True Crossing Bridge flight speed, 27 ms increase value, 2700%. The next one was pierced straight through the chest, successfully passed Nightmare Stage Phase 5, time elapsed 57 seconds. Kill points, 25,000. The subsequent one was impaled vertically from bottom to top, successfully passed Nightmare Stage Phase 6. Time elapsed 1 minute 34 seconds. Kill points, 30,000. This scene was enough to terrify the viewers watching through the screen. Looking at the giants piled into a small mountain, someone couldn't help muttering, this place is completely wrecked. I'm starting to doubt who the real monster is, Itsuki or the Purgatory Giants. Itsuki noticed, where's the next stage? Hey, aren't the purgatory giants appearing anymore? Saoryu hadn't recovered his wits. Unbelievable, I can't believe my eyes regarding what's happening. He pressed the red control button on the side, then spoke into the announcement mic. Itsuki, it's over. You've defeated every single purgatory giant we prepared. Looking at the mountain of corpses, Saoryu repeated, you've wiped out all the purgatory giants we prepared. Itsuki couldn't believe it. I wiped them all out. Wasn't there no limit to the difficulty? Walking over the pile of giant corpses, I don't remember how many I defeated or how many points I earned. Since I've hit the limit, the gap with Kazunari Satsumi probably isn't that large anymore. Furthermore, I achieved another goal of increasing True Crossing Bridge's flight speed quite nicely. System notification, you have defeated 11 level 15 purgatory giants. True Crossing Bridge flight speed increased by 1100%. True Crossing Bridge flight speed, 38 ms increase value, 3800%. Itsuki compared, 38 ms is faster than a regular car. Suddenly, strange energy flows appeared behind his back. Itsuki quickly glanced backward, staying highly vigilant. Seeing no danger, he let out a breath. I thought there were still more. Right, I completely forgot. Since I can't level up, the experience from the spirit beasts that died here turns into a karma stone. Behind him was a giant karma stone as tall as a person. Saoryu startled? Is that a karma stone? Why did it appear in the trial area? If it's blue, it contains at least 10,000 experience points. Nento disclosed. Itsuki cannot absorb experience points, so any drop of experience released turns into a karma stone like that. Heitan Akira figured it out. I thought his fixed level was because he was hiding his stats, but it turns out he really can't level up. Saoryu understood. If Itsuki teamed up with someone and entered a dungeon, then that teammate could absorb all the experience points. It's a good thing the kid is human. If he were a spirit beast, I wouldn't dare imagine it. He harvested the karma stone, and it shrunk down to palm size. Itsuki walked toward the gate. I've done what needed to be done. Time to head out. The heavy gate slowly creaked open. Saoryu joyfully exclaimed, he's coming out. As Itsuki stepped out, the system displayed, Itsuki has completed preliminary round 2, points earned 106,600, time elapsed 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 1. He walked up to him and offered, Itsuki, I've observed your performance, you truly have potential. Want to come with me? I guarantee to recommend an advisor worthy of you. Itsuki refused without a shred of hesitation. Thank you for the offer, but I already have a master, so I don't need one. Saoryu doubtfully asked. Don't you understand? So what if you already have a master? No ordinary person can guide a young talent like you. Coming with me is much better. I have both connections and resources. Heitan Akira reminded him, he already said he doesn't need it. Keep pushing like that and you'll become hated. He stubbornly persisted, you think I'll give up that easily? You're going to let someone else ruin Itsuki's talent? Itsuki remembered him, you handled Kinishida's subordinates back then. Heitan Akira said comfortably, don't sweat it, I just dealt with some rule breakers. Besides, he's Nento's disciple, there's no reason left to try and persuade him. Right? Saoryu was startled. What did you say, whose disciple? Itsuki politely told him, thank you for back then. He still couldn't believe his ears. Itsuki is Nento's disciple. Nento in the background confirmed, yeah, that's right. He froze, turns out the monster that suddenly appeared is Nento's disciple. Itsuki finally had time to greet Nento, master. He was very satisfied with today's performance. Well done, I watched your performance closely. Are you injured anywhere? If so, I'll have Ageha heal you. Ageha unhappily uttered, he's even planning to challenge stage 7, you better not drag any injuries back here. Itsuki explained, not injured but running out of stamina. Resting a bit will make me fine. Saoryu balanced his mindset, if he's Nento's disciple it makes sense. Another disciple of his also wiped out all the calamity spirit beasts we prepared. Do you know who that is? Did Kazunari Satsumi reach stage 6 too? Saoryu denied, no, back then stage 4 was the highest so we upgraded it to stage 6 afterward, but if it's still not enough we'll probably have to raise it to stage 8. He calmly requested, just sit down and watch with the other candidates, round 2 is starting now. Inside the qualifier, Rimourou's side reached 100% stage progress. Shaking from exhaustion while fighting the Thunder Beast. I can't even lift my arms anymore, Nightmare stage seems a bit out of reach. System notification, Horino Rimuru finished stage 2 trial. Time elapsed 17 minutes 17 seconds. Points earned 1,600. Zao's side was also exhausted, reaching 100% stage progress. Tiredly lifting the Thunder Beast trapped in water high up, lacking high damage skills, I'm just trying to suffocate it by trapping it in a seamless water sphere. But this takes too much time and my magic is running dry. Higher difficulties are impossible. Upon running out of energy, system notification, Seo finished stage 2 trial. Time elapsed 19 minutes 1 seconds. Points earned 1,600. Itsuki was surprised. Rimuru and Seo are giving up at nightmare stage. I thought they could keep going. Saoryu reminded him, don't think everyone is as strong as you. Most candidates can't even clear regular stage. Those two took down the Thunder Beast so fast they'll definitely be in the top 10. He wondered, they should have failed, so why haven't they come out yet? He answered. Unless severely injured or under special circumstances, you can't leave the trial area, though you're an exception. Heitan Akira looked into the screen with interest. Looks like another candidate has climbed to the nightmare stage. He predicted, with his rare ritual gear, Gakuge will probably take down at least one purgatory giant. Spirit summoner Shin Akagami has also made it this far. Impressive skills. When the giant targeting Shin was about to attack her, it suddenly froze. For a split second, Shin's cat dragged the remaining giant and redirected it toward the one attacking her. They slaughtered each other. Itsuki doubtfully asked, "Summon spirits can change shapes. Can Ajaha's bitch Deep do that?" Ajaha denied. "No, this is the first time I've seen one with shapeshifting abilities. Summon spirits come in many types. Their abilities are truly full of mysteries. Be especially careful if you encounter any spirit summoners from now on." He thought of the Death Hound. Come to think of it, summoned spirits look pretty strong up close. I've been neglecting the Death Hound I snatched from Charles all this time, but from now on I'll funnel all dropped experience points into it. Thinking to himself, Seo and Rimuru have already given up. There's no need to stay here anymore, let's go. But Itsuki had to change his mind when he saw that was Iberia's battle, which was still not over. Looking at his mysterious armor, Itsuki asked in surprise, "Iberia, what is that armor? Is it from your dad?" He thought to himself, this is the strongest epic artifact the old man made for me. System displays info, epic tier dragon armor attack speed increased by 100. Epic effect, after 1 minute of equipping, attack and speed increase by 20. Maximum limit stacks up to 15 minutes. Iberia knew clearly this artifact has a spirit and chooses its own master. I had to get tangled up in a bunch of trouble to get it. Gain 20 attack and speed for every minute equipped, but wearing it for more than 15 minutes incurs crazy penalties. Must resolve this within 15 minutes. Notification displayed. Stats increased, currently. Attack plus 120, speed plus 120. He deduced. Seeing the announcement about conquering the nightmare tier earlier, Itsuki-san must be working harder so as not to hold him back. His victory gave Iberia an extra boost of strength. He lunged forward toward the giant. One of Iberia's feet stomped down on its face. He was determined not to make Itsuki lose face. We are Team Double E after all. Seeing this from the outside, he smiled and uttered, "He's really going all in, huh?" The mechanical notification voice echoed. The second round is over. Saoryu Fujiwara announced, only the top 10 ranked by points will advance to the finals of the national tournament. In addition, the top 2 will receive special rewards at the finals. Gakuge lay flat on the ground to rest, extremely confident. Aside from Kana, no one has more points than me. That special reward is definitely mine. Saoryu Fujiwara reminded, now the top 10 will be announced. The scoreboard displayed. First, Itsuki with 3 minutes 55 seconds, total points over 100,000. Second, Kana with 23 minutes 43 seconds, nearly 17,000 points. Third, Gakuge with 24 minutes 15 seconds, total nearly 7,000 points. Fourth, Iberia with 27 minutes 59 seconds, total points equal to Gakuge, followed by Shin Akagami, Rimuru, and Seiya. The others were astonished. Over 100,000 points, even the lantern guy only had about 60,000 points. With points like that, it'll be easy to get first place nationally, right? Each purgatory giant must be 5,000 points. How many did he kill to get 100,000 points? Gakuge was shocked reading the leaderboard. What? I'm third. Who the hell is this Itsuki guy? Never heard of him. Kana uttered, Itsuki, I really want to cross swords with him. Seo said sadly, the gap with Itsuki is so big, I guess I'm just not suited for a melee class. Saoryu Fujiwara cheered happily. The regional preliminaries are over. The national leaderboard is out. Itsuki is leading in first place, far ahead of second place by a whole 65,000 points. Ajaha glanced at the masked Nento with regret. I can't see his expression, but I can feel that Dad must be very happy. Humanity's new sun is shining brighter and brighter. Hearing this news, Iberia was very happy. over 100,000 points, knew Itsuki would take first place. But I put on a performance worthy of Team Double E. Next to him was the corpse of a giant. Itsuki stepped forward to praise. Yeah, you did a great job, it really surprised me. Iberia's eyes began to blur, but he still smiled and replied, right. At the arena, Saoryu Fujiwara officially announced, the 21st Savior Alliance National Tournament preliminaries have concluded. Itsuki carried the unconscious Iberia on his back as he left the qualifiers. At this moment, in a luxurious room in the South Continent Army 1, an old man was sitting with his eyes closed and motionless. Kaori asked unhappily, we were dragged all the way out here since dawn just to watch an old man meditate? The person next to him reminded him to watch his mouth. That is the Supreme Commander of the South Continent. He has the ability to foresee the future, he is a prophet. The person they were waiting for was none other than the Supreme Commander of the South Continent, Balger. Kaori had something unclear. Then why are barriers always erected before announcements are made? If he can truly foresee the future, tell us where the stone pillar will land before it happens. He explained, it's true that Elder Balger can only foresee a small fraction of the future, but he is still a monumental figure of humanity, the only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Northern Continent's Supreme Commander, Nento. Suddenly Balger opened his eyes wide, sweat pouring down like rain on his aged face. The old man shouted, it's him, because his prophecies are 100% accurate. Balger collapsed to his knees, muttering, the Northern Continent. Two disciples stepped forward to support him. Elder Balger, are you all right? Balger whispered weakly, the Northern Continent is in danger. He cried out in terror. A massive spirit beast attack is about to hit the Northern Continent, including several monsters over level 100. Nightfell outside was a piece of tranquility. He checked his stats. Finally my stats exceeded 1500. Character info updated. Itsuki unfixed level human class, Slayer talent, special Nirvana skills. Zering Super Simulation Thunderstrike, level 2 Thunder Tremor Wave, level 2 Black Ice Wall, level 2 Lotus Bloom, level 2 Penetrating True Sphere, level 1 Magic Perception, level 1 Devouring Shikigami stats. Attack, 330 speed, 380 increased by 35% from Thunder Tremor Wave defense. 462 increased by 40% from Black Ice Wall magic, 330 total, 1502. Itsuki remembered, I heard that every time I level up I get 50 stat points. System reminder, leveled up received 50 stat points. Decide where to allocate them. He was calculating 1500 is probably around level 30 for a normal awakened being. Speed and defense can be increased infinitely through skill passives. When the notification updated, speed plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Itsuki thought about magic. My magic is also infinitely restored thanks to Magic Perception's passive, but attack is the only thing with no way to increase, absolutely no way. A voice sounded from behind, dinner's ready. He turned back to look. Rimuru wearing an apron called out to him, Itsuki, I cooked a lot of dishes you like. Beside him was Seo. He felt secretly happy, right now is fine. Super Simulation might just acquire an attack-boosting skill. They gathered around the lavish dinner table with Nento sitting at the head of the table. Itsuki expressed his sentiment, it's been a long time since I last had Rimuru's home-cooked food. Itsuki glanced around, where's Iberia still sleeping? Ageha reported the situation, I treated him earlier and all his injuries are gone. But it seems he pushed his stamina to the absolute limit so he's still fast asleep. Rimuru followed up, even so, I'm amazed. The nightmare tier that even Seo and I couldn't clear, yet a level 0 guy like him managed to conquer it. Seo snorted, he misunderstood. Did the dish I cooked taste so good that it moved you to speak out loud? She reminded him. Behind his back appeared a figure with a gloomy appearance. Rimuru turned around, is there something behind me? He saw that person starving like crazy. Food, give me food. Rimuru fell backward off his chair in fright. Seeing Iberia eating like a famished tiger, he put his hands on his hips and scolded, scared the living daylights out of me, sneaking around like that gives me heart palpitations. And why are you eating at someone else's seat? He finished a large bowl of rice, his head still hanging low. Rimuru was scared a second time. What's wrong, are you mad at me? Looking like a child licking his lips happily, he said, delicious. He breathed a sigh of relief. Back to normal, huh? You should thank my cooking skills. Iberia smiled brightly and asked, you cooked this meal, why don't you quit being an awakened being and become a chef instead? You have more talent in cooking. Hearing this, Rimuru got irritated again. Was that even a compliment? Nento suddenly spoke up. You two also want to become saviors, right? Then I want to ask one thing. He posed a question to the two of them. What is the scariest thing? Rimuru rubbed his chin in thought. The scariest thing is probably the opposite of what I'm expecting. My dream is to become a savior, save lots of money, travel the world while young, and enjoy good food. The opposite must be aging. Once you get old, you won't have the energy to travel anymore, and your taste buds might even get so bad that you can't tell different flavors apart. He shook his head violently, grimacing. Just thinking about it gives me the shivers. Nento turned his attention to Seo. What about you? She recounted. Me, I was born into a family of doctors and grew up in a hospital. In my memory, ever since I was a little kid, I've seen countless people go through illnesses big and small. Some patients died right in front of the little girl. She continued, it became an obsession for me, so even a cold or a fever makes me feel extremely terrified. Itsuki understood the reason. So that's why she ran away the other day. Just because I sneezed a little bit. He recalled that day's action and her terrified expression. Nento spoke up. Awakened people have a lifespan about twice as long as ordinary people and almost never get sick. You can already say goodbye to the things you fear. Seeing him glance at him, Iberia panicked. Me. He hesitated. The thing I feared most was not passing the preliminaries. Now I'm afraid of not being able to fight side by side with Itsuki anymore. Iberia was curious. Itsuki, what is the thing you fear the most? Itsuki replied. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Seo looked at him and thought, I wonder if there's anything he's afraid of. From his side came the urging, speak up. Don't tell me you're not afraid of anything. Rimuru was curious, can't imagine what Itsuki could possibly be afraid of. Itsuki opened up. After my parents passed away, I was really worried about how I was going to keep living. Helpless, angry, sad, starved. My body was possessed by those negative emotions until Seo and Rimuru appeared in front of me. Back then, they came over to care for and check on young Itsuki. Why are you sitting here crying alone? The sky is so beautiful, it's a waste to keep your head down looking at the ground. Seo sat down and asked, are you catching a cold? Should we go to the hospital? While Rimuru held a lunchbox in his hand, eat something and all your worries will melt away. Itsuki said with emotion. The warmth I received from those two pulled me out of that negative world. Afterwards I met Master Ageha and Iberia too. Like having more teammates, everyone present looked at Itsuki gently. He compared, or like my family from before. This sense of peace is something I haven't felt in a very long time. Sometimes I think I wish this moment could last forever more than anything else. I've always been afraid of living alone. Ageha blushed and thought to herself, Itsuki's current atmosphere, it's very calm and peaceful. It's completely different from the hair-raising feeling from before. Moved, Iberia hugged him tightly. Itsuki, I will definitely never leave you. Itsuki denied. No, that's not what I meant. Nento explained. The reason I asked is to confirm whether when you two become saviors and face real danger, you will regret choosing this path or not. For a savior, regret is the only thing you must absolutely never allow to happen. Remember this well, a death without regrets is the goal of every savior. They agreed unanimously. Yes, I will engrave that in my heart. He stood up, leaving behind a sentence before walking away. Then hurry up and finish eating, then go rest. Seo and Rimuru have to return to the North B district tomorrow. The next morning, they saw their two friends off. Iberia waved goodbye. Next time treat me to your home-cooked rice again. Rimuru agreed immediately. Sure, leave it to me as long as you don't cause trouble for Itsuki. Seo waved goodbye. Then see you at the national tournament. Seeing him sobbing nearby, Itsuki was curious. Since when did you and Rimuru get so close? Nento turned back to urge, let's head back too. He suddenly thought, come to think of it, there's something I wanted to ask Seo I can probably ask during the national tournament. Seeing someone running from afar, Itsuki was surprised. Ageha. Why does she look so rushed? Nento asked, what's wrong? Panting heavily, she hurriedly reported, there's a top-secret report from the South Continent. He had a bad premonition. What report? Ageha found it inconvenient to talk here. This top-secret info has a very high security clearance. It can only be revealed to saviors above level 50 and continent commanders. Nento permitted, it's fine, go ahead and speak. It's fine to tell these two as well, continue. Ageha went straight to the point. A new prophecy was just issued by the South Continent commander, Elder Balger. It seems a large-scale attack by calamity spirit beasts will take place in the northern continent within the next 3 days. Itsuki was shocked. Elder Balger, is that prophecy reliable? According to Iberia's knowledge, Elder Balger is the most illustrious prophet across all 5 continents. His prophecies are almost absolute future events. Ageha suggested, "So Dad, you should leave the northern continent quickly." He speculated, there must be a reason why the calamity spirit beasts launched such a large-scale attack. Very likely their target this time is me, the supreme commander of the northern continent. So if I stay here, I will definitely be an excellent decoy. Ageha disagreed. From the beginning you were never a combat expert. If you already know you're the target, there's no point staying behind to risk it like this. For now, let's just evacuate to the central continent. Itsuki agreed. I agree with Ageha, if you're short on people over here I'll stay and fight. He refused to listen to advice. I've already decided, no need to say anymore. Itsuki, I need you to do something else. He asked about another matter. What about protecting Master? Nothing is more important than that. Nento brought up Iberia's father. Aiden is the most outstanding artifact crafter across all 5 continents. It would be terrible if anything happened to him. I want you and Iberia to take responsibility for protecting Aiden. I'll also dispatch awakened beings from here to support you. Iberia was surprised, deploying special combat forces just for my old man, and he was similarly puzzled. Is Master trying to get me out of the battlefield? Seeing his children unhappy, Nento reminded Ageha, I also have 3 requests for you. He issued a series of commands. First, broadcast this upcoming attack to the residents of the northern continent and ask awakened beings under level 50 to evacuate civilians to a safe place. Next, notify all awakened beings in the northern continent above level 50 and ask them to stand ready to deal with the calamity spirit beasts at any time. Finally, tell Height and Akira to come here. In this sparsely populated North District 1, we won't have to worry about civilian casualties during the battle. Right here, we will face them head-on. The next day, Ageha came to report on work progress. Dad, I've arranged everything as you instructed. Height and Akira will probably arrive soon. Nento apologized awkwardly. I'm sorry for these troubles. Ageha looked sad, not wanting to talk. He saw through her mood. Are you worried? Even though Aiden already has experienced guards by his side, in that case I'll just wipe out all the small fry and lure the boss out. Ageha conceded, just like Dad, you saw right through everything. He revealed there was a prophecy that a level 100 or higher calamity beast will appear this time. Having to expose all our trump cards is unavoidable. The reason I specifically dispatched Itsuki there is that with Itsuki's ability, if he joins the battle against such a calamity spirit beast, she understood, fighting in his style, his ability will be exposed to them and they will act to eliminate Itsuki at all costs. Ageha, I see. Then to prevent that from happening. Nento added, right, but there's another reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Itsuki lacks attack power. There are rumors that Aiden possesses an artifact that boosts attack power. If he can absorb that artifact from attack, defense to magic. Nento predicted, a perfect awakened being possessing everything will be born. Day 1 of the prophecy, 8:00 p.m. In each district of the northern continent, the curtain rose on the attack with stone pillars raining down. North District B, Itsuki increased his running speed, asking Iberia, who was closely following behind, It's 8:00 p.m. already. How much further to your place? He estimated. Probably about 100 km more. He urged, it wouldn't be strange if a spirit beast suddenly attacked. We must hurry to Iberia's dad's place. He pointed fearfully in one direction. Itsuki, look over there. His steps came to a halt. That was the sky covered in thick dark clouds with firepower slamming down from above. Iberia screamed, stone pillars, the attack has started and the stone pillars are landing right in the urban area. They could only watch helplessly as the stone pillars smashed down toward high-rise buildings. Itsuki thought with tension. The news was just announced, so the residents must still be in the process of evacuating. If spirit beasts arrive at a time like this with people panicking in the city, heavy casualties are inevitable. A spirit beast was approaching. Everyone run! Stone pillars, just as Elder Balger predicted. Damn it, it came too early. Iberia urged anxiously. The barrier is starting to form. If we leave the civilians here, there will be massive casualties, but if we go help, it'll interfere with our mission. He calculated. Iberia was very exhausted after the long trip, but he didn't ask for a break even once. He must be really worried about his dad. If I suggest saving the civilians, he'll definitely refuse. Yet Iberia requested, Itsuki, let's go provide support. The spirit beasts inside the barrier are at least level 20. If there are no high-level awakened beings, a lot of people are going to die. He agreed, understood. Change of plan, will wipe out the spirit beasts inside the city first. On the city side, a giant foot of a spirit beast stomped onto the ground, producing a booming sound. It was a level 21 fire puppet, with blazing fire covering its entire body. Yama encouraged everyone from across the way, 3 level 15s and 1 level 16. This is going to be tough, but facing a level 20 spirit beast, we still have a chance to win. He possessed C-rank skill, Stone Shield. At this moment, Yama was forced to calm down and command, "Don't mess up the formation, I'll block its attack." The moment its firepower struck, he shouted, "Everyone find an opening and counterattack." A single punch from it sent Yama flying far backward. The heavy impact caused the wall behind him to crack and shatter. Yama whispered weakly, "Impossible." The people on the team fell into despair. Even him, the one with the highest defense stat among us, was killed instantly, so we definitely have no chance. Someone panicked. "What should we do?" Someone fled. "What do you mean, what should we do? Gotta run, fighting a thing like that is suicide." A teammate shouted, "Hey, watch out." Nanki laughed coldly, "Watch out, you guys better worry about yourselves." Only then did he feel the danger approaching from behind. Nanki fired a palm blast toward it while begging, "Please, I'll do anything, just don't kill me." He had C-rank skill, Water Cannon. Nanki looked at the crater in front of him, thinking, "Since when was this thing behind me? That's why I let those pathetic words slip out. But this is the end. After all, I am a water elementalist, the natural nemesis of fire attribute calamity spirit beasts." The others cautiously approached to check. Did he really succeed? To be sure, I'll finish it off. Nanki stopped them. "You guys don't interfere. I defeated this spirit beast all by myself. I have to be the one to finish it." The spirit beast had revived, blazing firepower radiating across its body. Terrified, he looked back at his teammates and urged, "It revived, hurry up and kill it." Seeing the firepower resembling a sea of fire rushing toward them, they felt their end had come. "What kind of giant flame is this? We're done for." Right at the nick of time, Itsuki appeared, using black ice wall to form a shield blocking the firepower. Iberia, standing behind him, announced, "Just leave this place to Team Double E." Itsuki directed, "Iberia, don't worry, I'll handle this one, you go evacuate the civilians." Smiling brightly, he replied, "Orders received." System display, black ice wall, defense plus 10% for blocking a B-rank fire attribute skill with black ice wall. The people present whispered among themselves, "Blocking a giant flame as easily as that. Are you guys saviors?" Itsuki replied, "We aren't saviors yet, but one day I'll become a savior even stronger than Kazunari." Nanki maintained his arrogant attitude, "A savior stronger than Kazunari, talk about a brat running his mouth." Iberia criticized, "What the hell were you guys doing letting a kid save you?" He stubbornly retorted, "Nobody asked for your help, I was gonna take it down myself anyway." The person next to him was shocked. "Not saviors, an ordinary awakened being can face that spirit beast. Is that ice armor around his body an artifact?" Itsuki muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, Master gave some advice before we left." Nento reminded, "The black sphere whose power you release is terrifying, but it takes time to chant. And compared to truly powerful calamity spirit beasts, its flight speed cannot be called fast. If you miss the very first strike, they'll be on guard and it'll be even harder to hit them then. Therefore, try to avoid using that move in future battles. Save it as a trump card for truly important moments. Listen carefully, only use that black sphere when you're confident you can take down the opponent." He evaluated the situation here. "I can't use penetrating true sphere in front of a crowd." The group behind him was still chatting. "The rescuer is an awakened being, he's wearing such nice armor. He's a high-level awakened being." Itsuki lunged forward to prepare for close combat. "If that's the case, I'll just have to beat it down with brute force." Lightning covered Itsuki's fist. System updated, activated thunder tremor wave. He teleported in front of its head, and the entire spirit beast's body was knocked flying backward. It crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to get back up. How could Itsuki give it a chance? His entire body grew huge, covered in black ice wall. He leaped down from above onto the spirit beast's head. The stomp made the ground shake, shockwaves spreading out. Everyone witnessing this doubted reality. The spirit beast is being completely pushed back. Wasn't it supposed to be very strong? someone speculated. I saw that awakened being's face. He looks at most 18 years old. The spirit beast must have been heavily injured beforehand. Someone broke out in a cold sweat. Are you kidding me? A level 21 fire puppet can't even fight back. What kind of monster is this guy? Seeing Itsuki no longer in front, he wondered, where did that guy go? Someone from behind recounted. Right after defeating the spirit beast, he went somewhere else with that blonde guy. Nanki stepped up to claim credit. A level 0 like him being able to do that is because I eroded the fire puppet's HP down to its limit. That other guy marveled. Even I, a level 15, couldn't keep up with that speed with the naked eye, let alone the strength to blow away a fire puppet barehanded. That level 0 guy, he can compare to a level 30. Itsuki was still not very satisfied with his recent performance. Even with a spirit beast at that level, killing it instantly is impossible. This is not looking good at all. I must find a way to raise my attack power at all costs. System updated stats. Attack 330, speed 760 thanks to activating Thunder Tremor Wave. Defense 495 plus 50% thanks to activating Black Ice Wall. Magic restores 10% magic when an enemy unit is detected. On day 1 at 10:30 p.m., Iberia jogged after Itsuki, exclaiming excitedly, "That was amazing, Itsuki-san, your speed just now was so fast my eyes couldn't even keep up." Itsuki replied briefly, "Even with speed without power it's meaningless." Stopping when they reached a safe place, Iberia panted heavily and said hesitatingly, "I never even thought about it that way. If you want to boost your power, there's a really effective way." Hearing that, Itsuki looked back at him and asked, "An effective way?" Iberia stated with absolute certainty, "The warehouse belonging to my old man is full of gear. There's bound to be some gear that boosts attack power in there. Since Itsuki-san is super strong and also Nento Izumi's disciple, he'll probably be more than willing to hand one over to you." With that, he couldn't help daydreaming, grinning pervertedly as he muttered, "Just imagining Itsuki-san equipped with gear." Itsuki got goosebumps and asked, "What's with that creepy smile? What on earth are you imagining?" Iberia promised eagerly, "Let's get out of here. Once we get home, I'll ask the old man to set you up with suitable gear." Itsuki was somewhat distracted, deep in thought. I thought I had reined in my speed on the way here, but even so, with Iberia's speed, keeping up must have been the absolute limit of what he could do. Finished thinking, he suddenly walked over and scooped Iberia up horizontally. Iberia panicked, jolting in surprise as he shouted, "Itsuki-san, what are you doing?" Itsuki replied flatly, "If you're tired, stop pushing yourself. At this rate, even if you run into a spirit beast, you won't have the energy left to fight." Without dragging it out, he scooped Iberia up and leaped into the air. Iberia was dazed and complained again, "I wasn't ready yet." "You're too fast?" Itsuki didn't slow down his pace, simply brushing it off with, "We've delayed way too much, just bear with it." Prophecy for day 1, 11:05 p.m. A clear moon and a cool breeze with a wooden cabin tucked deep within the dense forest. Before long, Itsuki and Iberia arrived at the spot. Iberia stretched his muscles while endlessly complaining, "We're finally here. I thought my arms were about to fall off." Itsuki surveyed the house for a moment before asking Iberia, "Why do you live so deep in the woods? It'd be safer in the city." He replied very confidently, "The old man said the city is too noisy and he can't concentrate on crafting." "Don't let the shabby look of this wooden cabin fool you, its defense system is no joke. There are dozens of traps the old man set up all around the house." Hearing him say that, Itsuki silently figured it out. "I see. No wonder I kept wondering why I could sense faint magical fluctuations." Thinking to himself, he quietly activated his magic sense. At that moment, Iberia took the lead, not forgetting to give a stern warning. "Anyway, if you follow right behind me, you won't trigger the traps, just stick close." Itsuki didn't dare speak aloud, only thinking, "I don't need you, I can dodge them just fine with magic sense." While Iberia walked leisurely ahead, Itsuki hesitated for a moment, wanting to warn him, "Hey, over there," but Iberia couldn't hear him at all. Inside, he was puffing his chest out and smiling secretly. "I finally get to take the lead." Hidden under a layer of leaves on the ground was a small switch. Iberia stepped on it unknowingly and without caution. Realizing he had triggered a trap, he panicked and yelled, "Oh no, I got too excited and forgot there are traps here." Itsuki was helpless and incredulous as he asked, "Is this seriously your house?" Right then, the ground began to shake violently. Iberia cursed loudly, "Crap, this is the most annoying trap." At that exact moment, Itsuki also realized, come to think of it, the magical fluctuations are getting stronger. Rising from the ground was a humanoid gear epic iron golem, attack 500, speed 300, defense 500, magic 200. Seeing it, Itsuki couldn't help being astonished and blurted out, he even has humanoid gear. At that moment, the iron golem threw a powerful punch straight toward Iberia before he could even collect his wits to counterattack. Itsuki quickly stepped in to push him out of the way, confronting the iron golem head-on. He powerfully threw a punch to block its fist. Unable to hold out for long, he was knocked flying backwards. Itsuki had to skid across the ground to steady himself while inwardly reflecting, even a piece of gear has a higher attack power than me. Because it's gear used to protect Iberia's father, I can't destroy it with true crossing bridge. This is a real pain. Tense, Itsuki immediately turned to ask Iberia, is there a way to stop it? Iberia quickly cooperated and shouted back, aim for the spirit stone on its chest. That's its power source. If you destroy that thing, it won't be able to move anymore. Hearing what Iberia said, Itsuki immediately looked over at the iron golem and instantly spotted the spirit stone he mentioned. Without further hesitation, Itsuki activated lightning shockwave. His entire body was instantly enveloped in flickering bolts of electricity as he boldly and confidently declared, if you know the weak spot, this is easy. Even if I lose in raw power, I'm faster. With that, he suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of electricity toward the iron golem. As it continuously brought its iron hands down to attack him, he easily and cleanly dodged every single blow, taking advantage of the iron golem's total focus on attacking without any defense. Itsuki nimbly dashed behind its back to mess with its reflexes, then seized the opportunity to snatch the spirit stone from its chest. Deprived of its power source, the iron golem ground to a halt just as the theory predicted. When Itsuki felt relieved and held up the spirit stone to ask Iberia, I guess this does it, right? At that exact moment, a dark figure appeared right behind him, its crimson eyes staring fixedly at him as it prepared to bring down a slash. Iberia immediately screamed at the top of his lungs to stop him, wait, Yusuke-san. Noticing something abnormal, Itsuki abruptly turned his head just as the sword was descending. Hearing Iberia's voice, the man quickly stopped his blade before it was too late. Itsuki looked at the sword inches from his face, panic-stricken as he wondered, when on earth did he get here? Bokudo Yusuke finally spoke normally to explain, Iberia, I thought some bandits were sneaking in. Itsuki kept staring at him, thinking incessantly, what the hell, while being targeted I didn't sense even a shred of magical fluctuation. Bokudo looked back at him and asked, who's this? Catching sight of the man instantly sheathing his sword in a split second, Itsuki was surprised all over again, thinking to himself, the sword vanished. Only then did Iberia step forward to shield Itsuki, smiling as he introduced him to Bokudo. This is my friend, Tenma Itsuki. He's level 0 but super strong. We're a team and our name is... Before Iberia could finish, Itsuki gently placed a hand on his shoulder and cut to the chase. More importantly, where's your dad? Hearing that, Iberia asked Bokudo, that's right, where's the old man? Bokudo answered honestly, completely unaware someone was approaching from behind. The master is right behind you, but be careful. It looks like he's in a pretty bad mood. Aiden walked up with a dark expression, not making a single sound. Seeing him, Iberia immediately boasted, Dad, listen to this, I passed the preliminary round. Then he reiterated their previous deal. I even cleared the nightmare stage and ranked 4th in the region. Just like you promised, let me pick out a piece of gear freely. Yet Aiden said nothing at all, slapping Iberia hard across the face. Grieving with tears welling up in his eyes, Iberia clutched his face and asked indignantly, hey, why'd you hit me? Aiden grew so angry his face turned red with veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted furiously, hand over the dragon armor, you stole it, didn't you? Iberia stubbornly talked back and yelled, so what? I just borrowed an epic gear for a little bit, do you have to hit me like this? Aiden didn't calm down, pointing a finger at him in warning. If you wear the dragon armor for too long, something irreversible will happen. If you ever use it without permission again, I won't go easy on you next time. Pouting, Iberia threw his bag to the ground and snapped, fine, whatever, I get it, I'm never using your gear ever again, before storming off. While Itsuki stood dazed watching Iberia leave, Aiden called out to him, yes, I'm Tenma Itsuki, nice to meet you. Itsuki snapped back to reality and went straight to the point, telling him, a prophecy has predicted a large-scale attack by calamity spirit beasts in the northern continent, so my master ordered me to escort Aiden-san. Just as he wanted to keep talking, Aiden cut him off bluntly. I've heard about that. With a hint of contempt in his tone, Aiden stared straight into Itsuki's face and said, for someone as strict and rarely taking disciples as him, why would he take on a completely ordinary-looking teenager like this as a pupil? But right after that, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock as he blurted out, wait, your level, it's fixed? Looking at the ability stats, Aiden couldn't quite believe his eyes. Tenma Itsuki Human, Fixed Level 0 Class, Slayer Skills, Hidden Stats, Hidden. Aiden looked at Itsuki in astonishment and demanded loudly, are you using gear to hide your stats? Not really. He fell deep into thought, I see. No wonder Nento Izumi wanted to get his hands on that gear. Aiden walked closer to Itsuki. Your master is someone who calculates gains and losses very carefully. He always demands something in return. My master only told me to escort you. I haven't heard anything about a reward. He was surprised to hear the man continue. He contacted me saying that in exchange for you escorting me, I have to hand over a specific piece of gear. My master said that, well, it's fine, even without gear I'll still keep you safe. But Aiden immediately stopped him, then asked with curiosity, no, I've got plenty of them, giving you one is no big deal. I'm just wondering why he'd insist on picking out a piece of trash. Itsuki asked in surprise, trash? Aiden recalled the time the gear was crafted, looking quite thrilled. Originally, it was a masterpiece created to push an Awakena's attack power to the absolute limit, the unique Critical Strike gemstone. Critical Strike attack power is doubled when landing a critical hit. Critical rate 99%. Unique effect, the user's attacks always land a critical hit. Aiden was startled when the gear suddenly developed a crack, but suddenly a crack appeared. He took out that piece of gear and explained further. The rank of the gear became unknown and a mysterious effect was added, Faulty Critical Strike Gemstone. Rank unknown, effect, attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit. Critical rate 0% plus 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Faulty effect, the critical rate resets to 0% every time the user levels up. Therefore, because the critical rate you worked hard to build up resets to 0% every time you level up, it's completely useless to a normal Awakena. Exactly, that's why I refused when he asked for this piece of trash, but looking at your stats I understand why now. Itsuki held the gear in his hand. He stared intently at the item in his hand while Aiden continued, you're quite special, huh? I don't know how you got stronger, but since you don't level up, this gear suits you perfectly. The power inside the gear erupted around Itsuki, but the released energy was so intense it made him cry out as blood vessels bulged all across his face. Because you keep defeating spirit beasts, your critical rate will gradually reach 100%. But in the future, with attacks multiplied by 10. World-destroying Iron Fist, equipped Critical Strike Gemstone, critical rate 0%. As the power subsided, Itsuki gradually returned to normal, then pondered a strategy. My critical rate only increases when I defeat opponents with higher attack stats, huh? That makes it a bit tricky. I'll figure out a counter strategy after we get through this onslaught. Faulty Critical Strike Gemstone. Rank unknown. Effect, attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit. Critical rate 0% plus 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Faulty effect, the critical rate resets to 0% every time the user levels up. Aiden looked at him seriously, looks like it's equipped properly, it really fits you well. To be honest, I've had quite a bit of trouble with my low attack power. This helps a lot, thanks Aiden. With that, he turned around and walked away, waving his hand. I craft the gear and you guys use them to fight the Calamity Spirit Beasts. Both of us are doing this for the survival of humanity, so no need to thank me unless someone already knew my location in advance. There's no way Spirit Beasts would attack a remote place like this out of nowhere. For now, you should get some rest. But before he had taken more than a few steps, a violent noise erupted right behind Aiden, making him jump in shock. A giant meteorite plummeted straight down into the forest where they were taking shelter. It created a terrifying shockwave, forcing everyone to cover their faces and step back. Iberia immediately rushed out, panicking as he yelled, "What is that? What's going on?" His face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. A barrier. A barrier layer had appeared right in front of them. Why is there a barrier here? Aiden pondered grimly. Only the chief commanders of the 5 continents are supposed to know my location. Is a stone pillar dropping here a coincidence, or? Bokuto immediately raised his guard to the highest level, spreading his arms to shield the others. Fall back, spirit beasts are coming, they're heading this way. Itsuki stared fixedly at the barrier with an icy gaze. I can sense it, something is approaching at a terrifying speed. From afar, the rapid footsteps of spirit beasts echoed. 6. They're charging at a crazy speed, no 8. And right as they arrived, the spirit beasts immediately lunged forward to attack. Horned Demon Guard 3088 Speed Horn Demon level 14. They're here. But in just a split second, he blocked the spirit beast's strike with a cold look in his eyes. Itsuki immediately drove his blade straight through the spirit beast's body as blood splattered everywhere, activating Black Ice Wall. The spirit beast was instantly taken down, but the other spirit beasts kept charging forward to attack. Nimbly dodging their attacks, he thought, against enemies of this level, no matter how many there are, I can wipe them out instantly with Lotus Explosion. Over on the other side, Bokudo kept fighting the spirit beasts without a break. Yusuke can handle the shockwave from Lotus Explosion, but Itsuki glanced back at the wooden cabin behind him, feeling deeply anxious. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the house right behind us. If I use Lotus Explosion carelessly, those two might get caught in the blast. After that, he accelerated like lightning, dashing straight through the swarm of spirit beasts ahead. In the blink of an eye, they were all taken down. I guess I'm really only cut out for playing solo. Suddenly, Itsuki looked toward the forest and instantly grew vigilant. Magical fluctuations again, and these are way stronger than the previous ones. Higher-level spirit beasts were gradually closing in. Twin-Horned Guardian Beast 815, Speed Horn Demon level 24. A hellish landscape unfolded as magma surged and monsters writhed within a fiery abyss. The Demon King sat on high, his darkness and overwhelming pressure blanketing the entire space. We've teleported the first Vanguard wave, including low-level slaves, to the human realm. Which of the 8 Demon Kings should we assign to lead the main force? A chilling voice echoed throughout the space. Thanks to the eye I left behind during my last descent to the human realm, I've sensed the existence of someone important. Capture him. Another Demon King with a deformed face and 9 heads with eyes, terrifying to behold, one of the 8 great Demon Kings, Enma Rakuyama, asked. Should we entrust this to one of the 8 Demon Kings? The Demon King sitting on high coldly gave his order, causing Enma Raku to immediately drop to his knees to receive it. A Demon King class being might just end up destroying the eye I left behind. I'll assign this task to a Demon General. Understood. Then he continued, his terrifying gaze sweeping everywhere. And I'll assign full command of the main force to Ensho Kuma, the gluttonous beast. A gigantic gluttonous beast appeared. They usually ate rocks, and since it hadn't eaten living human flesh in a long time, he was sure it was about to starve to death. A scream rang out, startling Itsuki. That's Iberia's voice. Have the spirit beasts broken into the house already? A monster lunged straight toward him. Itsuki quickly raised both hands in front of him as the system window popped up. Twin-Horned Guardian Beast 815, Speed Horn Demon Tribe level 24. Clenching his jaw tightly, he muttered to himself, if it comes to this, I'm forced to use that move. The demon swung its arm to attack Itsuki, who quickly lowered his body to dodge. Raising a hand to generate an energy orb, he thought, its attack power is probably higher than mine, so if I defeat it, I can boost my critical rate. The system popped up again, faulty critical strike gemstone. Rank unknown, effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit. Critical rate 0% plus 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Faulty effect. The critical rate resets to 0% every time the user levels up. A purplish-black beam of light shot straight up into the sky, activating the Pearl True Crossing Bridge. The system notified, critical rate increased by 1%. Itsuki clenched his fist in thought. It really went up just like I thought. A monster slowly emerged behind his back. The notification window appeared, faulty critical strike gemstone critical rate, 1%. Itsuki shouted loudly, Yusuke, I'll take care of the spirit beast that broke into the house, leave the rest to you. Slicing hard through a monster, he replied, leave it to me. Itsuki dashed forward, running straight toward the wooden cabin. He shoved the door hard to push it open. Inside, Iberia was leaning against the wall, panting heavily with injuries all over his body. It's useless, without the dragon armor I can't win. A claw struck straight toward him. Iberia muttered, if it comes to this. The monster thrust its claws right at him, and Iberia cried out loudly in tears, Itsuki, save me. However, the one who appeared was Aiden, smashing his hammer right into the monster's head. Iberia stared blankly at him, thinking, the old man is a non-combat class, yet he's not scared of spirit beasts at all. Aiden hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder and told the monster, "You're pretty tough." The monster turned around angrily to glare at Aiden. He stood still calmly, waiting for the monster's attack. "I'll leave the rest to you." He called out, "Tenma!" At that moment, Itsuki quickly appeared before the monster's attack could hit Aiden. Itsuki reached out to grab the monster's wrist tightly as the system window popped up. "Activate Black Ice Spike." A long blade emerged from Itsuki's arm, and he quickly used it to pierce straight through the monster's body. Itsuki stood up and told Aiden, "Sorry I'm late, took a little while to clean up the ones outside." He asked calmly, "How's the situation outside?" Itsuki raised his head to sense silently, "I can't sense any magical fluctuations outside anymore." He then replied, "I think Yusuk wiped out all the spirit beasts." Aiden and Iberia walked outside. Looking at the monsters lying scattered across the ground, Iberia cried out in astonishment, "Yusuk did all this by himself?" Raising his head to survey the area, Yusuk warned the others, "Don't let your guard down yet. Unless we destroy that barrier, spirit beasts will keep spawning from inside it infinitely, and as time goes on, they'll only get stronger." He turned around and told Itsuki, "I plan to go destroy that barrier while wiping out as many spirit beasts on the way as possible. But if any slip past me, you die." Itsuki's face darkened with anger as he retorted, "No, I'll be the one to head straight for the spirit beasts inside the barrier. Yusuk, stay here to protect Aiden and Iberia." Watching him, Aiden thought to himself in silent shock, that gaze, there isn't a shred of fear in it. Instead, he's brimming with a hunger for battle. He spoke up, "We'll leave the task of destroying the barrier to Tenma." Yusuk wondered, if that's a hexagonal barrier, the spirit beasts inside will be at least level 25. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Enveloped in a pale white layer of mana, Itsuki asserted, "I'm sure." With that, he dashed off, a flash of lightning marking the spot where Itsuki's figure instantly vanished. Itsuki thought to himself, "I finally get to fight to my heart's content." Iberia stood behind and shouted, "If Itsuki goes, I'm going too." "All right, Yusuk, watch over my old man." Aiden coldly issued his command, "You're staying put." He immediately protested, "Why, we're a team." Aiden explained, "Drop the whole team act, it's ridiculous. You and Tenma live in completely different worlds." Iberia shouted loudly, "We've come this far together on this journey, what do you mean by different worlds?" Aiden replied loudly and harshly, "A team is meant to support one another and make up for each other's shortcomings." He sternly declared, "But you can't support anything, you're just a burden at this rate." Aiden continued, making Iberia freeze in terror, "You're going to get Tenma killed." He walked past Iberia and added, "And naturally I'm not just talking about you. Tenma is special, no one in this generation can stand shoulder to shoulder with him." He said coldly, "Did you see the look in his eyes when he faced the spirit beasts? That look is the gaze of someone consumed by hatred." On Itsuki's end, the system window popped up. Magic Sense detected 5 enemy units, restores 50% of the user's magic. Itsuki chuckled secretly, 5 spirit beasts, huh? They must have just crawled out of the barrier. Thanks to that, my magic is fully restored. 5 monsters lunged out to block Itsuki's path. Unflinching, he charged forward and yelled, "Out of my way." An explosion occurred, smoke and fire burst out, and the system announced at that moment, "Activated Lotus Bloom, defeated 5 enemies with Lotus Bloom, total skill scale increased by 5%, currently at 1106%. Critical hit rate 1%, faulty critical hit critical hit rate 2%. Itsuki continued to wrap his body in mana, running and pondering as he went. The defense of the twin-horned guard beast is too high, it took 80% of my mana just to take it down with Lotus Bloom, but I won't let any of them lay a hand on Iberia and the others." Iberia saw the explosion from afar. Yusuk quickly stepped in front of him, blocking the shockwave while shouting in shock, "Where did that explosion come from?" Iberia answered loudly, "That's Itsuki's skill, he must have run into a spirit beast in the forest." Yusuk frowned in deep thought, "An explosion of that scale isn't something an ordinary level 0 can pull off. Could the reason Tenma can't level up be because of the negative effects from his talent?" On Itsuki's side, he stood before a blue barrier and thought, "So this is the blue barrier, it looks like these spirit beasts are on a completely different level from what I've encountered before." The system announced, "Activated Magic Perception." Itsuki muttered, "I didn't expect magic perception to be blocked, I can't measure the number or strength of the spirit beasts inside." He recalled, come to think of it, Master said you can guess the spirit beasts inside a barrier based on its color. Dark barrier, spirit beasts from level 1 to 25. Green barrier, spirit beasts from level 26 to 50. Blue barrier, spirit beasts from level 51 to 75. Purple barrier, spirit beasts from level 76 to. Red barrier, spirit beasts level 101 and above. Since it's green, these spirit beasts range from level 26 to 50. Itsuki looked at the mark on his palm and muttered, if I wipe all of them out, a bunch of experience points will drop. He raised his hand, petals of light falling to the ground, and the system popped up. Summoned Shikigami, Death Hound. The Black Hound let out a long howl and the info panel appeared. B-rank Death Hound, level 16, 0%. C-rank Death Chi skill detects all traces of magic in the area to locate and track the source. B-rank Death's Urge significantly shortens resurrection time after the Shikigami dies. Stats: Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 150, Magic 150. Itsuki stroked it while saying, I'll give all that experience to you. He continued forward with it, until I give the command, don't you dare touch them. He coldly declared, every single spirit beast here is my prey. At a garden on the first day of the prophecy at 11:30 p.m., a girl reported, Father, the escorting awakened beings have arrived. The blue-haired man with a long scar on his face saluted. Lord Izumi, from this moment on, I, first-tier Savior Kei Kairajima, will serve as your bodyguard. He was a level 63 Wind Elementalist, first-tier Savior Kei Kairajima. The man immediately replied, thank you for coming. The girl wondered. Besides him, 5 third-tier saviors and 3 second-tier saviors have also arrived. Has Heighten Akira not arrived yet? He answered. I've already assigned him the task of guarding the surrounding area. The girl adjusted her glasses and reported, when we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way here. However, when I tried calling him back 1 and 3 hours later, I couldn't get through. She continued, giant stone pillars have been falling across the northern province since 8:00 p.m. tonight. He might have run into some trouble along the way. The man with a lantern on his head was Nento Izumi, and he replied, an ordinary spirit beast wouldn't be able to threaten him. After all, he is one of the 6 pillars of the special tier savior squad. He instructed, try your best to contact him. Only a special tier savior can fight the spirit beasts appearing here. The girl immediately replied, understood. Kei suddenly spoke up, aren't you overestimating the special tier saviors? No matter how strong Wajin and Heighten Akira are, they're still human. He arrogantly proclaimed, I don't believe there's that huge a gap between them and first tiers like us. We might hit a few bumps, but there's no way we can't take down a spirit beast they can. Hearing this, Nento replied, confidence is good, but if you think you can stand on equal footing with a special tier. He continued, it's probably because you've never fought a truly powerful spirit beast. A giant fireball suddenly appeared in the sky. Kei immediately grabbed his sword and shouted, it's a stone pillar, a spirit beast is coming. Nento stood up calmly and said, it's finally here. The girl said loudly, it's useless, you can't compare to Heighten. Kei arrogantly replied, if even a special tier can't handle it, they aren't worth relying on anyway. Don't worry, we'll wipe them out. He muttered to himself with a frown, now I'll prove that a first tier is just as strong as a special tier. On Itsuki's side, the green barrier glowed brighter and brighter. He walked inside with the Death Hound, observing his surroundings. The scenery inside the barrier isn't much different from the outside. He looked into the distance and thought, but there's a radiance here that makes me uncomfortable. The system announced, activated magic perception. Itsuki pondered, I can sense magic fluctuations inside the barrier from here, but as expected, I can't grasp the situation outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are separate spaces. The system popped up again. Magic perception detected 5 enemy units, recovered 50% mana. Itsuki thought, alright, I've got a rough idea of where the 5 enemies I just found are located. He ordered the Death Hound, wait here, if you see any spirit beasts trying to run away, you can eat them. It immediately sat down obediently. Itsuki praised, good boy. A notification panel appeared, activated Thunder Strike, Thunder Tremor Wave. He chuckled and shouted, I should make a move too. At that moment, 2 monsters came charging furiously. A blue bolt of lightning struck straight toward them. Itsuki appeared and quickly wiped out the monsters, notification panels appearing, activated black wall, black ice wall. Another bolt of lightning pierced straight through another monster's body. Bolts of lightning continuously tore the monster's bodies apart. Itsuki rushed straight toward a large monster, flashing its claws. He leaped high into the air, forming a purple-black sphere in his hand. The system announced, activated true sphere, penetrating sphere. The sphere was instantly fired, shooting straight through the monster's body. He landed on the ground and the notification panel appeared. Critical hit rate plus 1%, faulty critical hit crystal broken, critical hit rate 3%. Itsuki thought to himself, my critical hit rate went up again to 3%. Running straight toward the pillar of light at the center, he pondered, statistically, about 3 out of every 100 hits are critical hits. I'll probably witness my first critical hit soon. Even so, this is the first time I've seen a stone pillar this close. He calculated silently, if I shatter this stone pillar, the barrier will disappear, right? One hit should be enough. The system suddenly popped up, detected one enemy unit, recovered 10% mana. Itsuki instantly halted, there's still one more. He stopped, and a surge of lightning instantly wrapped around his body. Black tentacles lashed out straight toward Itsuki. They lunged down, and he quickly leaned his body to dodge. Itsuki thought to himself, if I hadn't sensed the magic fluctuations and stayed alert this whole time, I would have been pierced right through just now. Looking toward the distant pillar of light, he realized, so it was hiding behind the stone pillar. This is. A faint figure emerged and Itsuki mentally evaluated, a different kind of spirit beast from the ones just now. Outside the green barrier, Iberia stared with wide, blank eyes, still recovering from the shock of the explosion. Yusuke advised him, even if Tenma can't stop all the spirit beasts, outside is very dangerous, so you should wait inside. He asked sadly, Yusuke, will I really get Itsuki killed one day? Yusuke immediately replied, the master is just exaggerating, so don't worry too much. Iberia hesitated, but, come to think of it, I feel like I'm just a burden. He looked toward the barrier and said, the level of the spirit beasts inside the green barrier is from 20 to 50. Do you have the confidence to defeat a level 26 spirit beast? Iberia lowered his head sadly and replied, I probably don't. Yusuke patted his shoulder and said, don't be too sad, I'm not saying you're weak. When I was your age, I didn't even have the courage to enter the green barrier and fight spirit beasts. Iberia exclaimed in surprise, even you, Yusuke, he explained. The difference between the spirit beasts in the dark barrier and the green barrier isn't just their level. Iberia wondered, is there more? Yusuke stated, the spirit beasts inside the dark barrier lack intelligence, they are simply creatures repeating an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. Remembering a giant tiger, he said, they're strong, but if you make a plan, you have plenty of ways to kill them. But inside the green barrier, just like us humans, intelligent spirit beasts can exist. Inside the barrier, a monster slowly walked toward Itsuki and coldly spoke, did I miss? It seems he has some kind of sensory skill. The system popped up, 4 Directions General 336, level 34. Outside, Yusuke said, among the young generation of Tenma's peers, only a few can fight spirit beasts at that level. Itsuki's face darkened as he muttered, just as I thought, the spirit beasts inside this barrier are different from the ones I faced before. Yusuke explained, so the reason you're a burden to Tenma isn't because you haven't grown up, it's simply because he's too strong. Itsuki coldly stated, seeing through my skill in just a few seconds and on top of that speaking human language, I've finally met an intelligent spirit beast like the ones I've heard about. The monster sneered, what are you rambling about? Are you begging for your life? It looked at Itsuki and remarked, I thought you were strong, but you turn out to be just a level 0, a coward shaking in fear when he sees me. He smiled and questioned, I'm just excited. There's something I've wanted to ask your race for a very long time. Since you can talk, why don't you give me an answer? It stepped closer and replied, fine, if that's your final wish, I'll grant it to you. A flame surged from Itsuki's body, his eyes flashing with a fierce red glow as he shouted, do you know what pain feels like? Hearing the declaration of war, the 4 Directions General mockingly laughed. An ordinary human wanting to cause me pain? Don't be arrogant. It proudly proclaimed, inflicting pain is our exclusive privilege. Next, the 4 Directions General launched razor-sharp tentacles that ravaged everything they touched. Meanwhile, Itsuki was looking for a way to close the distance. Lightning fast, he launched a surprise attack, pushing the Four Directions general back a distance. Itsuki silently asked himself, is he down? No, his magic is erupting even stronger. He keenly noticed, and his tentacles have gotten faster too. Yet Itsuki believed, but when it comes to speed, I still have the advantage. Taking advantage of his distraction, it quietly whipped a tentacle around behind Itsuki's back to ambush him. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time, cursing mentally, damn it, my strength is too weak, I can't even slice his head off and my attacks deal almost zero damage. The Four Directions general was quite surprised. At this level you shouldn't be able to move that fast, what's your real level? Even so, it dismissed him with contempt, whatever. No matter how fast you are, to me you're still just an insect. Launching an attack, the Four Directions general continuously provoked him. Even if you hit me 100 times with that strength, it wouldn't even scratch an itch, but if you take one hit from me, you die. Contrasting with its leisure, Itsuki was forced to dodge the onslaught. Tentacles attacked from multiple directions, including from behind. Blocked one, only to be struck from the side. Finally, he couldn't hold out and was sent crashing down hard. Itsuki was forcefully pinned against a tree trunk by a tentacle. Although he broke free and challenged, if you can do it, keep trying. The Four Directions general instantly realized, that state, it's just a skill that boosts your speed, right? Let's see how long before you run out of mana. After observing, Itsuki mentally evaluated. Those tentacles aren't a skill, they're a part of his actual body, which is why super simulation didn't trigger. He sighed internally, how many hits was that just now, the 18th strike or the 19th? It sneered mockingly, it's useless. By now Itsuki's mana was down to 97 out of 330. Itsuki was in dire straits. I've used skills continuously, my mana is running dry and my stamina is worn out too. If this keeps up, my speed will plummet, so I'll pour everything I have into offense. Therefore he calculated silently. Increase attack frequency, as long as I land even a single critical hit, I win. Right after that, Itsuki resorted to faulty critical hit crystal unknown tier effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 upon landing a critical hit. Critical hit rate is 0%. Increases by 1% each time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Faulty effect. Critical hit rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up. He told himself, more, I must attack more to land a critical hit, I just need to keep throwing punches. Itsuki then tried to seize an opening to strike straight at the Four Directions general. It immediately retaliated by thrusting a tentacle into his abdomen. Alongside that, the Four Directions general mocked, charging straight at me like that over and over, what an idiot. It taunted further, what's wrong, weren't you going to cause me pain? Seeing Itsuki still moving, the Four Directions general praised, still alive, looks like your defense stat is pretty high. Apparently that was a trap set by him when he spoke, it's finally here. At that moment the system popped up announcing from the faulty critical hit crystal, your next attack will be a critical hit. Sure enough, the destructive force of Itsuki's punch was completely different. A terrifying scream burst from its mouth. A single punch sent the Four Directions general flying far away. It couldn't believe it, what just happened? Why did you suddenly hit so hard? He was equally surprised, it's stronger than I thought. Not only that, after the critical hit, all kinds of emotions welled up from the depths of his chest. Fulfillment, focus, satisfaction, I've never felt like this before. On top of that now, even though blood was flowing from his abdomen, he didn't feel any pain at all. More than that, Itsuki felt, it feels so good. At that moment he asked the Four Directions general, so do you feel any pain from that blow? It couldn't accept it. What is wrong with this guy? Aren't humans low, fragile creatures? Clearly he's over level 40, showing fake stats is totally cheating. Hey, what are you doing? This time it was Itsuki's turn to taunt. Spirit beasts never had any intelligence before, so even when they die they rarely scream. He wore a bizarre smile, but a scream from a spirit beast that can actually feel pain must sound very delightful. The Four Directions general screamed in terror, no way are you going to crush my skull, you're not human. Right after dealing with it, the critical hit rate immediately increased by 1%. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over, faulty critical hit crystal rate has increased to 4%. Suddenly he felt strange. As the danger passed, that special sensation was fading away and the pain from his wounds took over. Simultaneously, the barrier turned transparent, which meant no spirit beasts were left inside. Itsuki thought to himself, if I smash this thing, now there's only the stone pillar left. Right after that he decisively threw a punch, softer than I thought. A moment later, Itsuki grew increasingly tired and sat down heavily. he whispered to himself. Before heading back, I need to check one thing. Then Itsuki muttered and called out, Zai. Instantly, a monster appeared the moment he finished speaking. Come forth. Itsuki dropped his jaw in shock. You've gotten bigger than before, haven't you? He was even more surprised and Itsuki's inner self shook. You've gone up 3 levels and gained 150 points. Specific stats. B-rank Death Hound, level 19, 14.8%. C-rank Death Chi skill detects all magical traces in the area, locates and tracks their source. B-rank Death's Urge significantly shortens resurrection time after the Shikigami falls in battle. Stats. Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 150, Magic 150, Points 150, unallocated. His mood visibly brightened. So when you level up, your body gets bigger too. I wasn't hallucinating, which means. Itsuki guessed silently, if you gain dozens more levels, just how huge will you get? I'm really looking forward to it. Scene change to the Izumi estate, first day of the prophecy, 11:35 p.m. Night enveloped the forest, thick with a dark, oppressive aura. Pointing up at the sky, Iberia looked at Yasuke in sheer astonishment and said, The barrier, it's gone. Itsuki had actually pulled it off. Yasuke stood in contemplative silence, observing the shifting atmosphere. He had shattered that silver barrier in just about 10 minutes. Perhaps there weren't any monsters inside with half a brain, but still, that kind of speed was unbelievable. At the very least, Itsuki was vastly stronger now than he used to be. Cutting back to Itsuki, he slumped against a cliffside, his breathing growing fainter. After a long journey and consecutive battles, his body was practically drained of stamina. Having lost way too much blood, he had truly hit his limit. Badly injured as he was, Itsuki still managed to reach out and grab his Shikigami's shoulder. Su, you can track magical traces, right? Follow my mana trail and get me back to Iberia. The loyal black wolf let out a deep, resonant growl, then darted swiftly through the dense, shadowy forest under the quiet night sky. At the same time, Yasuke froze on high alert upon hearing the howling echo in the distance. The roar of a calamity beast. Shouldn't the barrier have been destroyed already? Why is it? Realizing danger was closing in, Yasuke immediately turned and barked a warning to protect his comrade. Iberia, get back to your room right now. Iberia stood frozen, anxiety etched all over his face as he whispered, That roar, I've heard it somewhere before. From deep within the profound darkness, a gigantic shadow with razor-sharp claws lunged forward at terrifying speed. Yasuke drew his greatsword, taking up a murderous stance in the gloom. It's getting closer. I don't know where it came from, but if it's a calamity beast, I'll hack it to pieces. A clash erupted instantly as Yasuke swung his sword hard toward the beast, leaping right at them. Iberia suddenly blurted out in shock, That's the wolf Itsuki turned into a Shikigami the other day. Seeing that Yasuke was about to deal a fatal blow, he hurriedly screamed to stop him. Wait, Yasuke, that's Itsuki's Shikigami. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, missing the charging black wolf by a mere hair's breadth. Yasuke came to a sudden halt, staring in disbelief down at Itsuki's unconscious body lying right next to the beast, his very own Shikigami. Yasuke began to ponder more deeply about the strange anomalies surrounding this young man. Only a Shikigami user could command them, right? Combat strength far exceeding his peers, a level that never seemed to rise, and he even possessed skills from multiple distinct classes. Iberia came running up in a panic, tears welling in his eyes. Are you all right? Catching sight of the pool of blood on the ground, Iberia frantically lifted his friend's head. What on earth happened here? There's way too much blood, Itsuki. Itsuki weakly moved his lips, his voice as faint as a breath. Just let me rest for a little while. Itsuki's eyes closed, completely shattering Iberia's composure as he burst into loud, bitter sobs. What are we supposed to do? Itsuki sobbed. Yasuke checked Itsuki's condition, then spoke in a cold yet reassuring tone. He's not dead yet, so there's no need to cry like that. Iberia stopped crying, looking up at Yasuke with eyes full of hope. Yasuke, is he still alive? Yasuke pointed at Itsuki's gently rising and falling chest. Look, he's still breathing normally. Iberia, you have Kodama bandages, right? These wounds need immediate treatment. Iberia replied, Yes, I'll take care of it. Inside the quiet room, Itsuki lay motionless with bandages wrapped tightly around his abdomen. Iberia resolved inwardly, sure, I might never catch up to Itsuki in terms of combat strength, but I have something only I can do. He recalled the true nature of his magic. His class was Wind Mage, a master of controlling the air and wind currents. This was a versatile class capable of both combat and support. But the status window that appeared revealed his unique innate talent, rank 2 healing focus. Wind attribute offensive damage effects are reduced by 50%, but the recovery speed of wind attribute healing skills is increased by 50%. A low-level rank 2 talent that could only heal oneself or teammates. Iberia stared down at his own hands, his eyes burning with resolve. I used to hate it, so I never used this skill even once. But for Itsuki, I'll use it as many times as it takes. Green mana erupted wildly around Iberia. The system announced, activate rank C skill healing window. A warm, soothing light enveloped Itsuki. Iberia silently prayed, please recover quickly, for the sake of our duo as well, Itsuki. At the same time, in the vicinity of the estate, 11:35 p.m. A massive purple barrier deployed from a stone tablet that had just fallen. A tremendously powerful blow slammed down, shattering all protective defenses. Kairajima collapsed pathetically amid the gray smoke, and Ageha could only let out a despairing shriek. Kairajima. Ageha hastily cast healing magic on Kairajima and urged, I'll treat you right now, what's the situation outside? But Kairajima could only pant out weakly, run. Kairajima's face twisted in sheer terror as he gazed at the colossal shadow looming behind them. Size, defense, power, speed, everything was on an entirely different level. Not even a special grade savior could stand against it. Humanity had no way to defeat a monster like that. An overwhelming entity loomed majestically into view. Number 14 warrior of the Minotaur race, level 81. Amidst the utter despair, Nento appeared, stepping forward to shield them. Kairajima screamed, Ageha, run. The monster growled upon catching sight of its new opponent. That ridiculous outfit, you must be Izumi Nento, right? It let out an arrogant laugh as it prepared to attack, finding our target right away. How lucky. Going this way, we won't even need to bother with Enshokuma. Nento calmly replied, so your target really is me. If that's the case, what a relief. Bam! A heaven-shaking impact erupted, blinding white light blanketing the entire area. Ageha panicked and yelled at the top of her lungs, Dad. While Kairajima despaired, it's really over, everything is done for. The dust and smoke gradually cleared. Nento stood tall, fixing his gaze on the figure that had just arrived. You're late. A man with blazing red eyes and murderous intent revealed himself. Akira Height. Akira Heighton stepped forward to shield Nento. Sorry, leave this thing to me. The monster burst into a disdainful laugh. Haha, I don't know where you crawled out from, but you sure talk big. Kairajima tried to warn him in a panic. Watch out, that thing is insanely strong. Without a single wasted word, Akira Heighton channeled his inner kinetic energy into his fist. Swish, an attack ripped right through space. Black gore splattered everywhere as the monster exploded. Kairajima's eyes widened in utter shock, completely paralyzed by the horrifying sight. Staring at the back of the person who had just struck, he blurted out, so this is the power of a special grade savior. Kairajima trembled as the stark reality hit him. I used to think specials were just humans, but this is no longer human. A monster with power far beyond all reason. Ageha cheered joyfully. We did it, we made it through the crisis. Right? Akira Heighton coldly answered, no, this is where things actually begin. Instantly, the sky shifted to a menacing hue. First day of the prophecy, 11:40 p.m. The barrier near Izumi Nento's estate changed from purple to red. A gigantic furry creature materialized within the flames inside the red barrier. Just how was Enshokuma going to torment humanity? A demon with blazing red hair laughed savagely. I really want to watch that scene right here. He was the Flame Demon King, level 37. A stark white monster roared from behind, picking up where he left off. You agree with me too, right? That fellow was the White Demon, level 49. An authoritative, masked figure ordered, don't do anything unnecessary. Our mission is to capture that person. If you fail, you know the consequences, right? The powerful leader revealed himself. Bone King Demon General, level 87. The Fire Demon asked quizzically, why were we sent to the same barrier as Enshokuma instead of our target? The Bone King Demon General calmly explained, if all three of us stayed in the same barrier, it would turn purple and draw too much unwanted attention. The red barrier Enshokuma creates will attract strong humans nearby, and that way we can complete Ringa's mission without anyone getting in our way. one of the 8 great demon kings, Enshokuma. The demon lords looked toward the estate, while Enshokuma drew everyone's attention, head straight to the destination. You do know where the destination is, right? The demon lord asserted. Relax. Ringo will guide us using the demon eye he left behind in the human realm. Of course, he could see the coordinates of the demon eye and even peek through it to see what it was seeing. And right now, that demon eye was in the exact same place as our target. The clock struck 11:35 p.m. on the first day of the prophecy. Itsuki lay motionless. Deep in his subconscious, he saw his younger self standing before his mother. Mom, I finally found a calamity beast that can feel pain just like us. Young Itsuki smiled brightly and innocently. I crushed its head, now Mom's revenge will. His mother looked at him with sorrowful eyes. No, Itsuki. She patiently instructed, there are things far more important than revenge. Itsuki looked stunned. Something more important than wiping out every single calamity beast. His mother offered a gentle smile. Power isn't meant for revenge, it's meant to protect the people you love. Itsuki bowed his head as darkness engulfed the young boy. That's impossible. He screamed in anguish, I will never forgive the calamity beasts that killed Mom and Dad. Young Itsuki's eyes abruptly flashed with burning hatred. I'll definitely wipe them all out. His mother quietly looked away, her face etched with heartache over the path of vengeance her son had chosen. She smiled a sad smile and slowly faded away. It's time for me to go now. Where are you going, Mom? I still have so many things I want to tell you. She reached out to gently touch his cheek, giving one last piece of advice. Itsuki, please, don't let hatred consume you. Young Itsuki wailed, stretching his small hands up into empty space. Mom. But those hands only managed to brush against fatting sparks vanishing into nothingness. Itsuki's face was struck with shock, tears streaming endlessly as he realized his mother was truly gone. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the darkness in his mind, crying over the dead, how typical of weak creatures. Itsuki gritted his teeth, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot with rage. You bastard. He shrieked with hatred toward the darkness enveloping his soul. A powerful demon manifested amid a sea of blood. The demon of destruction sneered, finally awake, looks like you only turn into a kid whenever you're around her. Itsuki tensed up, killing intent exploding around his body. You son of a bitch. He lunged to attack the enemy in the illusion with a roaring battle cry. I'm going to kill you. The mysterious figure easily deflected it, whispering menacingly, calm down. I'll make you feel that again soon enough. He dealt a devastating blow straight to his mind, true despair. Itsuki screamed in absolute despair as he was knocked flying. Linga, I'm going to kill you no matter what it takes. Returning to reality, Itsuki bolted awake, completely drenched in sweat as if he had just been through a grueling battle. He glanced around to spot Iberia slumped over on the bed, thinking to himself that it must have been a dream. His eyes weren't even injured, but why did they hurt so much? Mentioning this, Itsuki seemed to realize something. Come to think of it, his wounds were healed, but he had been in critical condition. Was it Iberia who used Kodama bandages to cure him? To think he'd fall asleep in a place like this? Well, he did say he was going to rest for a bit. I should make sure Tsu doesn't bark so he can rest. Thinking this, Itsuki immediately turned to signal the wolf. But upon seeing his master wake up, Tsu let out a loud, joyous bark, which made Itsuki's expression darken completely. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. And sure enough, this woke Iberia up, who instinctively screamed out, a Shikigami, I have to protect Itsuki. Itsuki opened his eyes hazily, gazing at the weak gust of wind swirling around. A tiny breeze like this wouldn't even scare a calamity beast. Iberia cheered gleefully upon seeing him move. You're awake, Itsuki. He rushed over and wrapped Itsuki in a tight hug, making him awkwardly think to himself, thank goodness, looks like my healing magic actually worked, still hugging me whenever he gets excited as usual. How long have I been out? Iberia let go and replied, not long, probably about 3 hours. Itsuki calculated, 3 hours, so it's around 3:00 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Are Yasuke and Aiden safe? Iberia beamed brightly to reassure him. Yeah, no calamity beasts showed up after that. Still dazed, Itsuki recalled the voice from his dream. Don't rush, I'll let you feel it again soon. Even if it was just a dream, those words kept haunting him. It felt way too real to be just a dream. Those calamity beasts are definitely plotting something. The clock struck 3:30 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Waking up from his coma, Itsuki stood up with firm resolve. We can't afford to let our guard down. Iberia looked at him with deep admiration. Awesome, you look like you've fully recovered. Itsuki strode quickly toward the door, not forgetting to instruct. Master said reinforcements will arrive soon. I'm going to check the situation with Yasu. Along the way, Iberia curiously asked about the black wolf. Itsuki, what's the name of that dog Shikigami? Is it just a dead house? Iberia enthusiastically suggested, didn't you know, Shikigami users can give them any name they want. Want me to give it a really cool name? I'm great at naming things. Itsuki flatly replied, I'm not a Shikigami user. Iberia's face fell in disappointment. Oh, bummer, I really wanted to name it. Itsuki broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, no way in hell am I letting him name it. Itsuki looked at the golem just outside the courtyard, silently evaluating his healed wounds. Kodama bandages alone couldn't have healed me this completely this fast. Looks like Iberia finally used his true power. Itsuki looked at Iberia with surprise. I thought you never used skills. Turns out you're a healer. Iberia flusteredly replied, no, I can use attack skills too, it's just that they're really weak. Turning to Yasuke, who was standing beside the charred monster carcass, Itsuki thoughtfully asked, Yasuke, did any awakened ones come here after I passed out? Yasuke narrowed his eyes, giving Itsuki a probing look. Why do you ask? Itsuki explained further, Master said they'd send nearby awakened ones. It's been a whole day, they should have been here by now. Before he could finish his sentence, the swordsman replied, sure, but this place is deep in the forest, you wouldn't get here this fast without Ageha guiding the way. Itsuki pondered, a sharp, anxious glint in his eyes. That makes sense, but I still have a very uneasy feeling. He gazed deep into the pitch-black shadows of the forest where a dark aura was gradually spreading, as if something evil was drawing closer. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of trainees was dashing at breakneck speed through the forest. A guy ran out of breath and asked, Kobayashi, how much further to the target? Kobayashi replied, only a few kilometers left, we're almost there. Another member ran excitedly and said, finish this mission and I'll finally get promoted from trainee to third-class savior. The brown-haired guy replied in an exhausted tone, seriously though, this place is way too remote. The best blacksmith in the northern continent lives in a place like this. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group darted high into the air and shrieked, stop right there. The whole group instantly halted, taking up combat stances amidst the dark, murderous forest path. The brown-haired guy turned back to ask his teammate on high alert, what's wrong? Did you sense something weird? She answered, something is coming from ahead. Out of the gloomy darkness, two towering figures emerged to block their path. They've spotted us. The group of trainees simultaneously drew their weapons, shouting to steady themselves, calamity beasts, get ready to fight. But the one who appeared was none other than the demon lord with a mocking smile. Where are you brats rushing off to? Don't tell me. He closed in with terrifying, bloodshot eyes barring his sharp teeth. Are you guys heading to the exact same place as us? The outcome when a group of rookies runs into two bosses goes without saying. The swordsman in the group was set ablaze by the fire demon. He spoke with utter contempt, can't believe it's already like this from just using a fireball. Humans really are weak creatures. With that, he turned to his companion and asked, hey, white demon, are you done yet? Beside him, the white demon's fist had already crushed another member of the group. His fist still retained traces of the victim's blood. The fire demon walked over and clicked his tongue. They look just like dumplings, you really are a ruthless bastard. Not far away, the only girl in the group witnessed the scene and screamed, there wasn't even a barrier nearby. Where the hell did you guys crawl out from? In response, the fire demon wore a grin. Well, we had to travel a long way to get here. The pink-haired girl seemed to accept her fate, only biting her lip tight, too afraid to look ahead anymore. Yet right at that moment, the demon general spoke up from behind, protection, you're not allowed to kill them. The substitute fire demon started complaining, it's been forever since I last had some fun, don't interfere while I'm enjoying myself. No sooner had those words left his mouth than a wave of freezing chill rushed over. Instantly, the fire demon's body was frozen solid, leaving him dazed. The one who acted was naturally the demon general. If you dare ignore orders again, the punishment won't be this gentle. At this point, how could the fire demon dare push his luck? He hurriedly lowered his voice to plead, I get it, please lift the spell or else my body will. Without letting him talk much longer, the ice on his body slowly melted away. The fire demon quickly flared up the flames on his body to chase away the cold. Thought I was gonna freeze to death there, he muttered. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl harbored a glimmer of hope, trying to ask herself, are they going to spare us? Over here, the fire demon crossed his arms and continued, we're just not allowed to kill the target and the owner of the demon eye, right? Does this woman have some kind of special power too? The demon general shook his head and replied, not really. I just wanted to test out the new ability Lord Ringa granted me. Hearing what they said, the pink-haired girl was startled, her face turning pale. But before she could react, a stream of black smoke suddenly shot out from the demon general's palm and directly penetrated her body, causing her to let out a shriek. However, just a few seconds later, her body grew strangely silent. Over here, the fire demon also walked over curiously to observe, asking, what's going on? Did she bite the dust after all? While the demon general explained, she's undergoing the demonization process. Sure enough, right after those words, the girl's eyes snapped open, and a powerful aura radiated from her body. The fire demon, seemingly not quite understanding what demonization meant, had the general explain right away. Humans who go through demonization become completely loyal to Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is now one of us. Up ahead, the demonization process seemed to have finished, and the pink-haired girl immediately dropped to her knees and pleaded, Lord Chinese letter, please give your orders. The demon general quickly gave her a few instructions. You will conceal your identity and operate secretly within human society until Lord Linga descends. After that, you will report that your team was attacked by spiritual beasts in the forest, and you were the only survivor thanks to the sacrifice of your comrades. If you understand, get on your way immediately. After about 2 seconds of silence, the pink-haired girl seemed to return to her senses, looking startled and panicked, before hurriedly scrambling away from the place. Watching her figure fade into the distance, the fire demon still didn't get it. Using them to do our bidding is fine, but what's the point of recruiting someone so weak? Hearing this, the demon general shared a part of the plan. She's not the only one. 10,000 people have already been demonized, including some awakeners. When Lord Linga merges this world, they will play a crucial role. Now stop talking nonsense and follow me, as this mission is far more important. With that, they quickly departed. Time passed until the second prophecy day at 3:05 a.m. The swordsman Yasuk was explaining the automaton before him. The stats of the iron puppet match an awakened warrior 30 times over, so this thing will make up for our lack of manpower. Iberia remarked with a click of his tongue, I don't think we'd need this if Itsuki and Yasuk were here. Yasuk seemed to remember something and prompted, speaking of which, where's Itsuki? Iberia smiled and said, he went to the forge. He said he wanted the old man to do something with the critical strike spirit stone. Cutting to inside the forge, old man Aiden also asked the protagonist, you say you landed a critical strike while fighting a spiritual beast. What was your critical rate at that moment? The protagonist replied, it was 3% at first, but after I beat that thing it went up to 4%. Iberia expressed awe at Itsuki's luck. You triggered a crit with just 3%, that's some serious luck. Itsuki also nodded in agreement. Yeah, sometimes I think so too. After that critical strike, my focus skyrocketed and I entered a strange state that made me feel like an omnipotent deity. Was that also an effect of the critical strike spirit stone? The old blacksmith suddenly jolted, turning around in a hurry to ask. A feeling sharp enough to perceive everything around you, yet you stayed calm enough not to flinch at all. The protagonist stroked his chin and nodded once more. Yeah, that's exactly the feeling. Aiden temporarily paused his smithing work, turned around and marveled, incredible. You entered the zone. The zone happens when you're completely absorbed in something, a state where your perception of time is warped while your focus and excitement reach their peak. Simply put, it means being in a state of hyperfocus. Much like an artist who forgets to eat because they're so lost in their work, or an athlete whose body moves instinctively as if it has a mind of its own during a match, or a student who loses track of time while solving a tough math problem, which are all signs of entering the zone. When an awakened enters the zone, not only does their focus peak, but their senses become exceptionally sharp, and their stats and skill effects surge to 120% of their base values. Hearing this, Itsuki couldn't hide his surprise. I've never heard teachers or other awakeners talk about this, and I've never met anyone who entered the zone. Aiden scolded him with a huff. What the hell do you think the zone is? Only a handful of people can pull it off. It takes the awakened's own skill, a clear head, and extreme luck. Missing even one of those elements makes entering the flow state impossible. Itsuki lowered his head slightly, not expecting the conditions to be so strict. Old man Aiden continued to school him on the matter. It's no exaggeration to say that entering the zone is the dividing line between a genius and an ordinary person. Among the awakeners across all 5 continents, including Wajin, not a single person can enter the zone at will. The first time I hit the zone was 2 years after becoming an awaken. 2 years is pretty early, but you managed it just 1 month after awakening. Right on that note, a sound suddenly rang out, cutting off their conversation. Wait, do you hear that? Aiden asked. While Itsuki's expression turned dark as he explained, 3 entities with terrifying magical energy are approaching. Old man Aiden guessed, they must be the awakeners sent by Nento Izumi to act as my guards. Contrary to his guess, Itsuki could already sense the anomaly in that energy. No, that rough, chaotic wave, it feels more like a spiritual beast than an awakened. Without a shred of hesitation, Itsuki immediately ordered, Aiden, get back to your room. As for himself, he ran out to investigate, thinking to himself on the way, I cleared out all the spiritual beasts inside the barrier, and there's no sign of a new star pillar dropping nearby. Let's just hope this is all in my head. Outside, Iberia happily called out when he saw him step out. Itsuki, you're finally out. What's wrong? You look really tense. Itsuki slowly recounted what he had discovered. I sensed a hostile wave of magical energy. It might be a spiritual beast. The other 2 seemed to disbelieve Itsuki's findings. No star pillars have appeared around here, so that can't be right. Even if a rogue spiritual beast reactivated the iron puppet, we can easily wipe out any normal spiritual beast. However, as if to refute his words, the body of the iron puppet suddenly came flying past Itsuki's side, propelled by something. A deep indentation appeared on its chest, instantly robbing the machine of its combat capability. Iberia screamed. The iron puppet was beaten before it could even react. Itsuki and Yasuke immediately shifted into combat mode. The newcomers turned out to be none other than the Demon General's party. Seeing that Itsuki's group only consisted of 3 people, the fire demon sneered arrogantly, only 3 people? This is gonna be a piece of cake. Shifting back to Itsuki's perspective, just by looking at the 3 monstrous entities before him, he made a preliminary assessment. They were in a completely different league from the ones inside the barrier. Especially their leader. He had never felt such an overwhelming wave of magical energy before. Unaware of his thoughts, the demon general ordered his 2 companions, I'll go kidnap the target, leave the rest to you 2. Make sure you don't damage the demon eye. The fire demon replied almost instantly, his tone confident as if this were the easiest thing in the world. Yeah, don't worry about it. Over here, the group grew even more panicked upon hearing the 3 monsters converse. The target is Aiden, the spiritual beasts are talking to each other. We won't let you pass, everyone yelled. Yet in the blink of an eye, the demon general's body zipped past all 3 of them before the group could even register it. Yasuke hurriedly turned his head, shouting in shock, since when? Itsuki was also startled by the general's speed. But there was no time to overthink it as the group rushed toward the general to block him. We'll stop you, no matter what, you won't get near Aiden. In response to their reaction, the demon general waved his hand, and a massive ice wall instantly rose up, dividing the 2 sides. The swordsman Yasuke looked somewhat surprised by this ability. He tried slashing his sword at the wall, only to find that the ice wall was super hardened. While he was caught off guard, the white demon swung its fist forward from behind and a warning voice rang out. Yasuke, watch your back. Hearing this, Yasuke was startled and quickly spun around, raising his sword just in time to block the white demon's punch. Even so, the sheer force of it blew his body far back. Itsuki's face grew anxious at the sight. However, his opponent, the fire demon, had also prepared an attack. You don't have time to worry about others. With that, he used his A-rank skill, Crimson Flame Bullet, firing a scorching fireball straight toward Itsuki. Itsuki instantly activated his Black Ice Wall skill to block the attack while ordering, Iberia, get out of here right now. Iberia, knowing he couldn't be of much help, could only tuck his tail and run like a duck. Returning to the battle, although Itsuki had blocked the fireball, both of his hands were scorched black. The notification popped up, a rank skill Crimson Flame Bullet detected. Initiating super simulation analysis progress, 1%. Looking at the notification, Itsuki's face went pale. His skill is A rank. I could have dodged it with lightning shockwave. but I relied too much on black ice wall. Up ahead, the fire demon seemed to read his thoughts and mocked. You actually thought that thin piece of ice could stop my fire? How stupid. Having said that, he felt a slight panic inside himself as well. Wait a minute. Did I go too overboard? What if this guy is the demon eye? But very quickly, he realized Itsuki's level was only 0. So a sly smile crept back onto his face. Level 0 and he's just a human, a member of a lowly race. There's no way he's the demon eye. I can just burn him to a crisp without a second thought. Itsuki began summoning the Death Hound to assist in the fight. This made the fire demon burst out laughing. You planning a 2-on-1 by summoning a Shikigami. Even if you summon 10 more bugs like that, you don't stand a chance. He launched another attack as he spoke. Over here, Itsuki never intended to use the Death Hound for a direct brawl. He turned back to tell his ally, I'm leaving Aiden's protection to you, get going. At the same time, the attack exploded, though both Itsuki and the Death Hound seemed to have dodged it. The fire demon watched the Death Hound's trajectory and speculated, that Shikigami. Is it heading toward the target? Do you really think you can take me on all by yourself? To his words, the protagonist was actually secretly rejoicing inside. This guy completely looks down on me. If I keep acting weak, he won't finish me off right away. This buys me time to analyze, but I don't think I can keep pretending to be a coward in front of a spiritual beast anymore. Thinking this, he also flashed a grin. That's right, got a problem with it? You look pretty pathetic yourself after all. Itsuki's expression was exceedingly arrogant as he said this. This drove the fire demon to near madness. You arrogant little human. I was planning to play with you a bit, but I changed my mind. I'll turn you into ashes right now. He let out a loud roar and launched an attack even more ferocious than before. However, Itsuki was still able to dodge using his own speed, analyzing. He's gotten bigger, but his speed hasn't increased. He's a ranged elementalist who relies entirely on skills. If I can close the distance, I've got this match in the bag. With that thought, Itsuki bolted forward at top speed. That speed gave the fire demon a jolt. What the hell, this speed? He closed the distance in the blink of an eye. However, not good enough. A sly smile spread across the demon's face. Sure enough, just as Itsuki closed in and threw a kick, it was intercepted by a red shield. In that instant, Itsuki's face froze. The shock on his face amused the fire demon. Did you really think I didn't know my own weaknesses? As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a counterattack that sent the protagonist flying backward. After the collision, Itsuki hurriedly regained his footing, reminding himself inwardly, right, my opponent is an intelligent spiritual beast. How could I have been so careless? Up front, the fire demon didn't hold back his praise. With that speed, you're not level 0, are you? You totally tricked me. In his line of sight, Itsuki was struggling to pull himself back up. The monster sneered at the sight, still want to fight. Wouldn't it be easier if you just lay there and die? His words were met only with a cold remark from the boy. Since it's an A-rank skill, it sure takes a while to analyze. According to the system notification, the analysis progress is at 81%. Day 2 of the prophecy at 3:14 a.m. The demon general successfully infiltrated the house and was now interrogating Aiden. Aiden Hild, I heard you've crafted 3 unique artifacts, 16 epic artifacts, and countless rare ones. You're the most talented artisan among humans. Without letting him ramble on, Aiden abruptly cut him off, summarizing his own achievements. If you're summing up my achievements like that, are you planning to murder me? The demon general tried to reassure the old man in response. Calm down. As long as you're useful, I have no reason to deal with you. Over here, Aiden replied with a voice dripping with sarcasm. I see. Unfortunately, I'm not the type who likes to talk. As he spoke, he reached out to grab a dagger on the table, and immediately directed it straight at himself, as if wanting to finish himself off. But how could the demon general let him get his way so easily? Right before the blade touched Aiden's face, his entire body was frozen solid. This shattered Aiden's plan, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He encased his body in ice in the blink of an eye. This has got to be at least an A-rank skill. Across from him, the demon general seemed to see right through Aiden's thoughts, coldly warning him, give it up. Whether you live or die is up to me to decide. Elsewhere, the hidden Iberia was sweating bullets from anxiety. At this rate, Dad's gonna get kidnapped. What should I do? Should I ambush him? While the young man was pondering from outside, the death hound summoned by Itsuki lunged to attack the demon general. Closing in on the target, it leaped up and snapped its jaws wide open to strike, though regrettably, the demon general spotted it early. Within a single second, the death hound's body was frozen midair and crashed hard onto the ground. Having done that, the general even scolded his two outside cronies. What are those two idiots outside doing, letting a Shikigami slip through? Aiden felt a glimmer of hope at this. A Shikigami? Did reinforcements arrive? Contrary to his thoughts, Iberia's face had turned pitch black with stress, thinking to himself, even a Shikigami that strong couldn't get close to him, so there's no way I can beat him. I should go to Itsuki's location. If I do that, then surely. At that thought, Aiden's angry roar from some day in the past suddenly flashed in his mind. You're going to get Itsuki killed. This reminder seemed to snap him back to reality. That's right, before coming here, Itsuki was already severely injured. If he had any strength left, he would have come himself instead of sending a Shikigami. If I go to him now, I'll only put Itsuki in more danger. I can't let that happen. I have to save Dad myself. Then, as if recalling something, his eyes widened like a bull's. That's right, the dragon armor and that thing. I'll have a chance at winning. It should be under Dad's bed. Hang in there, Dad, I'm coming to save you. Shifting back to the demon general's perspective, his heightened senses naturally picked up on Iberia's presence, though he merely scoffed in contempt. Looks like someone was hiding, but he ran away instead of helping. What a coward. Over here, the old blacksmith heard this and felt somewhat relieved. Biria, good job, that's an opponent neither Itsuki nor Yasuke could beat. No matter what, don't come back. Brushing off the old man's thoughts, the demon general had achieved his goal and prepared to leave. Now I'll be taking you along. We'll leave the cleanup to those two. Returning to the battle between Itsuki and the fire demon, the latter used Crimson Flame Bullet once more. Meanwhile, Itsuki activated Black Ice Wall to block the attack. I'll use Black Ice Wall to encase my burned leg, that'll let me move a little. With that thought in mind, the moment the gigantic fireball rushed at him, he also activated Lightning Shockwave to smoothly dodge to the side. However, the fire demon said coldly, "You still dodged with a crippled body, what a stubborn bastard, but your speed has dropped significantly. Let's see how long you can keep dodging." Saying that, he unleashed a rapid-fire combo of Crimson Flame bullets, launching countless fireballs forward. The protagonist was slightly startled to see him use both hands for skills simultaneously. The fire demon kept firing skills like a machine gun without a single second of rest. A rain of skills made Itsuki's face turn pale. All the fireballs were aimed straight at him, making it extremely difficult for Itsuki to evade them. He thought to himself, there are too many projectiles to track. Normally I could dodge all of them, but in this condition. Right as he thought that, a fireball slammed squarely into Itsuki's chest, knocking him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, all the other fireballs closed in, riddling the protagonist's body until he looked like a torn sack of trash. In the end, his body was burned completely to charcoal. Amidst his hazy consciousness, Itsuki seemed to recall the image of his mother burning away just like that back then. Opposite him, the fire demon broke into a smile. He gathered another fireball with even greater destructive force and blasted it straight ahead. Die, penetrating Crimson Flame Bullet. He let out a loud laugh. However, as if Itsuki's time wasn't up yet, right at the most perilous moment, the analysis progress reached 100%. His body suddenly emitted a bright blue glow. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Bullet pierced right through this light stream and exploded harmlessly behind him. This unexpected turn of events caused the fire demon's expression to shift slightly. "What the hell is that?" he muttered. At the same time, after completing the analysis, Itsuki received several stat boosts. Analysis complete. Crimson Flame Bullet. Acquired Black Ice Wall Level 3. Black Ice Wall Level 3. Active effect when activated continuously generates ice on the body's surface by consuming mana. Capable of blocking fire attribute skills of A rank and below. Passive effect, defense increased by 15%. When blocking fire attribute skills of A rank and below, current bonus increased by 50%. All stats increased by 50%. Removes all negative effects, heals all wounds. Looking at this notification screen, Itsuki finally felt a bit more at ease. Just as I thought. I didn't acquire a new skill, I simply upgraded Black Ice Wall. All my stats increased by 50% all at once. That's equivalent to leveling up 4 times compared to a normal awakened one. Incredible! I don't need to fear his Crimson Flame Bullet anymore. Once I close the distance, I win. Returning to the fire demon. Seeing his skill inexplicably fail, he gritted his teeth and questioned, "The crimson flame bullet didn't even leave a scratch on you? Is this some kind of defensive skill or what? Either way, you can't possibly maintain it for long in a state like that." Right after that, the lotus-shaped light enveloping Itsuki slowly opened up. Seeing this, the fire demon let out a cold chuckle. "Knew it, playing around ends here, time to finish this." No sooner had those words left his mouth than his expression flipped 180 degrees, breaking out in endless cold sweat. Because at that moment, Itsuki's body had completely healed without a single wound left. That made the fire demon almost unable to believe his eyes. "What is this? Your body was totally smashed to pieces just a moment ago and now you're completely recovered." In response, Itsuki answered in a freezing tone, "I was planning to ignore you and go save Aiden. But your flames brought back some ugly memories, so I changed my mind. I'm going to grind you to dust first." As he said those words, Itsuki's face was overflowing with murderous intent. Scene changed to Yasuke's battle. Right at this moment, his body was also blasted away by the white demon. "He's too strong. If I hadn't blocked that blow with my magical gear, I would have been toast long ago." Thinking this, he aggressively planted his sword deep into the ground to keep himself from sliding back any further. After regaining his posture, he thought to himself, "Just how far did I get blown away? None of these guys are normal. I need to get back right away." At that exact thought, a powerful figure landed heavily right in front of him. Yasuke narrowed his eyes, sizing up what was ahead. "The guy who tailed me all the way here, even better. This will make it easier for Itsuki to handle things. Itsuki can escape on his own, but the real problem are Master and Iberia. I'll stay here to untangle this mess as fast as possible and then head back to support them. Please hold on until then," he prayed silently in his heart. Scene changed to Iberia's location. Right now, he was still searching for the dragon armor. "I think it's right around here." He reached his hand deep underneath the bed to search. Very quickly, Iberia's hand brushed against a box. His eyes snapped wide open with joy. Opening it up, sure enough, inside the box was a suit of armor. "Found it, dragon armor. With this I can fight." Right before Iberia's eyes, the item stats for this armor materialized. Attack plus 100, speed plus 100, epic effect. For every 1 minute equipped, speed and attack increase by an additional 20%. Time limit is 15 minutes. With no time to overthink, Iberia immediately put the gear on and promised himself, "Itsuki, just focus on the opponent in front of you. I won't be a burden this time. Dad warned me that wearing it for over 15 minutes triggers a disastrous secondary side effect. I can save Dad within those 15 minutes no matter what happens." With that, he bolted out of the room like a race car. Back to the demon general. Right now, he was carrying Aiden away. During the trip, Aiden tried to talk to him to gather more intelligence. "Is taking it easy like this really wise? They'll catch up to you soon enough." In response, the demon general was utterly confident in his own strength. "Among humans, only one special grade savior poses a threat to me. But right now, he's busy dealing with the demon king." His words made the old man realize something. If even a demon king was dispatched, they must have another objective. Should I trick him into talking? Thinking is doing, the old man opened his mouth. "Did you go through all this trouble just to capture me?" His question made the demon general nearly burst out laughing. "Don't flatter yourself, you aren't the only target, we have plenty of other objectives." Thanks to this statement, Aiden confirmed that his deduction was correct. So he continued probing, "Then you guys are also worth." Before he could finish his question, the demon general suddenly pivoted upon sensing something. He muttered, "How annoying, these pesky bugs." By this time, he had already spotted Iberia's figure moving rapidly through the bushes. Naturally, old man Aiden couldn't possibly know that yet. He only speculated internally. Is that Yasuke or Itsuki? If it's just me alone, there's practically zero chance of winning. No sooner had he thought this than Iberia's figure lunged forward to attack him, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Give my dad back." A glint of cold light flashed in the demon general's eyes. After a brief pause of astonishment, "Another brat, what the hell are these guys doing?" Returning to Itsuki's battle. At this point, the fire demon was still in utter disbelief, witnessing the male lead recover as if nothing had happened, even though his entire body had been charred black. "How on earth did you heal to this extent?" "Fine, no matter how many times you recover, the result will be the same. rapid-fire crimson flame bullets. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he unleashed a barrage of skills straight at Itsuki. Our protagonist also deployed the black ice wall skill to parry the attack. Just like that, a rain of skills slammed directly into the ground. Seeing his attack land dead-on, the fire demon sneered, daring to take it head-on without dodging. How foolish. I'll turn you into a lump of coal right here. Too bad for him. Once the flames cleared, Itsuki's body appeared once again without a single scratch. Fire at this level won't work on me anymore. You're the fish on the chopping board now. As he spoke, he activated the Thunder Shockwave skill, darting forward like lightning and closing in on the fire demon within a single second, making the monster shiver violently. Yet he still tried to reassure himself. His speed has increased, but I still have my fire shield. Opposite him, Itsuki wore a demonic grin. First, I'm going to peel off your scales. I'll strip them all off one by one. Finishing his sentence, he thrust both hands forward with all his might. But of course, the fire demon managed to use his fire shield to block this skill in time. This guy, did he forget I have a shield? The monster wondered. However, the current shield could no longer withstand Itsuki's attack. His hands punched right through the barrier and shattered it completely into countless pieces. He laughed as if he had lost his mind. It's cooking time, Itsuki roared again. Realizing he could no longer defeat Itsuki, the fire demon started plotting an escape in his head. I have to run. If he grabs me, I'm definitely dead. With no time for further thought, he hurriedly turned tail and fled. But how unlucky for him, he tripped over a rock outcrop and face-planted hard into the ground. Meanwhile, Itsuki slowly approached from behind. Sensing he could no longer run away, the fire demon turned back and launched a desperate counterattack. I never expected a guy like me to be overwhelmed by a pathetic human. Itsuki tilted his head, easily dodging the attack. The fire demon was now in total despair. Compared to a level 0, you're a monster. The male lead channeled power into his fist. The system popped up a notification. Critical hit crystal notification error. The next attack has a 100% chance to trigger a critical hit. The fire demon himself could feel the lethal danger from this attack. He was so scared he was about to wet his pants. Following that, without needing to think twice, Itsuki let out a roar, "You demon bastard." Then he treated the guy to a lightning punch. The punch instantly shattered the monster's face. The fire demon's body crashed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. In the end, his head was completely smashed to pieces. Itsuki looked down at his body, speaking in a voice brimming with coldness. Why did a critical hit have to proc right now? I wanted to torture him a bit longer. Now I've entered the trance state again. It triggered right after that critical hit, just like last time. Could it be that landing a critical hit automatically triggers the trance state? He briefly checked his system interface and noticed his status was being overclocked to 120%. Then he thought, between my weapon and passive skills, my total stats have already exceeded 2,000. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly saw a green light rise from the fire demon's body. Is this the orb created from the karma of the dead beast? Before Itsuki could even react, the green light suddenly split into two and flew off in opposite directions. The male lead quickly deduced, it flew toward the forest. Is that amount of karma seeking out Yasuk? He cast his gaze toward the remaining direction. Is that house over there a forge? Since both Death Hound and Aiden are there, the orb should have split in half, so why is it still whole? As long as I don't unsummon it, it's immortal as a Shikigami. Don't tell me Aiden has. Scene change to Iberia's battle. Right now, he threw a punch forward, but it was blocked by the demon general's ice barrier. This caused Iberia's body to stall for a beat. He had to ask himself, even a full power strike enhanced by dragon armor can't pierce his defense. If one hit isn't enough, I'll keep striking until it shatters. Opposite him, the demon general's sarcastic voice rang out, such a foolish son, you still can't bridge the power gap between us. Beside them, old man Aiden quickly recognized the identity of the person wearing that armor. Iberia, you idiot, I don't need your help. Take off that dragon armor right now. I told you wearing that armor comes with a heavy price. If you don't take it off, I'll disown you. In response, Iberia charged in to attack once more and yelled, even if you disown me, I'll still save you. He muttered a reminder to himself. If Itsuki were here, he definitely would have done the same thing. The old blacksmith, who still wanted to lecture his son a bit more, had his mouth frozen shut by the demon general instantly. He spoke in a cold tone. Is this what you call affection? Mortals are both sappy and disgusting. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Just like that, he lazily raised a hand into the air. easily freezing Iberia mid-charge. Then he turned around and left, dropping a final warning, "Know your place, brat." Aiden glanced back, trying to catch a last look at his son with bloodshot eyes. By this time, the time limit for Iberia wearing the dragon armor had reached 3 minutes. Elsewhere, thanks to Itsuki wiping out that fire demon, Deathhound also caught a lucky break. It leveled up from level 19 to level 20 and instantly broke free from the ice trapping it. At the same time, Itsuki had just rushed over to the house. It leveled up again. Looks like Deathhound absorbed all of that karma. Thinking of this, he turned his head and asked, "What happened to Aiden and that beast?" Deathhound merely turned its head back, as if signaling Itsuki to inspect the situation himself. And with just a single glance, his eyes flew wide open. What the hell happened here? This terrifying wave of mana. I can't wait for Yasuke anymore. With no time to hesitate, he immediately dashed toward the source of the mana at top speed. Meanwhile, the swordsman Yasuke had also successfully chopped off the white demon's hand. But it didn't seem to feel any pain, immediately swinging back to retaliate and forcing Yasuke to raise his sword to block. Even so, his body was still pushed backward. Seizing the opportunity, the white demon's severed hand regenerated in mere seconds. Yasuke narrowed his eyes, carefully assessing the situation. The wound I just inflicted healed already. A beast with regeneration this fast, truly the worst matchup for me. Thinking this, he also sensed a green aura spreading in all directions around him. Is that karma? Did Itsuki wipe out the other one? Then I'll have to handle things myself. It can regenerate, but it keeps using its hands to shield its head and the back of its neck. That's definitely its weak point. Now I can finish it. Thinking this, Yasuke swung his sword relentlessly. First, I'll sever both of its arms. It takes at least a second for it to regenerate, meaning within that 1 second, its weak point is exposed. The moment he severed both of the monster's arms, Yasuke's eyes turned blood red. In a blinding flash, he swung his sword with all his might straight into its torso, sending the monster's head flying off its neck. Blood spurted out in torrents. Finally, its massive body collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Yasuke muttered a self-reproach, "Hard to believe a brainless beast gave me this much trouble. I need to regroup with Itsuki as fast as possible. The ice-controlling beast is the real trouble." With that thought in mind, the swordsman sprinted toward the forge. Scene changed to the demon general's position. Noticing Aiden wanted to say something, he stopped. "Looks like you've been wanting to say something for a while now. Fine, speak." He waved a hand to thaw the ice over Aiden's mouth. The old man lowered his voice, attempting to negotiate. "I'll accept any demand, so please spare my son." To that request, the demon general replied smoothly. "From this distance, I can no longer control that block of ice. Besides, sooner or later you'll have to obey us anyway." "Anyway, I knew it the moment I saw it. The armor that brat is wearing, you forged it from the dragon tribe, didn't you?" The dragon tribe possesses an incredibly tenacious life force. Even after death, a fragment of consciousness lingers inside their flesh, blood, and scales. That residual will persist inside any gear crafted from them. So if worn for too long, the user's consciousness will gradually be consumed. Eventually, their entire body is hijacked and they become a true dragon. As if to prove the demon general's words, right at this moment, the shape of Iberia's armor had completely changed. He had been completely consumed by the dragon armor. Flashback scene returning right to the day of prophecy. While Itsuki was heading elsewhere, Iberia looked up at the sky, wishing for Itsuki's safety in his heart. Beside him, Yasuke quietly observed that reaction and noticed the intense admiration Iberia held for Itsuki. Iberia didn't deny it, admitting that he desperately wanted to become someone like Itsuki. Hearing that, Yasuke looked slightly surprised and immediately asked back. He pointed out that Iberia had met quite a few exceptional people. Aiden Taiwan Izumi Nento. Yasuke himself also possessed far superior fame and combat experience than Itsuki. So why was Iberia so dead set on becoming like Itsuki? Caught off guard by the question, Iberia was completely stunned and didn't know how to answer. Seeing his flustered expression, Yasuke placed a hand on Iberia's shoulder, smiling slightly and saying it was just a random question. No need to take it seriously. Afterward, Iberia fell silent, sinking back into deep thought. He suddenly realized he had never truly thought through why he admired Itsuki so much. The more he thought about it, the less clear his own motivation became. The scene rolled back further into the past by 10 years. At this time, Iberia was overjoyed with his newly received wooden sword. His mother walked up, smiling and asking if he liked his birthday present. Iberia nodded eagerly, his eyes shining bright. He admired the sword for a while, then solemnly gave it a majestic name, the Invincible Sword of Justice Hero. His mother paused slightly but still nodded and praised the cool name. Iberia was extremely hyped, raising the sword high and imagining himself as an awakened warrior preparing to confront calamity monsters. He cheered excitedly and ran outside, wanting to show off his sword to everyone. His mother reminded him to be careful before he vanished. Inside the house, Iberia's father appeared beside his mother, asking in a low voice, "Does he have friends?" Outside in the yard, a group of kids had surrounded Iberia, their eyes glued to the sword with envy and eagerness. A boy spoke in a jealous tone, asking to borrow the sword for a bit. Iberia immediately gripped the hilt tight. He felt anxious under the crowd's gaze, while the other kids reminded him that since his dad was a famous blacksmith who could make as many swords as he wanted, they were just borrowing it for a little while and would return it soon. Iberia wrestled with intense hesitation inside. He knew the sword belonged to him and desperately wanted to refuse, yet he lacked the courage to give a flat-out no. When one of them kept pressing, "What, you won't let us borrow it?" Iberia faltered for a moment before forcing a smile and nodding, handing the sword over to them despite feeling completely reluctant. The moment he grabbed the sword, one kid bolted away, pretending to be an awakened warrior while shouting imposingly as the rest cackled and chased after him. Iberia stood frozen in place, biting his lip hard as he watched his beloved sword get carried off. He whimpered under his breath, "Give my sword back," but his voice was too faint for anyone to hear. After a long while, he returned home empty-handed. His mother greeted him with a warm smile, asking if he had fun today. Iberia forced a strained smile, pretending everything was fine. She quickly noticed he wasn't carrying his sword and asked about the wooden blade. His dad immediately caught on and sighed, "Did those kids take it again?" Hearing this, his mother made to go get it back. But his dad stopped her, saying that even if they got it back today, it would just get taken again tomorrow. He then turned to scold Iberia for failing to protect what was precious to him, lacking the spine to say no and not daring to ask adults for help. Iberia slunk into a dark room and curled up on the floor. Silent tears fell as he cried and asked himself, why did he admire Itsuki so much? Why did he want to become someone like him? The scene shifts forward a few months. At the hospital, Iberia's father angrily grabbed a doctor by the collar upon hearing there were no treatment options left, while the doctor apologized, saying they had done everything they could, but Iberia's mother had always been frail from the start. His dad nearly went crazy, roaring that they were just supposed to sit around and wait for his wife to die, but the doctor advised him to spend her remaining time by her side. Inside the hospital room, Iberia's mother called out to her son. Iberia rushed over and grasped her hand tightly. Despite being in agony, she managed a gentle smile, telling him that even though his dad often called him a coward, she knew very well what a kind-hearted boy he was. However, she also reminded him, kindness without strength is nothing but a liability. It stops you from protecting the ones you love, and in the end, you'll be the one who suffers. She made him promise to grow strong and use that strength with courage, believing that one day, Iberia would become an awakened warrior who was kind, brave, and powerful all at once. Then she placed her hand on his head and instructed, "Take care of your father." Her hand slipped and fell away as her strength slowly faded to nothing. Iberia sobbed uncontrollably, swearing in his heart that he would become the strongest, bravest, and kindest awakened warrior. The memory faded away as Iberia snapped back to his previous train of thought, continuing to wonder why he wanted to be like Itsuki. He recalled their first meeting when he had only felt terror before Itsuki's overwhelming power and initially thought their alliance was just temporary, yet the longer he stayed by his side, the more he changed. Itsuki wasn't just strong, he possessed absolute courage, never hesitating once whether facing a horde of awakened warriors or dangerous calamity monsters, no matter how perilous. Beneath that stern exterior beat a heart that quietly cared for his comrades. Emerging from his train of thought, Iberia finally found his answer. He voiced aloud, Itsuki was the ultimate embodiment of the awakened warrior he had always dreamed of becoming since childhood, someone strong, brave, and kind. Hearing this, Yasuke nodded in understanding, gently noting that if Itsuki heard those words, he'd definitely be deeply moved, while Iberia gave a sad smile, admitting that he probably could never become someone like Itsuki because he still harbored too much fear and lacked talent. But just standing by his side and fighting alongside him was enough. Returning to the present in the forest, Iberia's body had completely morphed into a massive monster under the influence of the dragon gear, erasing his original appearance entirely and leaving behind only a terrifying monstrous aura. Itsuki appeared and shouted his name loudly. The monstrous Iberia slowly turned his head, glaring at Itsuki for a moment. Right after, it threw its head back and let out a horrific, bloodthirsty roar straight at Itsuki. The scene cuts to the second day of the prophecy, 3:31 a.m., where Iberia was still howling wildly in front of Itsuki as the signs of losing control grew increasingly severe. Itsuki called out to him with a skeptical tone, asking why he had put on the dragon gear again when its use had been forbidden. Looking closer, he began to notice unusual changes in Iberia's behavior and appearance. His reactions looked unnatural, and his physique was slightly different from last time. Under the influence of the dragon gear, Iberia kept emitting strange noises, trying to speak but failing to articulate clearly. Trying to figure out what he was trying to say, Itsuki asked about Aiden's whereabouts. Instead of answering, Iberia let out a heavy roar and blasted a shockwave straight at Itsuki. Following that, his body flashed and vanished. Iberia immediately lunged from behind, aiming for an unannounced ambush. At the very last split second, Itsuki blocked the strike and grabbed Iberia's arm tightly to stop him. He snapped angrily, demanding that Iberia regain control of himself right now. Iberia quickly wrenched free and landed a short distance away, continuing to howl incessantly with a warped, beast-like screech. Clenching his claws tightly, he prepared to launch his next strike. He activated his wind attribute ability and unleashed a sharp blade of wind toward Itsuki. Recognizing the danger, Itsuki instantly activated his appraisal ability to analyze the attack. Determining it was a wind element skill, he reacted in time, dodging behind nearby tree trunks at the final moment. The wind blade cleanly sheared through the row of trees ahead as Itsuki realized he couldn't hesitate any longer and began gathering spiritual energy around his body, pondering the cause of Iberia's condition, either a side effect of the dragon gear or external mind control. Deciding to act fast, he activated his lightning break ability and bolted straight toward Iberia with the intent to subdue him. Upon closing in, he grabbed Iberia firmly to halt his next attack. Iberia continued to growl angrily, struggling fiercely. While holding him down, Itsuki could sense that the magical energy radiating from Iberia belonged entirely to him, yet he still couldn't understand why Iberia was attacking him in this state. Frustration surged, and his anger began to flare up. Right at that moment, Iberia finally managed to squeeze out clear words, desperately begging Itsuki, "Just kill me." Hearing Iberia's voice clearly, Itsuki was momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of that opening, Iberia unleashed another shockwave, followed instantly by a ferocious, high-intensity claw strike without a shred of hesitation. Before the blow landed, Yasuke appeared between the two of them and intercepted the swipe with his sword. Itsuki warned Yasuke to be careful, but Yasuke immediately retaliated with a heavy punch to Iberia's chest. The sheer kinetic force sent Iberia blasting back into the air before crashing hard into the ground. Itsuki tried to explain Iberia's condition, but Yasuke already understood everything and realized the situation had reached its absolute worst. Unexpectedly, Iberia got back up and moved at extreme speed, circling the two of them continuously so fast that both Itsuki and Yasuke struggled to track his movements. Itsuki realized Iberia had completely slipped into a berserk state, while Yasuke confirmed that the dragon gear had consumed him. This was its horrifying side effect. Itsuki understood the only option was to strip off the dragon gear as quickly as possible. However, Yasuke coldly stated that removal was no longer feasible because the dragon gear had completely fused with Iberia's body. He recounted witnessing another awakened warrior get consumed the exact same way, noting that the dragon gear would never detach from its wearer unless they died. Those words left Itsuki dazed, but Yasuke resolutely insisted that killing Iberia might be the only choice left. Yasuke raised his sword, preparing to take the responsibility upon himself and advising Itsuki to leave if he couldn't stomach it. Instead of backing down, Itsuki stepped forward and declared he would handle it himself, leaving Yasuke surprised and initially refusing to let Itsuki shoulder the burden. Itsuki then reminded him that Aiden had been abducted by an ice-type calamity monster, and suggested using the wolf to track Aiden's location so Yasuke could go rescue him, causing Yasuke to hesitate before gradually understanding the reasoning. Itsuki stopped him from arguing further, saying he still had things to say to Iberia as he raised his hand to summon the wolf. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yasuke agreed and handed the situation over to Itsuki, warning him that if Iberia escaped, his strength and feral instincts would only grow worse, making it imperative to end it right here. Right on cue, Iberia leaped onto a tree branch and plunged down to attack from above. Itsuki reacted by generating a dark ice barrier to block the strike, and as the skirmish continued, Yasuke began running toward Aiden's direction, calling the wolf to follow him. Failing to break through the barrier, Iberia retreated and continued howling with rage. He activated his Wind Blade ability and unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Itsuki. Itsuki stood his ground calmly, observing as his passive defense failed to trigger despite the relentless assault, proving these attacks lacked true killing intent. A wind blade grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. From that, Itsuki realized Iberia wasn't attacking with the intent to genuinely kill him. Iberia grew increasingly agitated, howling endlessly, his anger peaking as he triggered 1,000 wind blades, unleashing countless attacks simultaneously. This time, instead of dodging, Itsuki walked straight toward him. The wind blades slammed into his body from multiple angles, leaving numerous tiny cuts across his skin. Despite taking hits repeatedly, he didn't retreat a single step, pressing forward steadily. Iberia grew even more frustrated as his attacks failed to stop Itsuki's advance, his roars growing louder as emotional instability showed he was crumbling from within. The scene cuts to the Monster Kingdom in Morocco, where Imaraku stood before his lord to report mission results, confirming that Aiden had been successfully captured while also bringing news that the Red Flame Demon King and White Demon had been slain by humans. Linga listened calmly, remarking that there were plenty of warriors in the world capable of beating those of that caliber, so capturing Aiden alone meant the mission was a success. Imaraku continued his report, mentioning that Sashikoma seemed to be struggling in battle, to which Linga replied that the situation was within acceptable limits since Saru Shikoma wasn't expected to eliminate Izumi Nento. His mission was only to stall most of the special class saviors, though Imaraku added that Sashikoma was currently fighting just a single special class opponent. Hearing this, Linga showed intrigue, noting that apart from Wajin, there seemed to be another human capable of holding off Shikoma single-handedly, and asked for the warrior's identity. Imaraku reported that according to their informant, the warrior was renowned for possessing the strongest physical body among mankind, going by the name Heitan Akira. The scene shifts to the area near Izumi Nento's residence. Heitan was locked in a ferocious battle with the Yeti-type calamity monster, Sashikuma. Their attacks collided continuously, generating massive shockwaves that sent dust, dirt, and debris flying everywhere. The sheer intensity of the clash shocked nearby observers. Kirishima watched the ongoing battle with a look of astonishment, realizing the fight that had started yesterday afternoon still hadn't ended. Even though enough time had passed for his own injuries to heal almost completely, the duel between the two was still undecided, leaving him utterly awestruck at witnessing a large-scale battle from such close quarters. Amidst the exchange, the calamity monster roared and unleashed a massive punch toward Heitan, the kinetic impact powerful enough to shake the ground and terrify the watchers, with Ajiha panicking over the terrifying power of those blows. She realized that if Heitan fell, no one else could possibly stop the monster, prompting her to head toward the battlefield out of worry. But before she could get close, Izumi Nento placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her, reassuring her that Heitan wasn't weak enough to go down from attacks of that level. As the monster continued hammering down, the impacts carved deep fissures into the earth, leaving Ruru horrified at the scale of destruction. Izumi Nento explained that all special-class warriors stood at the pinnacle of human strength and must never be underestimated. Amidst the rubble, Heitan slowly stood back up while weathering the monster's assault, using his monstrous strength to push the giant fist back up and stop it from pressing down any further. Unable to overpower him, the giant monster began showing signs of restlessness. Heitan stood tall, grabbing the monster's fist with just one hand and completely seizing the initiative in the tug-of-war. Witnessing that sight, Izumi Nento softly remarked that it had been a very long time since he last saw Heitan in his second form, leaving Ajiha surprised upon hearing about a second form. While still holding the monster's fist with one hand, Heitan began radiating a crimson aura from his entire body, his eyes glowing the same red as his presence shifted drastically even from afar. Ajiha felt his presence change entirely, as if he had turned into a different person, while Izumi Nento explained that entering this state boosted all of Heighten's abilities by an astonishing margin, though his personality also became extremely savage and ruthless. As the energy continued to surge, Heighten let out a terrifying roar and forcefully batted away the monster's giant fist, asserting absolute dominance. Izumi Nento prepared to reveal the moniker attached to this transformation state. Filled with rage, Heighten vaulted into the air, his whole body blazing with immense energy. With blinding speed, he hurtled straight at the giant monster and directly pierced through its chest. The terrifying force created a massive hole as he blasted through the monster's body. After flying out the other side, he landed on the ground. The monster stood frozen for a moment before losing its balance and collapsing. Heighten slowly stood up and calmly walked off in another direction. From afar, Ageha watched him leave, looking confused as to where he was heading. Izumi Nento explained that he was likely walking toward the stone pillar maintaining the barrier. Ageha noticed his movements were still very controlled, thinking to herself that even in that state he kept his reason. Izumi Nento stated that if he lost control and attacked both allies and enemies alike, even a massive boost in power would only cause destruction, and fail to make him a true special-grade protector. Heighten finally reached the stone pillar and began punching it repeatedly. With relentless, powerful strikes, he smashed the pillar's structure to pieces. As the pillar collapsed, the red light in his eyes gradually faded, and his condition stabilized. The ferocious state vanished, and he regained his composure. Clenching his fist, he wondered to himself why he was there and whether the enemy had been dealt with. Realizing that presence surfaced again during the transformation, he sat down on the ground and muttered that it was a nuisance. Once the stone pillar was destroyed, the red barrier surrounding the area also began to dissolve. Ageha watched the barrier disappear, wondering if everything was finally over. Izumi Nento shifted the focus to her previous actions, pointing out that she had risked her life to heal Heighten despite knowing the fatal danger. He remarked that this behavior completely differed from her usual cautious nature. Normally she would suggest retreating instead of gambling on a slim chance. He noted she was starting to resemble Itsuki in her decision-making. She quietly denied it, but her mind drifted toward Itsuki, worrying about his situation deep within the forest. Even with strong allies like Yasuke there, the outcome remained a question mark. The scene cut back to the forest. Iberia, still possessed by the dragon gear, continued attacking while crying inwardly. He couldn't understand why Itsuki wasn't dodging the incoming strikes. Itsuki kept walking straight ahead without making any effort to evade. He intentionally let the attacks hit him, understanding that physical pain could suppress hesitation and help him maintain focus. A barrage of wind blades continuously hammered his body, leaving gashes all over his flesh. Blood poured from his wounds, but he didn't slow down a bit despite taking hit after hit. He kept pushing forward until he drew close to Iberia. Once close enough, Itsuki grabbed Iberia tightly by the neck, halting his movements. Raising his hand, he prepared to unleash a penetrating energy sphere. Before firing, he declared that this blow would end everything. Iberia roared and unleashed one final shockwave. Though still hesitating inwardly, Itsuki released the sphere. The attack pierced straight through Iberia's chest. The impact sent Iberia's body collapsing. Itsuki immediately caught him before he hit the ground. As Iberia's consciousness began to fade, the dragon gear started melting away from his body. His appearance returned to normal, still cradled in Itsuki's arms. Iberia began to apologize, regretting that he had lost control, and fearing he had become a burden. Itsuki reassured him that he had never been a burden. Iberia asked doubtfully, to which Itsuki affirmed that everyone excelled in their own way. With fatting strength, Iberia gripped Itsuki's hand and recounted the vague info he overheard earlier. The calamity monster didn't want to kill his father but rather control him. He expressed his firm belief that Itsuki would save his father. Itsuki accepted the responsibility, declaring he would definitely defeat the monster that caused this tragedy. Iberia, enduring mounting pain, forced out a final smile. With a sense of relief, he thanked him for his final words and entrusted the future to Itsuki. The scene shifted to the second day of the prophecy, 3:33 a.m., the exact moment Iberia passed away. The perspective shifted to the demon realm. The demon god acknowledged the outcome, realizing things had progressed further than expected. However, he stated this was merely the beginning of a grander plan. With a twisted sense of satisfaction, he vowed to systematically destroy everything precious to Itsuki, promising to bring even more suffering in the future. The scene cut to a group of warriors stealthily making their way through the dark forest at night. One of them grumbled that after such a fierce battle, they still had to escort Izumi Nento across the mountain range. He explained that Heitan was so exhausted he could barely stand after the engagement. Right then, Ageha in the group suddenly sensed a powerful and strange emotion emanating from ahead. She pointed into the darkness, saying the source of this energy was right in front of them. The blue-haired warrior instantly drew his sword, shouting loudly to demand who was lurking in the dark. But Ageha recognized the silhouette sitting from behind and let out an astonished gasp. She asked, "Is that Tenma?" and saw the young man tightly hugging the corpse of his fallen friend. With a face full of bruises, Itsuki raised his head to greet the arriving mentors. Ageha went into shock upon seeing his injuries, hurriedly asking what happened here. At that moment, another man appeared alongside a giant wolf, stating he would explain the entire situation. The group looked surprised, wondering who else was in this dark forest. The newcomer introduced himself as first-class savior Bokudo Yasuk. Ageha immediately asked him about the mission to protect the kidnapped blacksmith. Images of the three main villains flashed by, the ones the heroes faced on that tragic night. Yasuk bowed his head, his heavy voice admitting that they had been completely overwhelmed by the enemy. He recounted that the battle ended in the worst possible way, resulting in heavy losses on their side. Yasuk began explaining, after Aiden was captured, he used the wolf to track the monster pack, but he and the wolf only found a few of their clones in the forest. The calamity monster is cunning. It deliberately left decoys to throw us off. Nento anxiously asked about Itsuki's current condition. She replied that they were only scratches and the bleeding had stopped, but he stubbornly refused treatment. Ageha worriedly stated that she could feel a blaze of fury burning more fiercely than ever inside Itsuki's heart. Fearing that if things continued this way, their friend's soul would be completely consumed by hatred. Alone in his room, Itsuki quietly stared at the family portrait of Iberia placed on the desk. In the photo, the blonde boy smiled happily beside his parents on a sunny day. Gazing at the picture, he recalled the first time he met Iberia, the boy who enthusiastically introduced himself. He also remembered the day he carried his exhausted friend on his back after a long journey. Another memory rushed back, the blonde friend declaring he would never leave his side, not even for a single step. Itsuki vividly remembered the time his friend eagerly insisted on naming his wolf Shikigami. Returning to the present, Itsuki's expression was a mix of sorrow and silent rage. He stood up, calling out the wolf's name in a low, murderous tone. "We're moving." The wolf let out a responding roar. Its level 20 stats appeared alongside terrifying attack and speed ratings. Itsuki turned to his companion, declaring he would hunt down the calamity monster responsible for all this tragedy. His eyes flared red, swearing to crush the enemy with his full power. Itsuki left the room with the wolf following behind, but his path was blocked by someone. Master Izumi Nento stood right at the doorway, exuding a solemn and gloomy aura. Itsuki looked at the group and asked what was going on and why the atmosphere was so heavy. Everyone had gathered in the room, looking at him with grave and worried eyes. Kirishima thought to himself that this was the second disciple, recalling his great achievements. He concluded that Itsuki was strong, but also cold enough to finish off his own friend with his own hands. Izumi Nento bluntly asked where he was heading. Itsuki replied that he was going to rescue the kidnapped blacksmith. Master simply stated, "No." Itsuki flared up, demanding to know the reason for the obstruction. Master Nento explained that the Alliance had classified this incident as special hazard grade. Participating in the rescue mission required being a second-class savior or higher. Finally, he stated that Itsuki currently lacked the qualifications. His eyes turned red with indignation. Itsuki snapped, shouting that he had promised to save Aiden and intended to keep that promise. Everyone was shocked. Ageha pleaded with her father not to be so harsh on him right now. Izumi Nento asked point-blank, "Can you accept someone dying because of you?" Itsuki froze, left speechless. Master continued, saying he understood how he felt and blamed himself for failing to protect Aiden. He also said the enemy wouldn't easily kill the blacksmith, and chasing after them right now was a foolish move. Itsuki remained tense and utterly furious, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. But Master comforted him, saying Itsuki's potential was limitless and he could easily surpass the special grade. He promised that when Itsuki grew strong enough, he would push the Alliance to assign the rescue mission to him. With a determined gaze, Itsuki asked what it took to surpass the special grade. At that moment, Master Nento revealed, the best way was to participate in the Apex camp. Itsuki repeated the name in confusion, not understanding what it was. Master explained that the top 10 of the national tournament qualifiers would receive invitations. Those who survived the training camp would become humanity's core force, and the next Apex camp would begin in 3 days. Continuing the scene, Izumi Nento spoke in a steady voice. If you get through the trials there, you won't just rank high in the tournament, but you can become a special grade savior much faster. That is the shortcut. Hearing this, Itsuki immediately nodded, his voice filled with resolve. Fine, I'll join the Apex camp. Master Nento nodded, adding that they first needed to treat his body, currently covered in wounds. Ageha immediately used blue butterfly magic to heal all of Itsuki's wounds. While being healed, he asked if she knew anything about this training camp. Ageha confirmed she knew it well, and Itsuki mentioned that Master said it was the ultimate place to forge true strength. Ageha nodded, confirming that only the most exceptional geniuses had the chance to step foot there. But she continued in a grave tone, that's precisely why it's extremely dangerous. I've witnessed many people regarded as geniuses step in there with full confidence. Yet upon arrival, they realized they were just ordinary people, and then suffered complete mental breakdowns. She defined the Apex camp as the training ground of geniuses, but simultaneously the graveyard of geniuses. The training there was so brutal that unfortunate incidents happened to participants every single year. Itsuki smiled upon hearing this. A place like that is exactly what I need right now. Ageha suffered severe shock, freezing in place at an answer completely beyond her expectations. Now healed, Itsuki stood up and said he used to worry about not finding real opponents to fight. With a resolute gaze, he declared, I can only grow by facing truly powerful enemies. Ageha stood still, her face slightly flushed from being swept up by the strength and confidence radiating from Itsuki's words. Noticing her flushed face, Itsuki anxiously asked if she used too much energy healing him. Ageha hurriedly shook her head, stammering that her body just heated up a bit when using her ability for prolonged periods. Inside Ageha's chest, her heart was pounding frantically. It was the first time she heard her heartbeat so clearly. With a blushing face and a spinning head, she wondered what on earth she was thinking. After putting his clothes back on, Itsuki solemnly thanked her for the help. Ageha asked where he was heading next. With a sorrowful look, Itsuki replied that he needed to say goodbye to someone important. The scene cut to the forest. Itsuki and Yasuke stood before a grave. The gravestone was clearly engraved with the name Iberia, his sword placed beside it along with a few memorial flowers. Yasuke apologized for dragging him through this, but Itsuki shook his head, saying it was his own choice. Yasuke asked if he planned to leave right away. Itsuki nodded, confirming he would head to the training camp to forge his strength for revenge. Itsuki turned to ask Yasuke what he planned to do, and Yasuke shared his story. If he hadn't met his master, he might have been killed by monsters long ago and never become an awakened one. This armor, this sword, and even his very life had been bestowed upon him by his master. So no matter what happened, he would find his master, he said with a voice full of determination. Itsuki reached out to make a promise gesture to his master, his eyes burning with resolve. He took a step back, pointed at Yasuke, and warned, "Don't you dare die before we meet again." Clenching his fist, he swore, I will become a savior and rescue Aiden together with my master. Yasuke stood still, secretly impressed by the young man's attitude, thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly look any cooler than this. Beside Iberia's grave, Yasuke smiled in response. I'll be waiting for you to return. The two bumped fists, using a comrade's gesture to seal their promise and trust. From afar, Izumi Nento and his daughter Ageha quietly watched the entire scene with admiring eyes. Ageha remarked that even though his soul was shattered just hours ago, Itsuki bounced back remarkably fast. Izumi Nento revealed that Itsuki had temporarily locked away all negative emotions deep in his heart. He stated that the attack had numerous suspicious elements and announced he would summon a meeting with the commanders. Meanwhile, he entrusted Itsuki to his daughter's care to handle everything. Ageha smiled with confidence, accepting the task, "Don't worry, Dad, I'll handle it all." Seeing Ageha beaming, Itsuki asked why she was wearing such a solemn expression earlier. He called her sensei and asked where they were going next. Ageha replied that the info was classified. She explained she would be his guardian for this trip. Itsuki hated being treated like a kid, so he impatiently asked what she was going to do. Ageha pointed straight ahead, extended her hand, and said, "We're heading straight to the central continent, where the Apex camp is held." The scene transitioned abruptly with a massive explosion, taking viewers back to the recent past of an event. In the memory, Itsuki appeared with a dark aura, his eyes filled with murderous intent and rage. A man wearing glasses was screaming in agony after taking a horrific blow to the face. Beaten to a pulp and exhausted, the young man collapsed to his knees, suffering a complete defeat. Itsuki gazed down coldly at the fallen enemy, his aura so terrifying that it made people shudder. Clenching his fist, he unleashed the final finishing blow, ending the match once and for all. Returning to the present, Ryuji lay in a hospital bed, wrapped entirely in bandages and crying out in pain. He tossed and turned in a horrific nightmare about what had happened. His mother rushed over, hugging her son and reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, Mom is here to protect you." She gently asked him if he was dreaming about the person who had hurt him again. Ryuji gritted his teeth, swearing that he would return the pain he had suffered 100-fold and make his enemy taste a whole world of agony. His mother comforted him, promising that his older brother had returned and would take revenge on his behalf. Right at that moment, a massive figure appeared at the hospital room door, slowly stepping inside. His older brother spoke up, asking if it must hurt terribly. Ryuji begged his brother to take revenge for him and defeat the one who caused all of this. That figure asked back, "The name of the person who did this to you, is it Tenma Itsuki?" Ryuji nodded in confirmation, saying that the guy was just a parentless orphan, yet he had taken first place in the preliminary rounds. Hearing this, the older brother realized that if the guy took first place, he would definitely be at Apex camp. With a wicked smile on his lips, he swore, "When I find him, I'm going to crush Tenma Itsuki." Shifting to the protagonist's location, he and the guardian Ageha had arrived at the training camp, where Ageha looked up at the sky, let out a sigh of relief and announced, "We've arrived." Appearing before them was a massive glass dome structure that looked intensely sci-fi, leaving Itsuki gaping in awe as he muttered, "So impressive. This is completely different from what I imagined." The two of them merged into the crowd and strode toward the main entrance of the building, with Itsuki muttering in acknowledgement. And true to what Ageha had said, he was now surrounded entirely by giants wearing flashy gold armor and carrying huge shields, or players strolling around with skeletal monsters in tow, leading Itsuki to inwardly assess that everyone here looked extremely proud of themselves. As they walked, Ageha suddenly stopped, pushed up her glasses, and gave a serious warning, "I can't go inside, so you're on your own from here." Itsuki gave a concise nod, "Got it." She pulled out a sleek, modern-looking bracelet and handed it to him. "This is your registration bracelet that I was holding onto. You'll need it for this training." The young man reached out to take it, tossing out a bland expression of gratitude. "Thanks." Seeing the bracelet rest securely in Itsuki's palm, Ageha couldn't help offering one last heartfelt warning. "Listen, try not to do anything that draws too much attention. You don't want to get on anyone's radar." Brushing aside that anxious warning, the stubborn youth turned his back and walked straight into the portal of light, leaving behind a curt defense, "I know." Watching her unruly younger brother's retreating figure, cold sweat began to bead on Ageha's forehead as she sighed softly to herself, murmuring, "Knowing Itsuki's personality, I just can't help worrying." Stepping into the reception area, Itsuki approached the registration counter and spoke very politely, I'd like to register as a participant." Sitting behind the counter was a haggard, stubble-faced employee with a toothpick clenched in his teeth, looking as though he hadn't slept in days. Without even glancing at the boy, he lazily held out a hand and ordered, "Hand over the bracelet." Itsuki obediently placed the registration bracelet into the rude receptionist's hand. The employee nonchalantly placed the bracelet onto a machine, which instantly emitted a hovering blue light to scan the item and extract the data. Itsuki's green eyes narrowed slightly as he mentally evaluated the lazy receptionist, nodding that even the front desk staff was at least level 40, proving Apex Camp was on a completely different level. At that moment, the system screen displayed the information, Name, Tenma Itsuki Level 0 Class Order Breaker Talent Special Class. Seeing the perfectly round level of 0, the receptionist sneered with a contemptuous whisper around his toothpick. A level 0 can actually get in here. The brat must have used some serious connections to skate through the preliminaries. But connections don't mean a damn thing here. Without real strength to back it up, getting crushed is just a matter of time. Maintaining his standard one-star service attitude, the receptionist waved a hand forward and shooed him away. Hey, pick your room and go settle your accommodation fees. Hearing the receptionist's casual bombshell, Itsuki froze for a full 5 seconds, breaking out in a cold sweat as he stammered in utter disbelief. I have to pay to live here. The receptionist cast a sideways, haughty glance and spat out a brutally blunt remark. Obviously, this isn't a charity organization. Itsuki's expression instantly darkened as if the sky were falling. He lowered his head and despaired inwardly. Ajaha, why didn't you tell me? I don't have a single penny. Seeing the boy standing frozen like a statue, the receptionist spoke up, trying to sound reasonable. You passed the preliminaries, so you must have racked up some points, right? Itsuki blankly asked back. Points. Figuring he had caught a clueless dummy, the receptionist launched into a primer on the camp's currency. Your assets here are determined by the points you earned in the preliminaries. For example, if you earned 1,000 points in the preliminaries, that amount gets transferred to you the moment you step in here. You can also earn extra points by completing quests. Points are basically the currency here, and you need them to buy food, daily necessities, and pay for lodging. Itsuki rested his chin on his hand in deep thought, finally putting the pieces together. Ah, so points are actually important here. I made quite a bit in the preliminaries, so it should be enough. While he was lost in thought, the receptionist tapped his fingers impatiently on the desk and urged, Hey, hurry up and pick a room. People are waiting. Pushed for time, Itsuki snapped his head up and asked a question that blew the receptionist's mind. How much is the most luxurious room? The receptionist's eyes bulged as various rooms flashed through his mind. Standard room 35M2 for 100 points month, luxury room 75M2 for 500 points month, and a villa 200M2 for 2,000 points month. Meanwhile, Itsuki was weighing his options, thinking, a regular room is fine for me, but I've got with me too. We wouldn't fit in a cramped space. After weighing the pros and cons, the boy made a massively money-burning decision. I'll take the villa. The receptionist dropped his jaw in astonishment, hastily offering advice like a suddenly well-meaning older brother. What did you say? Kid, you might have a lot of points right now, but you shouldn't waste them. Points get eaten up everywhere in daily life here. Brushing aside the sincere advice, Itsuki placed his hand on the counter and replied, I've made up my mind, please process it quickly. Seeing the stubbornly unmovable kid, the receptionist grumbled petulantly while clacking away at his keyboard, HMPH, an ignorant brat. Don't come crying to me later. He grudgingly handed the activated bracelet back to Itsuki. Before the boy left, the receptionist didn't forget to mention an important rule. Once you enter the camp, everyone's stats will be hidden and you won't be able to check anyone else's name, skills, or level either. Itsuki nodded. Got it. Watching Itsuki's back fade away, the receptionist rested his chin on his hand and thought. Choosing a villa, HMPH, just how many points did that kid rake in during the preliminaries? Curiosity getting the better of him, he dragged his mouse across the computer screen. Then his eyes rolled back in shock, cold sweat broke out and his jaw dropped speechlessly. What? He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, stammering in a panic. Is this a system error? That kid's points. The computer screen displayed an unbelievable number. Points, 106,600. The receptionist blurted out in horror, over 100,000 points. I only have 1,600 points. Outside, Itsuki was strolling along, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face darkening. He reached up to tug at his ear as a giant pea-sized drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, cursing his goldfish memory. I forgot to ask where the villa is. Letting out a sigh, the gloomy boy with a terrible memory turned back toward the front desk. No sooner had he turned around than he was intercepted by two guys who looked overly friendly. Itsuki looked up at the two strangers and asked coldly, need something? A bulky guy and a blonde punk flashed toothy grins as the big guy spoke first. We're awakened ones from the southern continent who just got here yesterday. You look like you're lost. We'll show you the way. Where are you trying to go? Seeing such helpful people, Itsuki didn't hesitate. I'm trying to get to the villa district. Do you guys know where it is? The big guy scratched his head. A villa, I think it's over that way, right? The blonde punk chimed in. Yeah, right over there. But the moment they heard the word villa, both guys froze, their eyes widening and jaws dropping as if they had just seen a ghost. Itsuki tilted his head in confusion. Is something wrong? The blonde guy frantically waved his hands and stammered, "Wait a second, I'm just trying to remember the exact location." Seeing the two of them whispering back and forth with shifty glances, Itsuki frowned suspiciously. "Why are you acting so sneaky just to remember a place? Are you plotting something?" Right around the same time, not too far away, a voluptuous cat girl with a black cat perched lazily on her shoulder appeared. It was Akagami Shin. Just one glance was enough for her to figure out what was happening. They're trying to scam points out of a newcomer under the guise of giving directions again. I wonder what poor idiot is about to become their next victim. But when she looked closer at the victim, the purple-haired girl's eyes widened in shock. She recognized him instantly, the monster who had hauled in over 100,000 points in the preliminaries. Licking her lips, she flashed a gleam of amusement in her eyes. This is starting to get interesting. Jack was whispering, I heard he's living in a villa. Apparently, he's the first-place finisher from some northern continent haul. Even if he's in first place, nobody's crazy enough to throw away 2,000 points just to rent a place. Jack judged him to be some pampered rich kid who knew nothing about the value of points, while asking his buddy what he meant. Jack stated that sheltered rich kids were always the biggest cowards with no backbone, making him the perfect prey to be stripped down to his last point. Itsuki called out from behind, "Can't remember. Then I'll go look for it myself." The two of them smiled brightly and said, "We remembered, let us walk you over there." The training camp was packed with participants, and someone in the distance recognized them. "Aren't those discarded guys from the southern continent, Jace and Jack?" Looks like the kid in the middle just walked right into their trap. He already looked weak enough and now he's getting shaken down for all his points. How pathetic. At that moment, Itsuki brushed past someone who recognized him. "Isn't that the kid who asked weird questions before the preliminaries? Out of everyone, why did he have to get mixed up with that pair?" "Whatever, none of my business. I only have one goal, and that's to surpass the top finisher of the Northern Continent's preliminaries, a guy named Itsuki." The two guys led him to a spot. This really was a massive villa area. Right behind Itsuki, the two of them wore calculating grins. Jack clenched his fist. "All right, time to pay the guiding fee." Itsuki replied, "That's right, you guys guided me the whole way. I should at least give you a tip." The two of them blinked in surprise. "Huh," he agreed that easily. Itsuki asked them, "How much do you want?" Jace blurted out, "At least 500. Jack countered, "You idiot, 1,000, give us 1,000 points." Itsuki responded, 1,000 points, a bit steep but all right. The guy asked incredulously, "You serious?" Itsuki asked blankly, "How do you transfer points to someone else?" Jack whispered to his buddy, "He's actually willing to pay 1,000 points just for directions. Not only is he a cowardly weakling, but he's a total moron too. In that case, don't blame us, it's nothing personal." Jack turned hostile, "Sorry, but this took longer than expected. You're gonna need to pay a surcharge." Jace hiked the price. "That's right, 5,000 points total." Jack demanded, "If you don't have enough, hand over everything you've got." Itsuki had figured out their scheme. The aura radiating from him terrified them. What the hell is up with this guy? It feels like his entire being just shifted. The two puffing up their chests argued, "So what if we did? If you wanna be mad, blame yourself for letting your guard down. Hand over the points right now or you're gonna get hurt." Itsuki warned them, "I'm pissed off now, so no matter what happens, don't go crying about it." Jack activated his power. "Let me spell it out for you. I ranked 6th in the Southern Continent preliminaries. There's no way I'm losing to trash like you." He threw a punch. "You fool, I'll turn you to ash with my Thunder Fist. B-rank skill Thunder Fist." When the fist hit Itsuki's chest, the notification appeared, "Absorbed B-rank lightning skill via Thunder Shock 3. Agility plus 10%. Remaining absorption slots 2-5. Agility 475 bonus from Thunder Shock 3, 25%. Jack was stunned, he didn't even flinch. Itsuki slapped him hard, sending the guy flying far backward. Jace was in deep shock. "He's too fast. I'm staring right at him but my eyes can't track his movement at all." He had to face a speed-type opponent and needed to end it in one hit. A rank skill, Physical Enhancement. With his right hand clenched into a fist and muscles bulging, he charged toward Itsuki. Seeing him block the blow, Jack was surprised. an ability that transforms his own body. Is this guy like me? He's an order breaker. Jace raised his other hand. I'm enhancing both arms now, let's see if you can take this. Fists rained down like a storm. Itsuki blocked every single one, thinking to himself, too slow. The sound of a boxing match echoed as they exchanged blow after blow. Jace's fingers were beaten completely out of shape. He blurted out, no way, after enhancement both my attack and defense stats are close to 300. What kind of freak are you? Itsuki teleported right in front of him. Even with enhancements, your stats are still way too far behind mine. Jace backed away in terror. You're no amateur. Who the hell are you? Which continent are you from? Itsuki raised his fist and lunged. Itsuki is from the northern continent. A powerful punch came down. The notification displayed, notice from shattered critical spirit crystal. Your next attack has a 100% chance to become a critical hit. The punch stopped right in front of the guy's face. Jace was dumbfounded. It stopped. Itsuki pulled his hand back, thinking if a critical hit landed square on him, it'd definitely blow his head off. I almost caused something irreversible. Itsuki glared sideways at them. Get lost. The two of them scrambled away in terror. Run, the guy's a monster. Shin watched the scene unfold and praised. I figured he'd struggle a bit since his opponents were 5th and 6th in the Southern Continent preliminaries, but to think it ended in a landslide victory for him, he really is a scary guy. The loudspeaker announcement blared. All participants are requested to gather at Apex Plaza immediately. The Apex Camp selection test will begin in a few minutes. Shin called out to her spiritual beast, let's go, Min, time to get to work. The announcement repeated, the Apex Camp selection test will begin in a few minutes. He remembered that according to Ajiha, up to 50% of participants would be weeded outright from this stage, meaning he had to go all out. Arriving at the plaza, the place was packed. Itsuki marveled, so these are the elites gathered from all continents, looks like a top-tier lineup. A hand patted Itsuki's shoulder from behind. He instinctively lashed out with his hand. Itsuki's hand stopped just in time when he saw who it was. He greeted his old friend in surprise, Seiya. She teased, what's with the sudden hostile greeting? Horino chimed in, daring to punch Seiya, you've got some nerve. Itsuki awkwardly said, sorry, I thought you were an enemy. Seiya worriedly asked, geez, why are you so on edge? Horino asked curiously, where's Iberia? You two are always attached at the hip, right? Itsuki's gaze grew sorrowful at the thought of his old friend. Seiya hesitatingly asked if there was a chance he got hurt during that recent attack. He had tucked Iberia away safely at home. Horino threw an arm around Itsuki's shoulder. Don't look so gloomy, if he's hurt, a little rest will fix him right up. Horino continued. More importantly, listen, ever since that attack happened, Seiya's been so worried about you that she couldn't focus during training. Busted, Seiya smacked Horino hard enough to raise a bump on his head. Itsuki spoke up, that recent attack made me realize just how weak I really am. I'm going to sharpen my skills here with everything I've got. Horino couldn't believe his ears. Weak, Itsuki? Seiya looked toward the stands as the two fell silent. The enlistment test was about to begin. A commanding shout rang out from the platform. Silence. Before your lives at Apex Camp begin, there is one thing you must know. Here, all information aside from your names will be kept strictly confidential. In other words, no matter what glory you achieved in the past, you will all start completely over from zero. Horino was surprised. All info besides our names is hidden. I'll show you my status screen to check if that's true. He glanced at his own info screen. Name, Horino, level, hidden, talent, hidden, skills, hidden, status, hidden. Itsuki confirmed, it really is all hidden. The announcement rang out, the enlistment test will begin right now. Please enter the venue in an orderly and neat fashion. The announcer lowered the microphone, a corner of his mouth curving upward. Horino remarked, this place is huge. Seiya noted, it's even bigger than the preliminary venue. Someone behind him asked, are you the one, the jerk who humiliated us folks from the southern continent? Itsuki turned around in a daze. It turned out those two guys had gone back to snitch to the top finisher of the Southern Continent preliminaries, Kajin Imamichi. The two of them accused, Lord Kajin, it's him. When we asked for our guide fee after bringing him to his quarters, he suddenly punched us. On top of that, he mocked the awakened ones of the Southern Continent, calling us a bunch of ragtag rabble. Kajin coldly asked, got anything to explain? Two of his friends stepped in to clear the air. Itsuki isn't that kind of guy, there's definitely some misunderstanding here. Those two probably tried shaking him down for points and got handed their asses instead. Horino pointed at Kajin and said, we already taught those lackeys of yours a lesson. Instead of getting mad, you should be thanking us. The pressure radiating from Kajin made Horino stagger. Kajin warned, "Don't you dare touch me with those filthy hands of yours or I'll tear you apart." Just as Horino was about to lose his temper, Itsuki patted his shoulder to calm him down. He stepped right up to his opponent. "I don't plan on giving you a full breakdown of what happened. More importantly, don't you dare lay a hand on my friends or I'll kill you." The two of them locked eyes, fiercely clashing aura against aura. Sayer advised, "Both of you stop it, the test is starting." Jack chimed in as well. "Kajin, if you cause violence here, you'll get penalized." Kajin spoke up, "I heard there's a training arena in the Apex camp where participants can fight without penalties. How about we settle this there after the test?" Itsuki agreed. "Whatever works for you." Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into pitch darkness, with only the gateway casting a dim light. Murmurs echoed around, "That gate, there are no lights here, why is it so dark? What kind of test is this supposed to be if we can't see a thing?" A spotlight shone down from above. Someone stepped forward and announced, "I'm glad to see everyone so hyped. Hopefully you'll keep that same enthusiasm until the test ends. Next, I'll explain the rules of the recruitment trial." Not that there was actually much to explain, because there were literally no rules for this test. Everyone reacted with shock. "No rules at all, what kind of test is that?" The instructor introduced. "Now you will enter the 4 rooms behind me one by one to undergo 4 different evaluations. The order of the rooms is up to you to decide. No restrictions on equipment, items, or skills whatsoever. The objective is simple. Push your stats as high as you can to pass. Scores will be evaluated based on your performance. Scoring 80 or above grants elite trainee status and bonus points. Scoring between 60 and 80 places you on the watch list for supplementary training. Below 60 means immediate disqualification and mandatory departure." Everyone cheered. "No gear or item restrictions either. Does a sweet deal like this actually exist? This'll be a walk in the park." Horino regretted, "I should have asked the master for some high-tier gear beforehand. Going in empty-handed is way too disadvantageous." Seiya reassured him, "We've trained hard for this test, so I'm sure we'll be fine." She asked Itsuki, "Which stat test do you think we should tackle first?" Itsuki replied, "Doesn't matter, we have to clear all of them anyway, let's just head into the closest room for now." Horino was left speechless. "You're awfully confident, huh? Just gonna pick the nearest room like that?" He stared in awe at the room ahead. "Talk about perfect, it's the defense test." Horino said with confidence, "I'm a metal attribute mage, so I'm pretty damn confident in my defensive capabilities." The proctor was already waiting inside. Horino pointed at the opponent and whispered, "That the proctor looks pretty strict." The proctor introduced himself. "Welcome, everyone. I am the proctor in charge of the defense test, a level 40 earth attribute elementus. I will now attack you with 5 different types of stones with difficulty scaling from 1 to 5. And you have to defend against all of them." The trio braced themselves. The proctor called out, "Step forward when your name is called." First up, Horino of the Northern Continent Shrine. He pointed at himself in surprise. "Huh, I'm going first." Seiya encouraged him, "Do your best." Horino answered, "Relax, what can a bunch of rocks do to me?" The proctor announced, "The test is about to begin. You may use your skills first." Horino buffed his body. "Then I'll go all out right from the start. Rank C skill, metallic defense plus 50%. He declared, "Bring it on." At this point, his defense reached 258. The proctor pulled out the first crystal stone, difficulty level 1. He hurled it straight at Horino. Crossing his arms, Horino blocked it. "Is that all? Didn't even tickle." The proctor chuckled, "Boring, let's skip straight to level 2. The proctor condensed a much larger sphere. It shot forward so fast it even startled Horino. He threw both arms up to intercept it. Horino managed to hold his defensive line. Seiya asked with concern, "Horino, you alright?" He flashed a thumbs up, "No problem at all." Itsuki silently activated mana detection. Those weren't ordinary stones, they were magic stones formed directly from the proctor's own mana. Their hardness was on an entirely different plane compared to normal rocks, and the damage output was immense. Seeing Horino's hands trembling, he doubted whether Horino was actually okay. Horino felt his arms going numb despite the metallic defense buff. It hit way harder than he expected. The proctor asked, "Wanna keep going?" Horino agreed. "Of course, let's bump it up to difficulty level 3 next." He wasn't entirely sure. Just 1 level higher, it should probably be fine, right? The proctor condensed a stone, noticeably larger than the previous one. Horino steadied himself. Don't think making it slightly bigger means I'm scared. The stone flew straight toward him and shattered on impact. Horino's entire body reeled backward. Saya covered her mouth in shock at the sight. Horino collapsed to the ground, covered in injuries. The other two rushed over anxiously. Horino, you okay? He groaned, I'm fine. Talk about humiliating. Never thought difficulty 3 would hit this hard. It's at least 3 times stronger than level 2. The proctor praised, taking a level 3 hit head-on without passing out is quite impressive. You'll probably get a high score. He called out the next name. Next up, Itsuki of the Northern Continent Shrine. Itsuki first helped his friend up. Horino whispered a warning, listen, every time the difficulty goes up a level, the rocks get exponentially stronger, don't push yourself. Itsuki answered, got it. The proctor asked, so, what difficulty do you want to start with? Itsuki calculated mentally. Even with metallic defense, Horino's defense is likely under 300, but thanks to my black water wall, mine's already at 627. The proctor misunderstood, thinking to himself, scared after seeing what just happened, can't really blame him. He said leniently, if you can't decide, we'll start at level 1. Itsuki cut him off, 5. The proctor jumped in surprise, what did you just say? Itsuki held up 5 fingers, I want to try difficulty 5. Horino panicked, hey, I told you not to push it. Metallic defense only got me through level 3 at my limit. Level 5 is just insane. The surrounding trainees muttered in disbelief. Starting straight at level 5, what rank was this guy in the qualifiers anyway? Total show-off. Isn't the top rank of the Northern Continent Shrine also the national top rank? His name is Itsuki, right? Don't tell me that's him. No way a scrawny-looking guy like that is the national number 1. The proctor was genuinely annoyed, conjuring a boulder larger than a human. Every year there's guys like you, reckless show-offs. Ends up with severe injuries or passing out, unable to take the other tests and getting booted out of the camp. He hoisted the massive rock. If that's what you want, be my guest. Everyone thought to themselves, is difficulty 5 really that huge? Getting hit by that thing is instant death. Now I see why the Apex camp is considered so lethal. The proctor offered, you can use your skills first. Itsuki's tone was eerily calm. I don't have any skills to use, so I'll just take it like this. Hearing that, the proctor grew even angrier. Is this brat looking down on us? He hurled the rock toward the target. It hurtled straight at Itsuki. A violent shockwave erupted. The aftershock made the waiting crowd lose their footing. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, blocking vision. Someone wondered aloud, that power is basically a meteor strike. The guy's definitely dead. The proctor sighed, what an idiot. He picked up his radio. Emergency medical rescue team, we have a severe casualty. Someone pointed forward, look, there's a figure standing there. The proctor glanced over stunned. Seeing him still standing upright, he gasped, that guy's still on his feet. The radio crackled to life. This is Medic Team 1 leader, report casualty location. With no one answering, the other side pressed, hello. Itsuki dusted off his shoulder, was that difficulty 5 just now? The proctor was in utter shock. I've been a proctor for 3 years and tested hundreds of trainees, but someone taking a level 5 magic stone head-on without skills and walking away completely unscathed. This is a first. Itsuki of the Northern Continent Shrine is an absolute monster, even compared to every single trainee in history. Itsuki spoke up, if you'll excuse me. As he walked away, everyone stared in utter bewilderment. Maybe that guy really was the national qualifier champion. His aura is entirely different. Everyone scrambled to back away. Itsuki looked confused by their reaction. Why is everyone backing away from me? His 2 friends walked over to congratulate him. That was insane, Itsuki. I thought I could beat you in defense, but you just widened the gap even more. Itsuki humored him. Is there any awakened one who's truly perfect? I'm sure there are things Horino can beat me at. Horino perked up hopefully. Really, like what? Seeing Itsuki struggle to come up with anything, Horino realized he was just leading him on and let it go. The next name was called out, Siki Saraj of the Northern Continent Shrine, up to the stage. Itsuki cheered her on, do your best, Saya-chan, be careful. She replied, don't worry. The proctor repeated his line, you may use your skills. Saya invoked her skill, rank B skill flowing water wall. She requested, give me difficulty 3. The proctor conjured a stone, a courageous choice, here it comes. Saya's water wall intercepted the stone. It fought hard to pierce through the swirling water. Saya pushed her limits to reinforce her defense. but the water wall ultimately shattered. She was pushed back against the wall as the stone finally dropped. The proctor praised, "Clever move, Saya. Instead of trying to brute force block it head-on, you used the currents to deflect the kinetic energy of the boulder. That kind of flexible combat sense is the most vital trait for a savior," she replied. "Thank you very much." Itsuki praised, "That was awesome," the proctor called out. Next, Mana Magaru of the Eastern Continent Shrine. Saya teased Itsuki, "Hee, getting praised by Itsuku-kun feels nice." As they left the defense room, Horino wondered, "Which test should we hit up next?" Figured the room right next door is probably attack power, right? Over at the attack power testing zone, the place was already packed with people. The proctor there spoke up, "Looks like the second group has all gathered. Listen up, you brats. In the attack power test, you'll be graded based on the destructive output of your strikes." Horino pondered, "Who are we supposed to attack anyway? Don't tell me it's the instructor." Saya reminded him, "Idiot, you talk way too much." The instructor revealed, "Good question. Naturally, your target won't be me but my Shikigami." Rank B Shikigami, Tanma manifested as a massive bear. Its ragged appearance prompted them to blurt out, "What the hell is that? Looks so cheap." Yet in Itsuki's eyes, he thought it looked rather cute. The proctor announced, "You can use bare hands or weapons. Attack this thing with your full strength." The others asked with confidence, "That Shikigami looks like a punching bag. Instructor, what if we accidentally destroy it?" He cautioned, "Kids, even a level 50 awakened one might not be able to destroy it, so don't worry. Besides, Tanma will grade you based on the impact force it receives." The proctor demonstrated by punching Tanma. Its body folded inward. Tanma announced, "Score received, 50 points." He continued, "The grading scale is pre-calibrated so that the blow I just landed equals 50 points. A perfect score is 100 points." He thought to himself internally, while theoretically the max possible score is 99, to hit a true perfect score, at least you'd need to be around my level, somewhere near level 40. No matter how much you level 10 brats struggle. The proctor took a seat on a nearby chair and announced, "All right, the test begins." Someone piped up, "First up, Jiro Hanma of the Eastern Continent Shrine. If that casual punch got 50 points, going all out will easily net 100. Horino whispered, "That Shikigami looks weak as hell." Itsuki reminded him, "Don't let his flashy exterior fool you. That proctor is over level 40. Even a casual punch from him packs power far beyond anything we can dish out." The proctor, sitting at level 44 with the Shikigami user class, spoke up, "Attack Tanma whenever you're ready. I'm not gonna repeat myself." The first challenger stepped up, feeling slightly guilty about hitting such a harmless-looking Shikigami. Jiro Hanma threw a punch. "Don't blame me, I need this to stay in the Apex camp. At least turn to dust quietly." The punch slammed dead into Tanma's gut. It read out the score, 37 points. Jiro Hanma was stunned. "Only 37, I clearly used a punch enhancement skill." The proctor barked, "Stop whining." Next, the second person went all out and only got 28 points. The third swung a sword and slashed 49 points. The fourth person reached a high of 77 points. The proctor called out, Next, Gaku of the Northern Continent Shrine." He sneered disdainfully, "Can't even clear 80 points, pathetic." Gaku figured this Shikigami must be built like a tank. He slammed his weapon down, "But I've got total confidence in my own strength." The hammer in his hand struck out with a burst of flames, slamming hard into Tanma's belly. The proctor looked up from the magazine he was reading and praised, "Not bad." Tanma reported the score, 91 points. Gaku expressed regret, "Didn't hit 100. He boasted proudly, "After all, nobody here can beat me in raw strength, so 91 points is good enough." Gaku wondered to himself about him, where is Itsuki, just how many points is he gonna rack up? The proctor called out next. Up next, Itsuki from the Northern Continent Hall. Gaku froze in place for a brief second. He whipped his head around to look, "So you were here all along. I finally get to witness your strength with my own eyes." Itsuki stepped up to the testing area. Gaku watched Itsuki's retreating back, thinking, "That's the guy who pulled in 100,000 points in the preliminaries. But nobody can beat my strength when I'm wielding this 100-pound mace." The item info displayed, unique rank 100-pound mace, attack effect plus 100 unique personal effect. He thought confidently, even if he took first place in the preliminaries, his attack power's probably only on par with mine anyway. Itsuki faced Tanma, a wave of guilt washing over him. "I'm gonna feel so bad landing a critical hit on such a cute little creature." But the proctor was thinking, another loser scoring under 50 points, how boring. Itsuki raised his fist. His eyes flashed and blood vessels surfaced across his face. He unleashed a colossal punch, swirling energy surging straight toward Tanma. Its head was blown completely off. The proctor was still engrossed in his magazine. That chick's got a nice body. A shockwave rippling from behind startled him. The proctor couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? He tore Tanma apart with his bare hands. Is this guy seriously a trainee? Itsuki thought to himself, so that critical hit charge from earlier carried over after all. He looked surprised. You're still alive. Tanma's head wore a pitiful expression. Itsuki rubbed its head and asked, what's my score? It replied, 100 points. Everyone was shocked. A perfect score? Wasn't that Shikigami supposed to be indestructible even against a level 50? He scored 9 points higher than Gaku using a hammer, and he did it barehanded. Gaku turned pale with fear. No, it's not just a 9-point difference. He only got 100 because the scoring system physically couldn't go any higher. That casual punch completely eclipsed all my strength. What was that nonsense about not losing in strength? I was way too arrogant. The proctor walked over to inspect Tanma. I configured it so that only strength above level 50 could hit 100 points. He turned to look at the boy. Could this kid have? Itsuki panicked. Is the instructor mad that his Shikigami got wrecked? I better bail while I still can. He blurted out, my bad, and bolted away at full speed. The proctor announced, the test is temporarily suspended. Wait 10 minutes. Seiya came over to congratulate him. That was amazing. Not only your defense but your strength is insane. Itsuki hummed modestly. I just got lucky. I can't output power like that all the time. Horino patted his chest. Don't be so modest. What happened to that guy earlier saying Itsuki wouldn't even break 30 points? See that? He scored 100 points. Seiya chuckled. Why are you acting so proud? You're not the one who scored. Itsuki figured the test wouldn't resume for a while. Seiya suggested, Itsuki, why don't you go knock out another test first? We'll wait here. He instructed, let's meet up at the plaza once we're all done. Mana test next hub. Itsuki headed over to the Mana testing room. The female proctor inside was level 42 with the craftsperson class. She announced, Mana testing grounds, looks like everyone's gathered, so I'll explain the test rules. The other young guys blushed and stared at her adoringly. That proctor is drop-dead gorgeous. I want to take her out on a date. Maybe if I score high, she'll invite me to dinner. Shin looked disgusted at their display. Guys really are all the same. She frowned upon seeing Itsuki. He's here too. And he's staring right at the proctor. Men really are hopeless. She had misunderstood. Itsuki was looking at something else. So that thing covered under the red cloth was the testing device. The proctor revealed, the mana measuring tool was crafted by yours truly. The cloth was pulled off to reveal a rare item, the mana storage crystal. The testing method is simple. Place your hand on the crystal sphere and pour your mana into it. The more mana you have, the higher your score. Someone asked curiously, if we dump all our mana into that thing, what about the other tests? She reassured them, don't worry, this crystal sphere can fully absorb your mana and give it right back to you afterward. Her stunning looks made the young guy blush. Yes ma'am, after you. She said, if there are no further questions, we'll begin the test. There's no set order, so whoever wants to go first can step up. That same young guy raised his hand. Right, I'll go first. She praised him. Guys who take the initiative are real heartbreakers. You can start whenever you're ready. He placed his hand on the sphere, trying with all his might. I can't mess up in front of a beauty like her. Even if I drain every drop of my mana, I gotta score high. He condensed his mana, burst forth my mana. Seeing the pitiful trickle of mana, he gasped, no way. Even after dumping all his mana in, it didn't even fill up halfway. The proctor picked up the sphere and said, calm down, I forgot to mention. This mana storage crystal once absorbed the entire mana pool of an awakened being on the threshold of level 40. The others were astonished. For real, even a level 40 awakened couldn't fill that crystal, then low-teen scrubs like us aren't even filling half of it. The proctor ordered, hold still, I'll give your mana back now. She whispered into his ear, just between us, I can tell what kind of person someone is based on the mana they pour into the crystal. Turns out you've got a surprisingly pure heart, you know. The proctor called out, who wants to go next? Raise your hand. Everyone hesitated. Maybe I should redo the defense test instead. I'd rather get hit by rocks than get my mana sucked dry. Another chimed in, I just finished the agility test. My mana hasn't recovered yet, so I'm gonna sit this one out and watch. Itsuki stared at them speechlessly. They switch up fast. Weren't they hyped out of their minds a minute ago? He stepped up. The proctor looked intrigued. Oh, looks like challenger number 2, come on up. Itsuki looked blank. I've still got my hand up right now though. Turns out it was an acquaintance. She was the second-place finisher of the Northern Continent Preliminaries, Kana. Everyone marveled, I know her, that's Kana, second place in the Northern Continent, top-tier looks and runner-up in the preliminaries. I'm in love. The boy realized, no wonder she looked familiar. Shin watched with interest. Having both first and second place here ought to make things fun. The proctor spoke up, you know the rules, right? Start whenever you're ready. Kana placed her hand on the sphere. Green mana poured into it. Seeing the mana still hadn't reached the halfway mark, the others muttered in disappointment. Is that it? She's only slightly ahead of the last guy. Is the Northern Continent's runner-up really just this strong? Whispers brushed past her ears. If I'd been greedy, I probably could have taken first place. Haha, at this rate I should have just entered the Northern Continent preliminaries. Move aside and let us guys from the Southern Continent show you how it's done. Kana's expression darkened for a split second. The sword strapped to her waist began to rattle and slide out of its scabbard. Mana radiated from it. Kana was replenished with a fresh surge of mana, and her eyes flared brightly. The onlookers gasped, huh, her mana just spiked. The mana fluctuations I'm feeling are several times stronger than before. Itsuki figured it out, so that sword was her mana reservoir. Once she draws it, all the stored mana floods straight into her body. Someone blurted out, look, the crystal's almost full. Kana coldly slid her sword back into its sheath. The proctor thought happily, about 80%. With a score like that, she easily takes first place compared to the past 5 years. Her mana was completely drained. The proctor teased, filled to 80 capacity. I'm so glad to meet a girl who's both strong and cute. Kana dropped a bombshell, I'm a guy. The surrounding men turned to stone, give me back my fluttering heartbeat. But the guy literally has a girl's face. Even Itsuki was shocked. I genuinely thought she was a girl the whole time. Her voice and face don't match at all. The proctor gasped, for real, the guys must be devastated. Anyway, I'll return your mana now. Ready? Kana answered, yes. The proctor let out a breath, phew, all done. Returning that much mana all at once is way more exhausting than it looks. She shook it off and asked, all right, who's next? Raise your hand. Itsuki raised his hand, please let me go. The proctor thought to herself, oh man, and he's handsome too. She instructed, all right, start with a self-introduction. He introduced himself. I'm Itsuki from the Northern Continent Hall. The others muttered in surprise. Another one from the Northern Continent? Is he the first-place finisher from the Northern Preliminaries? He doesn't look any stronger than Kana. He glanced coldly at Itsuki, waiting to see what the kid had. The others speculated, he doesn't look like a magic type. Mana's probably his weak point. He doesn't even have a weapon. No way he beats Kana. The proctor spoke up. If you're ready, you can begin. I bet 50 silver coins his max mana caps at 300. Itsuki thought to himself, my base mana is only 380 so I probably can't even fill half the crystal, but I've got the Mana Sense passive on my side. The notification displayed, Mana Sense level 1, continuously drains mana when active, detects mana flows within a 1200 m radius. For every enemy unit detected, personal mana recovers by 10%. He activated his mana. Every time he detected a mana user within 1,200 meters, his own mana increased by 10%. In other words, counting the instructor, every awakened person here was essentially his personal mana battery. As long as they stayed here, his mana would be infinite. A flood of notifications popped up, enemy unit detected, personal mana increased by 10%. Personal mana increased by 10%. Enemy unit detected, personal mana increased by 10%. Personal mana increased by 10%. They were dumbfounded. He's still pumping mana and he's doing it barehanded. Even Kana needed a magic tool. The proctor focused on the crystal. It's about to max out. The crystal was completely saturated with an ethereal purple hue. Itsuki felt like it looked full, but it still had room to take more. Guess I'll keep pouring until it can't hold any more. The proctor knew the crystal was already full, yet the kid's mana wasn't dropping at all. At this rate, she raised her hand, stop. Itsuki blinked, looking at her in confusion. The surface of the crystal began to crack. A violent mana explosion erupted. The onlookers panicked. Is it gonna blow? What the hell? The proctor raised her arm to block the incoming blast wave. Someone muttered, did something just snap? The crystal shattered to pieces in Itsuki's hand. He panicked, worried about getting punished. I was just pouring mana in and it broke by itself. You're not gonna make me pay for that, right? Shards of the crystal orb were scattered all across the testing platform. The crowd stared in utter astonishment. Some wondered if the crystal orb had actually exploded because it couldn't handle the sheer magic power. Others looked at him as if he were a monster. The red-haired instructor stood in silence, deep in thought. She wondered how many years it had been since something like this happened. Then she remembered the last person who had done the exact same thing. 10 years ago, there was another extraordinary individual. It was Taewajin, the strongest person in the world. Back then, he too had poured so much magical power into the crystal orb that it shattered into pieces. Realizing this, the instructor's eyes narrowed. 10 years later, another anomalous existence had appeared right before her. Seeing Itsuki's tense expression, the instructor sighed and reassured him. She told him not to worry because she had a spare crystal orb prepared. However, she quickly grew concerned about a different issue. Since he had poured an astonishing amount of mana into the orb to the point of destroying it, she asked whether he would still have enough stamina left to complete the remaining test. Hearing this, Itsuki immediately relaxed. He was relieved that he wouldn't have to pay compensation for the broken orb. Then, with absolute confidence, he told her not to worry about the tests since he still had plenty of mana in reserve. The red-haired instructor looked at Itsuki with disbelief. Even after pouring enough magical power to shatter a crystal orb, the kid still claimed to have surplus mana. That thought left her speechless and curious. She sensed a faint trace of his mana still lingering around, and she wanted to understand what kind of person he truly was. She cautiously reached out her hand to touch the leftover mana. The moment her finger brushed against it, her consciousness was yanked into a horrifying illusion. The instructor's eyes widened in shock. Sweat poured down her face as she staggered back, gasping for breath. "What on earth is this?" she asked in terror. An endless storm of negative emotions crashed into her mind. She felt a heartrending regret that cut straight to the bone. Boiling anger flared up like an unstoppable inferno of hell. Along with it came a chilling intent to kill. It felt as though countless negative emotions had been gathered and compressed into a single entity. The red-haired instructor watched Itsuki walk away and couldn't stop thinking about what she had just sensed. The emotions hidden within his mana were like a raging vortex, endlessly twisting into one another. Based on her experience, no ordinary person could endure such overwhelming emotions without breaking down. Meanwhile, as Itsuki walked away, he felt that using a skill like that in such a crowded place wasn't entirely fair. But since there were no rules prohibiting skills in the trial, he decided not to make a big deal out of it. Looking ahead, he saw only one final test remaining, the flexibility test. Without hesitation, he headed toward the next testing area. Right at that moment, a familiar voice called his name from behind. Itsuki stopped and turned around. Running toward him was Seiya, followed by Horino, who looked completely exhausted from the previous tests. Seiya quickly caught up to him and asked if he had finished the magic power test. Itsuki nodded with a faint smile and replied that he was done and on his way to the flexibility test. Itsuki then noticed that Horino looked exceptionally depressed. Curious, he asked Seiya what had happened to him. Seiya whispered to Itsuki that Horino's ego was probably bruised because he scored lower than her in the attack test. Horino immediately reacted, shouting that he heard every single word. His exaggerated response made both of them sweat awkwardly. Horino grew even more gloomy, looking completely defeated. He grumbled that with this setup, getting an elite student rating was impossible. Now he could only pray his final score wouldn't drop below 60. Seeing his despair, Itsuki tried to encourage him. He told Horino not to get discouraged because he believed both of them would pass. Yet instead of being comforted, Horino grew even more irritated. He pointed out that things were way too easy for Itsuki. After all, Itsuki had cleared the difficulty 5 trial and even wiped out Shikami in a single blow. In Horino's eyes, that practically guaranteed an elite rating. Their situations were completely different and he felt they couldn't be compared. Seiya quickly scolded Horino for taking his frustration out on Itsuki. She reminded him that his poor score was partly due to his constant laziness throughout the training period. Horino immediately clasped his hands together in desperate apology. He declared that he didn't care how much extra training they made him do afterwards. He just wanted to avoid failing the exam. Following Horino's little display, Seiya smiled and told Itsuki not to worry about him. She advised Itsuki to focus on the final test, adding that she and Horino would also give it their all. Her expression then softened. She noticed Itsuki looked very tired after everything he had been through and gently reminded him to rest after the exam ended. Itsuki quietly nodded in agreement. He turned around and left for the flexibility test. Before heading off, he looked back at the two of them and simply told them to do their best. Seiya cheerfully replied that she would see him later, waving with a bright smile. However, the moment Itsuki walked away, Seiya's calm expression vanished. Frustration flared up and she immediately punched Horino, demanding to know why he would say something like that to Itsuki right before the final test. Horino rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and tried to reassure her. He pointed out that he and Itsuki had been friends for years, so he doubted Itsuki would take those words to heart. Yet Seiya remained worried. She was afraid Horino's comments might affect Itsuki and make him deliberately tank his performance just to join the watchlist group with them. Horino quickly dismissed that idea. He argued that Itsuki had already put up stellar results in the previous tests. Even if he held back on the final one, his overall total score would still likely be above 80. According to him, there was no reason for Itsuki to throw away the perks of the elite group just to pick the watchlist, a group that required extra training and effort. With an air of confidence, he declared that Itsuki wasn't stupid enough to make a choice like that. Seiya quietly disagreed. She understood Itsuki better than Horino did and replied that he couldn't be so sure. Meanwhile, as Itsuki made his way to the final testing area, he had already made up his mind. He decided to deliberately keep his final score below 80. He didn't care about the bonus points that came with the elite rating. Glancing at the over 100,000 points still sitting in his account, he concluded that those rewards were negligible compared to what he actually wanted. To Itsuki, the most important thing was staying with his friends. If he joined the watchlist, he would keep working alongside Seiya and the others, plus get extra training opportunities. To him, that was far more valuable than receiving an elite rating. Recalling the previous tests, Itsuki realized he hadn't paid much attention to the scoring. Since he had breezed through every test effortlessly, they were likely all top scores. Therefore, he concluded that the flexibility test would have to be his weakest showing. Ideally, he wanted to score as low as possible. A 0 score would be absolute perfection. Just as he arrived at the flexibility zone, a voice suddenly called out to him. Itsuki turned around and saw a familiar group approaching. It was the Southern Continent team. At the head of the group was the blonde guy Itsuki had beaten earlier, accompanied by the silver-haired swordsman Kajin and the giant armored warrior. The blonde guy pointed at him and complained that they finally found him after searching everywhere. He accused Itsuki of dodging them this whole time. Itsuki looked at them calmly. Then, with a slight smile, he asked if he wanted to go another round. The blonde guy immediately froze at those words. Before he could respond, Kajin stepped forward and asked if he was really that eager to fight them. He said he was glad to hear that. It looked like Itsuki hadn't forgotten his promise to face off in an official match. The tension between Itsuki and Kajin spiked drastically, but Kajin told Itsuki to relax, saying that once the exam was over, he promised to give him all the time he wanted for a fight. Kajin then turned and walked away. The blonde guy and the giant armored warrior quickly followed behind. As they left, the blonde guy made a throat-slitting gesture toward Itsuki. Seeing that, Itsuki couldn't help feeling confused. He wondered if these guys got hit in the head during the exams. After all, they were the ones who challenged him first, yet now they were acting as if they were letting Itsuki off easy. Shaking his head, Itsuki decided not to waste any more thought on it. Right now, the only thing that mattered was the final test. He shifted his attention to the large arena set up for the flexibility test. Inside, an instructor began explaining the rules. According to him, the flexibility test was basically a game of cat and mouse. The instructor explained that just like a cat chasing a mouse while the mouse tries to avoid getting caught, the test would follow that exact premise. Smiling with confidence, the instructor introduced himself as a level 40 order breaker and announced he would play the cat. All the examinees would be the mice. He then pointed to a large red circle drawn on the ground and explained the rules. Every examinee's movement would be restricted within that circle. Their objective was simple: keep running, avoid getting caught, and survive as long as possible. However, to prevent the test from dragging on, a time limit was set. The instructor held up one finger and declared the limit was 1 minute. Any examinee who managed to avoid getting caught for a full minute would receive a perfect score. The announcement instantly sparked a buzz among the trainees. Some chuckled with confidence, finding the trial way too easy. They wondered if the instructor was underestimating them. To them, surviving for a minute sounded more like a reward than a test. Many became certain a perfect score was practically guaranteed. The instructor smiled at the crowd before announcing the name of the first examinee. The first mouse, he declared, would be Fumiya Futaki from the Southern Continent. Fumiya immediately stiffened when his name was called. But before he could react, Cajun placed a hand on his shoulder and told him not to disgrace their continent. Hearing those words, Fumia quickly regained his confidence. Turning back with a smile, he assured everyone there was nothing to worry about. He proudly declared that speed was his specialty, especially since he was a lightning attribute user. As Fumia stepped into the arena, the instructor casually added one more rule he had forgotten to mention. If he touched an examinee even once, that person would be disqualified immediately. After explaining the condition, he calmly asked Fumia if he was ready. Fumia answered full of confidence that he was ready. At the same time, purple lightning began crackling around his body as he activated his power. Smirking, he even warned the instructor to be careful not to get outmaneuvered by a mouse. The instructor just smiled in response. A strange aura swirled around him as he snapped his fingers and stared right at Fumia. He remarked that whether the cat got outmaneuvered or not depended entirely on the mouse. The moment the test started, the instructor vanished from his spot. Fumia was struck dumb with shock seeing that. A chilling draft ran down Fumia's spine. Before he could react, a dark shadow with glowing red eyes quietly materialized right behind him. The next second, a hand landed on his head. Fumia's body locked up. He slowly turned his head to see the instructor standing directly behind him. In a cold voice, the instructor remarked that a noisy mouse with slow reflexes like Fumia made for absolute prey.